Everyone who has not been accepted into the sect, leave the mountain, now. The elder who said it did not look up from his scroll. He had said it a lot of times that morning, and he had another 200 of us to say it to, so the words came out flat, the way a man reads a grocery list. 400 kids had climbed that mountain at dawn, 11 were staying. I was not one of the 11. I want you to understand that I did not fail a test. There was no test. There was a stone, and you put your hand on the stone, and the stone told the elders what you were born with, and then a man with a scroll decided the rest of your entire life in about 4 seconds. Mine took 2. Spirit root, grade 9. Bottom of the scale. There is no grade 10. Grade 9 is the polite way of saying that the heavens looked at you, shrugged, and moved on to somebody more interesting. So I walked down the mountain. I did not cry, and I did not argue, mostly because I had already spent 17 years in a completely different world, where I had also not been anybody special, and dying in a stairwell had taught me that arguing with the management is a losing play. I woke up in this body a year before that morning, same name, Xuanduan, which was convenient. Same face apparently, completely different rulebook, and the rulebook had just informed me that I was unqualified to breathe. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a banner. High rewards for talent, it said, in characters big enough to read from orbit. Underneath it stood a steward in a very clean robe, and underneath him stood a table, and on the table sat the 2 most beautiful words in the language of a boy who has just been told he is worthless. Spirit vein. The May family of Maple Leaf City, he called out. Blessed land access, cultivation manuals, room, board, resources. We are recruiting. 40-some of us stopped walking at the same time. You could hear it. Recruiting what? Somebody asked. Men, the steward said. Now, in hindsight, I would like the record to show that a couple of us noticed. There were 300 rejects on that road, and every single one of them had a hand and a heart and a hopeless future, and this man was only interested in the ones with shoulders. But he was standing next to a table with spirit stones on it, and we were standing next to nothing, and when you have nothing, the part of your brain that asks good questions gets outvoted. Somebody in the back said it was a scam. The steward reached into his sleeve and dropped a wooden toy the size of his palm onto the road. It landed, and it kept growing. By the time it stopped, it was a flying boat. 40 feet of lacquered deck floating a foot off the dirt, and the man who had said scam was already climbing onto it. So was I. That is not a proud sentence, but it is a true one. I got on a stranger's boat because the boat was shiny. Maple Leaf City took half a day. The May family compound took up a quarter of it. Walls, gardens, a lake with actual swans, and a hall with a floor so polished I could see my own extremely uncertain expression in it. They fed us. They gave us tea that made my fingertips buzz. A woman in emerald green came in, looked us over the way you look over produce, and said to nobody in particular, "This batch is rather good." "Thank you," said the idiot next to me. "Read your contracts," she said. The contracts were on the table. I read mine. It was short, which should have been the first warning, because in my experience, the shorter the paper, the longer the sentence. The May family did not want soldiers. They did not want alchemists or servants or bodyguards. The May family had a great many daughters in its collateral branches, and daughters could not carry the family surname forward, and the family had done the arithmetic on that problem the way a farm does arithmetic on a herd. We were not being hired. We were being bred. "You are marrying in," the woman said pleasantly. "Your children will carry the May name. In exchange, you receive resources you could not earn in 3 lifetimes on the outside. It is a very good deal." "You're lying," said the man on my left. He got about 2 steps toward the door. I did not see what the steward did. There was a flash, short and white, and about as dramatic as somebody snuffing a candle, and then there was a man on the polished floor who was not going to be getting up, and the steward straightened his sleeve. "Insult the May family," he said, "and die." The hall got extremely quiet. The woman in green did not stop smiling. That was the part that stayed with me. She let the silence sit for exactly long enough, and then she said, in the same warm, helpful voice she had used about the tea, "Of course, no one is a prisoner here. Give the family 40 children with spirit roots within 10 years, and you are free to walk out whenever you like." 40. In 10 years. And I stood there in a beautiful hall in a beautiful city with a dead man 4 feet away, and I thought, with genuine wonder, that I might be about to become the first person in recorded history to be worked to death by his own wedding. That was before I learned what a child was actually worth. Not to them, to me. They sorted us after that. Roots, physique, health, teeth. 8 of us came out the other side labeled high quality, which meant we got the good branches and the good rooms and the good manuals. I was in the 8, and I have never once figured out why. Grade 9 root, no background, no money. Somebody upstairs had put a mark next to my name for reasons of their own, and I would not learn what they were for another 30 years. That night they bathed me, dressed me in red, and walked me to a courtyard in the eastern quarter. Through the door I could hear a man's voice, low and urgent. Ling, for the good of the family, it is your duty. Great, lovely. Nothing puts a person at ease like being introduced as a duty. The door opened. She was in white, which nobody wears to a wedding here, and she was easily the most beautiful person I had ever stood in a room with, and she looked at me the way you look at a chore. Is this your first time? She said. Yes. I don't want my first man to be a virgin. I want to be very clear that I had prepared several answers on the walk over, and not one of them was for that. So I told her the truth, which was that I had been informed of my wedding roughly 6 hours earlier and had not had time to arrange otherwise. She studied me for a second. Then something in her shoulders came down half an inch. All right, she said. Then go to bed. She flicked a finger and the candle went out. In the morning she was asleep with her face against my arm and one hand closed in my sleeve, and every bit of the ice had gone somewhere else for the night, and I lay there in the dark thinking that I had badly misread at least one person in that house. That was when the voice showed up. Ding. Many children, many blessings. It hung in my vision in cheerful little characters, like a shop sign. I did not move. I had been in this world long enough to know that things which appear in your head uninvited are usually a very bad morning. Then it explained itself. Every pregnancy would give me one draw on a wheel. Every child born would give me lifespan, not health, not luck, not gold. Years. 10 at minimum, more for a better child. And any child born with a spirit root would push a counter that sat under my own worthless grade 9 root, and when the counter filled, would drag that root up a grade. I read it 3 times. Then I did what everybody does, which is look for the hole. Why not skip the middle step and take 100 wives on day 1 and finish this by Tuesday? Because the system does not pay for weddings. It pays for children, and children take 10 months, and they come out of somebody, and that somebody is a person whose body pays the bill and does not get the years. Because the higher I climbed, the rarer conception got, until I would be counting 1 a decade. And because in this family, a child born without a spirit root gets sent out of the gates at 10 years old and never comes back. So there was the deal. The heavens had handed me the worst talent available, and then handed me an engine that ran on the one resource the May family had decided to farm me for anyway. Fine. I lay there next to a sleeping woman in a house that thought it owned me, and I did the only arithmetic that mattered. If the years kept coming, then I did not have to be strong. I only had to outlast. Every enemy in this city was going to die of old age. The family head was going to die of old age. The elders who had priced me like livestock were going to die of old age, and I was going to be standing in the wreckage with my grandchildren. And if I played it right, the May family would still be here in 300 years with somebody else's name on the gate. Mine, ideally. Then I rolled over and got back to work, because the engine does not run on ambition. I met the in-laws the next morning, after a maid named Huyin hammered on the door, walked in without waiting, discovered I had not yet located my clothes, screamed, and fled into the corridor, where I heard her inform the general public that the high-quality son-in-law was indeed high quality. I had been in this family 14 hours, and I already had a reputation. Aoki Hall, my father-in-law, Mei Jun, on a raised seat, radiating the specific warmth of a man inspecting a delivery that arrived damaged. A grade 9 root, he said. For Ling, does the main family hate us that much? Which, credit where it is due, was a fair question, and it was also the whole map of the house handed to me in one sentence. Mei Jun's branch was collateral. Collateral meant no vote, no core district, no future. His only daughter had been spent to buy his branch a slightly better position, and the currency was me, and he had opened the box and found a grade 9. Focus on raising descendants, he told me. Neglect that, and family law will correct you. My mother-in-law walked me out and slipped a bundle of cultivation resources into my hands where he could not see. Ling walked me the rest of the way and gave me the rules, flatly, like a woman reading a sign she has read every day of her life. Collateral branches do not enter the core area. Collateral branches do not question the main family, ever. Understood, I said. You say that too easily. I'm agreeable. You're not, she said, and kept walking. That afternoon, the steward assembled all 8 of us to sign again, this time a marriage contract with teeth in it, the kind designed less to bind a marriage than to make running away technically impossible. We each got a name tag and a low-grade cultivation manual, and one of the others, brave or stupid, asked about the blessed land we had been promised. That depends on your efforts, the steward said. He meant it exactly the way it sounds. 1 confirmed pregnancy, 1 month in the spirit vein. The family had built a machine, and every gear in it turned in the same direction, and we were not the gear that got to choose. Then an elder spent 2 hours teaching us what the world was actually made of, and I sat in the back and memorized all of it. Gao refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Those are the floors, and almost nobody in the world ever gets off the first one. Gao refining runs 9 levels, and each level breaks into early, middle, late, and great perfection, so 36 little steps just to reach the bottom of the real ladder. The elder said the average talent needs 60 years to cross Gao refining. He said it the way you say something obvious. Nobody in the room did the math out loud, which is that an ordinary cultivator gets about 200 years, and 60 of them go to the first floor, and if you fail foundation establishment, you simply run out and stop. I did the math. I had a counter in my eye that paid in decades. On the way home, a man stepped into my path. Zhuan Chao, one of the 8th grade root, and enormously pleased about that 1 grade of difference. I'm honestly curious, he said. How does somebody as useless as you get picked? You should ask Steward May, I said, since what you're actually saying is that his judgment is defective. He did the calculation, went a shade paler, and found somewhere else to be. The man who watched that whole exchange from 10 feet away introduced himself afterward, Xuan Duan. 7th grade root, blue robe, a smile with the safety on. He explained the caste system and the time it took to walk a corridor, and he was the first person in that house to talk to me like a colleague instead of an asset, and I decided on the spot that I liked him and would not be turning my back on him. Then, because I was busy filing all this away, I walked into somebody. Do you want to die? I did not see her either. There was a shove of pure spiritual pressure and then the courtyard flagstones and me on them with my ears ringing. When I got my eyes to work, there was a woman in moon white standing over me with the expression of somebody who has stepped in something. Did you not see the 3rd young miss? Her maid shrieked. 3rd miss, Mei Su, main family. So I got up and I apologized and I kept my face polite and empty because I was a grade 9 son-in-law from a collateral branch and she could have had me removed from the world before lunch. If there is a next time, she said, walking away, you won't be keeping those eyes. I said nothing at all. I just wrote her name down in the place where I keep names. Ling found the damage that night because internal injuries are hard to hide from a wife who is also a cultivator. Spiritual energy went through me, cold and precise, and her face went absolutely thunderous. Who dares put a hand on you? She said. Do they not know you are mine? It was, without exaggeration, the nicest thing anybody had said to me in 2 lifetimes. Then I told her the name. I watched the fury drain out of her in real time and get replaced by something much worse, which was fear, and she stood there holding my sleeve and could not look at me. I'm sorry, she said, that this happened to you because of us. I made a joke. I do not remember which one. She almost smiled. And I went to bed that night, understanding my position with total clarity. Main family daughters choose their own husbands and get sent to the immortal sect. Collateral daughters get handed to strangers to make children, and I was below the collateral daughters. I was an ant in a house full of boots, and the only thing I had was a counter in my eye and a great deal of patience. Chang ant with time is still an ant, but it's an ant that gets to pick the day. I started cultivating that week. A grade 9 root pulls in about as much spiritual energy per hour as a napkin pulls in a rainstorm. I sat cross-legged and circulated, and at the end of a full night, I had gained roughly 1 wisp of qi, and the manual cheerfully informed me that Gao refining level 1 required a great many wisps. Xuan Duan, 7th grade, had done in 2 months what was going to take me 2 years. I did not care. That is not bravado. I genuinely did not care, because I was the only man in that compound who knew the clock was on my side. Then, 3 weeks in, the voice came back. Congratulations, host. Through your tireless efforts, you have successfully impregnated your companion. You have earned 1 draw. I would like to formally object to the word tireless. A wheel turned up in my vision, 7 wedges, each one labeled, crafts, techniques, spirit beasts, artifacts, pills, other. A golden ball went around it, slowed, wobbled, and dropped into crafts. A craft, a real one. My hands actually shook. Tier 1 poison making. Maximum proficiency, complete catalog, poison. I sat there in the dark while 40 years of accumulated knowledge unpacked itself into my skull, and the titles kept arriving with it because whoever wrote this catalog had a sense of humor. How a Poison King is made. The poisons we brewed together. 1001 ways to handle a difficult neighbor. I had asked the universe for a sword. The universe had handed me a very thorough book about mushrooms. I sulked for about an hour, and then I got over it, because when you are an ant, poison is not a consolation prize. Poison is the only weapon in the world that does not care how big your spirit root is. A grade 9, nobody cannot fight a level 5 cultivator. A grade 9, nobody can absolutely put something in his tea. There was one problem. Poison herbs are controlled. You cannot walk into a shop in a cultivator city and buy 9 ingredients that only combine into one thing without somebody writing your name in a ledger. I needed a cover. I found it at dinner, watching Ling eat. I had been piling her bowl into a small mountain for 2 days by then, and warning her off hot soup and generally hovering because I knew she was pregnant and she did not, and there is no comfortable way to explain that you have a subscription notification about your wife's uterus. So I waited until she was 3 bites in and said I wanted to learn alchemy. She put down her chopsticks. "No wonder you were being so attentive," she said. "So that was the point." And she got up and left. Half an hour later, Huyin knocked and shoved a book into my chest. "Alchemy explained. The tools," she said, "would arrive tomorrow, and the young madam said not to burn the courtyard down." My wife, I decided, was a woman with a knife for a tongue and something considerably softer underneath it, and I was going to have to be careful because I had married her by lottery and I was starting to actually like her. The next morning, I went shopping. By Kao Tang is 4 floors of herbs, and the 4th floor is where the old man sits. Mei Tao. White beard, ink stains, a face like a walnut. He sold me a basket of the most boring plants in the building for 80 low-grade spirit stones, which in the money I grew up with is about $800 for a bag of leaves, and he did not look up once. Behind a folding screen in my new pill room, I made my first product. I called it Spirit Pill because a thing sounds much more impressive when you name it like a weapon, and because what it actually was a laxative, not a joke laxative. I want that understood. Built at maximum proficiency, with one ingredient deliberately left out so it would not kill anybody, it could take a level 5 Gao refining cultivator off his feet and keep him there. It was red and glossy, and it smelled faintly of pine. I field tested it in the kitchen. There was no chicken soup at lunch that day, or dinner. Nobody could work out why the cook had gone home. A month later, the family physician confirmed Ling's pregnancy, and my father-in-law came to my courtyard and smiled at me for the first time. He brought 200 spirit stones of rewards. The family sent more on top. 3 days after that, a steward arrived with a token and told me I had earned 1 month in the Spirit Vein Blessed Land. I had made a family, a baby, and they had paid me in time. It was going to be a very long 10 years, and I was going to enjoy exactly none of the reasons why it worked. The Blessed Land is built in a wheel, 8 wedges around a hub, and the closer to the hub you sleep, the faster the world moves for you. The outer rows run about 10 times. The core, where the main family cultivates, runs a day for a year. I got an outer room. So did Xuan Chao, who was still furious about my existence. "Complete waste," he said loudly in front of everyone, giving Spirit Vein time to the lowest root in the batch. So I went and found Steward Mei Fu, in public, in front of the other 7, and asked him a very polite question. Could 2 residents exchange rooms by mutual agreement? They could, he said, if both agreed. Xuan Chao laughed until he had to hold the wall. Then I walked into his room that evening and offered him the swap anyway. He told me exactly what he thought of it. While he was telling me, I leaned on his table, and while I was leaning on his table, I did something with my hand that I did not explain. When he demanded to know what I was doing, I told him honestly that I was not doing anything. He threw me out. He was extremely pleased with himself. "You're too green to play with me," he called after me. Then he drank his water. I spent that month in the outer ring, breathing 10 times faster than the world, and I came out the other side at Gao Refining Level 1. I walked home with Xuan Duan, who had reached level 1 great perfection in the same window and was politely not mentioning it, and at my own gate a girl in pink threw both arms around my neck and announced that her husband was finally home. I did not know her. Her name was Mei Fen, and she had dimples and absolutely no sense of personal space, and behind her stood 2 more. Mei Xuan, the eldest, who could not look at me directly for the first 4 days. Mei Wen, who had eyes like she had already read the whole book and was waiting to see if I would. My father-in-law had reasoned that since his daughter was pregnant and therefore out of production, 3 cousins should be moved in to cover the gap. That is the sentence. That is what the paper meant. I stood in my own courtyard with 3 strangers who had been assigned to me the way you assign shifts, and I did the arithmetic, because arithmetic was the only thing in that house that belonged to me. 3 more draws, 3 more months of Spirit Vein, and 3 more people whose lives were now attached to a man they had never met, which meant 3 more people I was now responsible for, whether either of us had agreed to it or not. I went to find Ling. She had locked her door for 4 days. When she finally opened it, she was enormous and pale, and she looked at me like she was daring me to say something soft. So I asked her for help with my cultivation instead. "Why," she said, "is a son-in-law thinking about cultivating rather than making more children?" Then she shut the door in my face. 10 minutes later, Huyin brought me a stack of paper. It was Ling's personal cultivation notes, 12 years of them, annotated in her own hand. I stood in the corridor holding them and thought, is my wife jealous? Xuan Duan came by 2 days later with news, delivered in the tone of a man laying a card face up. Xuan Chao had drunk something. He had been extremely unwell for a very long time. The family healers had eventually stabilized him, and in the process had established that whatever else he might do with the rest of his life, he was not going to be fathering anybody's children. The Mei family, being a business, had declined to pay for further treatment. They had stripped his marriage, cancelled his contract, and sent him to the spirit mine. Brother Xuan Duan said, admiring my tea set, is a ruthless man. I have no idea what you're talking about. No, he agreed. Of course not. He smiled all the way to the gate. That night the system chimed again. Second pregnancy, second draw. The wheel went around and landed in crafts a second time, and this time the universe stopped being funny. Tier 1 Alchemy. Maximum proficiency. The full compendium. Alchemy is not a hobby in this world. It is one of the 4 great crafts, alongside formations, artifact refining, and talismans. And a family that has one high-grade alchemist has leverage over families that do not, and a family that has none buys its pills at whatever price the seller feels like naming. Old Mei Tao was the Mei family's only real alchemist, and he was 80 years old. My cover. Story had just become true, retroactively, in the most useful way possible, so I played it exactly as slowly as it deserved. I went back to Bai Kao Tang and bought the herbs for a Bigu pill, which is the pill that lets you skip meals and is roughly the alchemy equivalent of scrambled eggs. Tao looked at my shopping list a lot longer than he had looked at me. You, he said. Alchemy. You've actually got somewhere? I made him 1 pill. It took me a genuinely difficult afternoon because the hard part was not refining it. The hard part was building in a flaw that looked like an accident. He paid me a high-grade price for a flawed pill. I refused the money and told him to consider it my contribution to the family. He looked at me for a while over the top of that walnut face, and then he took the pill into the core area, which is a place I was not allowed to walk, and put it in front of the family head himself. I only heard what happened in there later. Mei Yong turned the pill over and asked who made it. Tao told him. And then a voice from the side of the room, bored, exact, and instantly familiar, said that it was only a Bigu pill, and it was really not worth spending family resources to train a beginner, and besides, the boy was a married-in son-in-law. Third Miss Mei Su. The family head agreed with her. Observe him, he said. Test his loyalty. We will see. Tao came out of that room, went home, and decided to train me anyway on his own money, which tells you everything you ever need to know about that old man. He announced it in my own courtyard 3 days later, having let himself in through a gate my 4 wives were extremely unprepared for. He watched me refine. I failed twice on purpose and succeeded on the third, and I did it well enough that he grunted and said I had improved. Then he said, "Would you like to be my apprentice?" And I said yes before he finished the sentence. Because a Tier 1 high-grade alchemist was the single most protected human being inside those walls, and standing behind him was the closest thing to a wall that a man like me was ever going to be offered. My status moved that day. So did everybody's around me. Ling started cooking. The other 3 found their own ways to celebrate. The remaining son-in-laws went home and bought alchemy books on the theory that the trick was in the book. Xuan Duan came fishing for how I had done it. He left with tea and nothing else, still smiling. And in the study of Shuchen Garden, waiting for me on my first night as an apprentice, was the old man's grandson, Meibo. 10 years of study, still entry level, and a face like a slammed door. Remember what you are, he said. If you think you're going to climb out of the mud in this house, keep dreaming. 2 more pregnancies came in that month, which meant 2 more draws, and the first one was the single stupidest thing the system ever gave me. You have gained a charm boost. That was it. That was the whole prize. No numbers, no duration, no explanation. I had a grade 9 root, 4 wives, a laxative business, and a laundry list of people who wanted me dead, and the heavens had decided what I really needed was to be slightly more handsome. The second spin, thankfully, was the spirit gathering technique. Medium grade for a Gao level method, which does not sound like much until you read what it actually does, which is double how much spiritual energy you pull in and then clean it on the way through. For a man with a napkin for a root, that is not an improvement, that is a career. And then over the next week, the charm boost landed. Lunch day 1. All 4 of them stopped eating at roughly the same moment and looked at me. Ben put her chin in her hand and announced that her husband was looking especially fine today. Zhuan, who at that point still needed the lamp out and the door shut, stopped needing either. Ling, my ice queen, my one flick in the candle dye's wife, reached across the table without a word and put a piece of meat in my bowl. And that night, old Mei Tao, who had spent 4 months barking at me for every deliberate mistake I fed him, looked at a ruined batch, sighed fondly, and told me to be more careful next time. I take it back. It was not a stupid prize. It was possibly the most efficient thing I ever won. My father-in-law came to my courtyard in person after that and sat at the head of the table like a man visiting an investment. There was no rush about children, he said. I should not let it interfere with my cultivation. 2 months earlier, that man had threatened me with family law over the same subject. Alchemy talent buys a collateral branch a seat at a table, and Mei Jun had just realized he owned a chair. 3 simultaneous pregnancies bought me 3 months in the Blessed Land, and I came out of it at Gao refining level 1 great perfection, and I came home to a very pregnant wife and a new maid standing in my courtyard because Mei Jun had assigned Huyin to me as well. Fen's contribution to this development was to inform everyone that Huyin had no experience and she was there to help, which is the sort of sentence I have learned to walk away from. Then Meibo tried to kill my career with a bag of leaves. He swapped my herbs, not obviously. He mixed inferior stock in with the good, the kind of thing that turns a routine batch into a public failure, and he did it 3 days before Tao was due to review my work. I know what he was thinking because he said it out loud to a servant, and the servant liked me better. Lose the old man's favor, and after that, he would have 100 ways to arrange an accident. I spotted it the second I opened the bag, then I used them anyway. Here is the thing about fusion rates. Chang, entry-level alchemist who hit 70% has had a good day. Tao, the best in the family, ran at 95, below 50, and the batch is scrap. And a tier 1 top-grade alchemist working with garbage still clears 80, which meant my actual problem that afternoon was not the herbs. My actual problem was pretending it was hard. I sweated, I frowned, I wiped my forehead, I burned 1 batch on purpose for the sound effect. And then I opened the furnace in front of my master and my dear senior brother and took out 2 flawless Bigu pills from a single load, which was a thing Meibo had needed 3 years to do once. Tao stared. Meibo stopped breathing. All credit to senior brother, I said, bowing. He picked out the herbs for me himself. I could never have done it otherwise. Tao turned and looked at his grandson for a long, long moment. I did not need to say anything else for a week. Ling's labor started on a gray afternoon in autumn. I have been in a lot of rooms since then, some of them with people trying to kill me in them, and I have never been less used than I was in that corridor. I opened and closed my hands. I walked to the end of the passage and back about 40 times. Zhuan, herself enormous by then, came and stood next to me and took my hand and did not say anything, which was correct, because there was nothing to say. Then a baby cried, "Congratulations! Your first offspring has been born. 20-year lifespan bonus. This offspring possesses a 9th grade spirit root. Aptitude +1. Current aptitude, 9th grade spirit root, 1 of 100, a boy. Grade 9, like his father, and the system paid double for him because of it, which meant that the worst root in the world was still worth 20 years to me. I did not look at the counter for very long. I went in, and he was this red, furious, absurd little thing with a full head of black hair and both fists up like he intended to fight the room, and Ling was gray and sweating, and she looked at me, and I could not get a single word out. I named him Anlei. It means a settled life, a peaceful one. I picked it because it was the only thing I actually wanted for him and because it was the one thing this world does not hand out. And standing there holding him, I stopped being a man doing arithmetic in a hostile house. I was going to get strong, not eventually, not in the abstract, not as a hobby between pregnancies. I was going to get strong enough that nobody in this compound could ever put a hand on any of these people, and I was going to keep doing it until that was true. That was the vow. I have kept most of it. Anlei was, as it turned out, the first spirit root child born in the entire program. 8 high-quality son-in-laws, a year and a half of the family's grand plan, 1 child with a root, and it was mine, and it was the lowest possible grade. The main family did the only thing they could do, which was rewrite the rules in my favor. A large resource grant, a new standing policy, 3 months of blessed land for every spirit root child born. The other son-in-laws ground their teeth, and 1 or 2 of them worked out the trap, which is that cultivating slows down your breeding and breeding stops your cultivating, so the family had built a wheel that ran either way and always in their direction. I did not care about the wheel. I was the only man in the compound getting paid in decades. Tao tested me a month later. 80% success. Half my batches doubled. He nodded, put his cup down, and said he was taking me to the Spirit Pill Conference. The Spirit Pill Conference is one of the 4 great craft gatherings, and the Qingyuan sect uses it to go shopping for talent. The best performers get taken into the sect to study. Tao insisted he was only bringing me to look. There's a problem, I said, being very careful to look worried. My contract says I'm not permitted outside the city. I'll speak to the family head. The next afternoon, the family head sent for me. I had never been through the gate of the core area before. The guards there start at Gao refining level 2 and stand close enough together that walking past them feels like walking under a stone. Mei Yong had a face built entirely out of hawk. He asked me some pleasant things about my work. Then he asked, "Do you hate the Mei family?" There it was, the question with the trapdoor under it. So I told him yes at first, that I had been angry and afraid and that I had thought I was being used. And then that I had been given a wife, a home, a master, a craft, and a family, when the world had told me I was worth nothing, and how could a man resent that? Inside my head I was saying, "Enough, you old crow, get to the part with the rewards." He got to the part with the rewards. I was no longer a married-in son-in-law. I was a son-in-law of the Mei family, which is one word of difference and about a mile of daylight. New contract. The quota of 40 children was gone. My children would carry my surname, not theirs. My stipend went from 5 spirit stones a month to 15 with a bottle of pills on top, and 5 days a month in the blessed land, and the days stacked if I saved them. In exchange, I refined for the family every month, and I never refused a family request. Ever. I signed it in front of him. From today, he said, the Mei family is your home. Absolutely, I thought. Right up until foundation establishment. Because a contract binds a Gao refining cultivator and a foundation establishment cultivator is a different category of animal, and no piece of paper in this compound was going to survive the day I crossed that line. Then the 3 sisters gave birth on the same day, which I do not recommend as an experience. Ding. Second offspring, 10 years. Ding. Third offspring, spirit root, 20 years. 2 of 100. Ding. Fourth offspring, spirit root, 20 years. 3 of 100. Ding. Fifth offspring, 10 years, 60 years in one afternoon from 4 babies. I want you to sit with that number because I did. 60 years is more bonus lifespan than a level 5 Gao refining cultivator gets from crossing 5 entire levels of grinding. 4 children had just handed me more time than most people in that city would earn in their lives, and the pattern underneath it was even better. Chang ordinary child paid 10, a 9th grade root paid 20. So what does an 8th grade root pay? 30? 40? What in the world does a 1st grade root pay? That was the moment the whole thing clicked into place for me. Not the pills, not the poison. This. Better children. Better root. Better children again. Forever. Compounding. That is the actual road to immortality, and it is disguised as a family. 3 boys and a girl, because Fen produced twins. The Mei family names its generations, so the boys got the character for growth and the girl got the character for verse. Xuan Lei, Xuan Long, Xuan Hao, Xuan Jing, 4 children, 4 draws, and I saved them and spun them together, and one of them came out a weapon. Explosive spirit pill, tier 2, low grade, 10 minutes of multiplied strength. At Gao refining level 1, it would give me the fighting power of level 7. Single use, no warning, no cooldown, no second one. I put it in the system's storage space, which turned out to be 9 slots that nobody else could see or search, and it sat there for a long time being the only card I had. Then Ling told me about the war. I had noticed the compound getting thinner. Fewer guards on the walls, more empty seats at family dinners, Tao vanishing into seclusion for weeks. I had assumed politics. It was not politics. 3 years ago, the Mei family had found a spirit mine east of the city. The Zhao family of Qingtian, who have hated the Mei family since before either of them could remember why, decided the mine was theirs. 3 years of raids and counter-raids since, and the Mei family had been losing people the whole time. Which is when the recruitment banners went up at the bottom of a certain mountain. That is what I was. I was not an investment, or an opportunity, or a stroke of luck. I was a replacement part, bought in bulk, because the family was bleeding faster than it could reproduce. My reaction to this news was not fear. My reaction was that everybody important was busy. I walked into Baikao Tang while Mei Bo was away at the front, and I bought top-grade herbs in quantities that would have raised eyebrows in any other month, and nobody so much as looked up. Xuan Duan came to my gate 2 days later. He had not slept. His eyes were red at the edges, and he did not sit down. The family was drafting son-in-laws to the front line, all of them. It's just our luck, he said, trying to make it sound light and getting nowhere near it. Married in to be useful, and now they're sending us out to die for nothing. Then he got down on his knees on my courtyard stones. Save me, Brother Xuan, please. I want to be honest about this part because it is the part I think about. I could not save him. I had no rank, no vote, no name anybody in that core area respected. Anything I said on his behalf would have gotten us both written down together, and I had 4 wives and 6 children behind me, and I was Gao refining level 2. So I told him the truth, which was that I could do nothing, and I watched a man walk out of my gate with his back bent. Steward Mei Fu knocked 20 minutes later with my own assignment, not the front, the rear. I was to refine pills for the war effort. I stood there with the notice in my hand and understood the shape of the world completely. Value is not a moral quality here. Value is a wall. Xuan Duan was a 7th grade root with 2 working arms and no craft, so he was a body. I was a 9th grade root who could make medicine, so I was an asset, be useful, or be inventory. I spent the war in Shuchun Garden with 8 other alchemists and 2 guards on the door, at a bench directly beside Mei Bo, who did not speak to me for 4 weeks. I learned things anyway. 2 weeks in, under a quota nobody could meet, Tao broke. Through to Tier 1 top grade, the first in the family's history, which tells you what pressure does to an old man with nothing left to lose. And I learned to read the war off my own order sheet, because when a battle goes badly, the wounded come home and the pill quota climbs, and when it goes well, the quota drops. On day 28, my quota was almost nothing. Ceasefire. The bill. Over 50 Mei family members dead. 2/3 of the drafted son-in-laws dead. Xuan Duan came back with one arm. They kept him, not out of pity. He could still father children, and that was the entire criterion, and everybody in that compound knew it, including him. Tao came out of it thin and gray and told me to pack. 10 days, he said. You and Xiaobo are coming with me to the conference. Rock City. Zhuan family ground. 5 days out by flying boat. I spent 7 of the 10 days in the Blessed Land, in a building where the world moved 20 times over, and came out at Gao Refining Level 2. And the night before we left, Ling, who had said nothing about the trip for a week and a half, asked if I wanted to sleep in her room. At the gate the next morning she did not say goodbye. She stood there with her hands folded and watched me get on the boat, and Huyin, exasperated, asked whether she really was not going to say anything at all. I've said what I needed to, Ling said, these last few nights. I found the lunchbox somewhere over the 3rd province, 3 tiers, a warming talisman fixed to the lid, and inside it Xuan's cooking, portioned for 3 people, because she had assumed the old man and the brat would be hungry too. Tao refused it on principle, on the grounds that a master does not eat his students' food. Then he ate it and said, in the tone of a man conceding a war, that it was actually rather good. Meibo ate his share and forgot to be unpleasant for 11 minutes. See what a wife gets you, Tao said, waving a chopstick at his grandson. Hurry up and find one. There was also a mirror in the bundle that talked. I opened it on the 2nd night and got Mei Fen's face, grinning, filling the entire frame, asking whether I had looked at myself today. Rock City is walled in a formation instead of stone, and has exactly 1 gate, and the whole street stopped to watch our boat come in. We stayed at Tianxia Restaurant. 10 floors, the largest chain in the country, an immortal sect standing behind it. The 10th floor is reserved for the longevity clans, which is what they call the families that have lasted long enough to have ancestors worth counting. We had barely put our bags down when a man in Zhao family colors came across the lobby with his arms wide. Well, look at this. The great Tier 1 top-grade alchemist himself, Elder Gao Xuan. Elder Zhao, Tao said, without turning around. If you never spoke, people might assume you were mute. It would be an improvement. Gao Xuan laughed and said that would be a pity, and that if my master were to unexpectedly pass away, the Mei family would find itself with no alchemist at all. Then he looked at Mei Bo, and then at me, and asked whether these two were really the best the Mei family's younger generation had to offer. Tao ordered us both to stay in our rooms for the next 13 days. I lasted about 4 hours. I had 20 Tier 1 high-grade pills in a bag under my bed and a master who had just confined me to a room in the biggest trading city in 3 provinces. You see the problem. So I spent an hour in the open-air market wearing my own face, buying nothing, saying nothing, listening. I learned the going rate, which was 15 spirit stones a pill, and I learned something worth more than the rate, which was which shops hated which other shops, because a man who despises his neighbor will never compare notes with him about a stranger in a black robe. Then I put on a black robe and a voice about 2 octaves lower than my own, and sold 4 or 5 pills at a time across 6 mutually hostile shopfronts at 10 stones each. 203 spirit stones of profit in one evening. For scale, my monthly stipend was 15. In the back room of the last shop, a thin old man in blue told the shopkeeper to have me followed. The tail was competent and stayed with me for 6 streets. Then I walked into Tianxia Restaurant and went up to the 10th floor, and the tail stopped at the base of the stairs like a dog hitting the end of its chain, because the 10th floor of that building belongs to the longevity clans, and there is no version of that conversation he was going to survive. I spent 80 stones on top-grade herbs on the way back and put them in a storage space nobody in this world could open, and I was in my room reading a book about pill theory when Tao looked in on me. The written exam was in a black stone hall about half the size of a parade ground, 5 sections along the front for the 5 longevity clans. Everybody else on the floor, hundreds of them, loose alchemists with no family behind them, all of them there for the same reason anybody enters any competition anywhere, which is the chance to leap over a wall they were born on the wrong side of. Family head Xuan Shuntian opened it, and Gao Xuan, who had clearly been rehearsing, waited for the exact moment the hall went quiet. The Mei family, he said loudly, warmly, gets worse every generation. He let that sit. I hear they've stooped to tricking married-in son-in-laws into breeding their next generation for them. The laugh went around the room like a dropped plate. I did not move. I was sitting in the Mei family section with my hands in my lap, and I heard several hundred people laugh at the fact of my own life, and Tao's jaw was locked so hard I could see it from where I sat. Then Gao Shen made his bet, a silver-white magical artifact sword, on the table against the Mei family, and to be sporting, he said, we would not compete in alchemy, we would compete on the written exam. He was giving away the advantage on purpose in public, so that refusing would be worse than losing. Tao put up a bottle of Windwalker's elixir and turned to us. Are you confident? Meibo said, Grandpa Tao, and stopped there, which was answer enough. I said, Uncle Tao, if we win, do we get anything? He nearly laughed. Here's what nobody in that hall knew. A written exam on Tier 1 alchemy for a man holding the entire Tier 1 compendium at maximum proficiency is not an exam. It is a reading comprehension test with the answers printed on the back. So I slowed down, I doodled, I chewed the brush, I got 2 questions wrong on purpose, and then, for the sake of my nerves, I checked them 3 times to make sure they were wrong in a believable way. There was one question near the end I could not resist. It asked about the distribution of mental energy during the final forming stage of a top-grade Tier 1 pill. That is not a student question. That is a question only a high-grade alchemist has ever needed to answer, and it was in there as a trap to see whether anybody in the room was operating above their stated level. I answered it. I watched the Zhuan family elder supervising my Rao read my paper. Stop, go back, and read it again. They counted down from 10th, 88, 89, 90. Third place, a Zhuan family boy, 93. Second place, Gao Chang of the Zhao family, 95, and Gao Xuan was already on his feet saying the sword would be staying home after all. First place, the reader said, and paused and frowned at the name. Xuan Duan, 97. Nobody stood up. The hall started murmuring because there was no clan section attached to that name, and in the entire history of that conference, no unaffiliated alchemist had ever come first. Me, I said. It came out quieter than I meant it to. The Mei family section turned around. Gao Xuan said, "That's not possible," in the voice of a man watching his own sword walk away, and Tao stood up and started laughing, an enormous, ugly, delighted laugh, and slapped the table and told the hall that yes, Xuanduan was indeed the Mei family's married-in son-in-law. The room that had laughed 10 minutes earlier did not make a sound. Elder Zhao, Tao said, holding out one hand. The sword. Gao Xuan threw it. It landed hard enough to skid. This isn't finished, he said. Off you go, said Tao to his back. Stray dog. That night, the Xuan family threw a banquet, and the Zhao family did not attend it, which I noticed, and everyone else did not. We came back to the restaurant late. I picked up the cup of water on my table and stopped with it an inch off the wood. There is a powder, medium grade, colorless, odorless, dissolves before it hits the bottom, that takes a cultivator's mind apart from the inside. It leaves exactly one trace, which is a faint dull ring on the glaze where the liquid sat. I put the cup down, then I had a problem, which was that I could not warn my master. Because the second sentence out of his mouth would be, how does a son-in-law who has been studying alchemy for 18 months know what mind-scattering powder looks like at a glance? And there is no good answer to that question, so I did the other thing. I let myself into Tao's room with the spare door plate and found him face down across his own table, breathing, deeply and thoroughly unconscious. I got him into the bed, I put the covers over him, and then I sat down in his chair in the dark and waited, because if they had drugged the old man, they were coming for the old man. And I wanted the body found in this room so that every suspicion in the building pointed at whoever the Zhao family had paid. I sat there for 2 hours with the explosive spirit pill in my hand, an inch from my mouth, slumped forward like a man face down in his own dinner. I was not frightened. I want to be truthful about that, because it is not flattering. My hands were shaking, and it was not fear. The door opened without a sound. A shadow crossed the floor, and a blade came for my neck. I swallowed the pill. 10 minutes of Gao refining level 8 arrived in my body like a wall falling on me from the inside, and I turned and I put fire in his face at a distance of 18 inches. He did not get up. Then I went to the corner of the room and was extremely, comprehensively sick, and I stayed down there on my knees for a while. First one, 2 lifetimes, and that was my first one. Then I got up and washed my face and left him where he lay and went up to the 9th floor because somebody had told the Zhao family which room the old man was sleeping in, and that person worked in this building, and that person was going to be awake. There was one lit window on the 9th floor. I knocked, politely. I kept knocking without saying anything until he opened the door out of pure nerve failure. He was fast. He put a wall of vines across the room and I put fire through it, and about 4 seconds in, he got a look at my face and shrieked that I was not Gao Ye. No, I agreed. I'm not Gao Ye. I put him through the bed frame. He started begging immediately. The Zhao family had made him do it. He had a family. He had never wanted any of it. I did not kill him. I want to be clear that this was not mercy. I took out a small brown pill and threw it onto the mattress next to his hand. Eat it. What is it? Eat it or don't. Those are the options. He ate it. That, I said, is called a spirit pill. He looked hopeful for about a second. It's a tier 1 high-grade poison. Without the antidote, in 24 hours, every drop of spiritual energy in your body drains out and never comes back. You'll live. You just won't be a cultivator anymore. You'll be a man who used to be one. He went the color of the sheet. 2 things, I said. First, this bottle goes into the Zhao family's food. Second, there is a body in a room downstairs and you work here. So I imagine you know how bodies leave this building. He was nodding before I finished. They tried to poison me, I said on my way out. It seems only polite. I felt the pill's strength go out of me on the stairs, right on the 10-minute mark, like somebody switching off a light. Tao woke at dawn, searched his own room, and found nothing missing and nothing wrong. I strolled in mid-morning and told him, with great concern, that something had happened last night. Someone had tried to get into his room. Fortunately, the restaurant's own people had caught it. Then I produced the restaurant's own people in the form of one very cooperative staff member who confirmed every word and assured Great Master Mei that Tianxia Restaurant would investigate the matter with the utmost seriousness. At the door, I handed him the antidote. The master asks, he murmured, whether the business with the Zhao family has been dealt with. It's done. The practical exam was the next day in the Xuan family's own hall, and I acquired a problem on the way in. She was fourth in the written exam. Xuan family of Qingcheng, blue robe, eyes like polished stone, and she stepped straight into my path. How do you make bishui pills? That was the 100-point question, the one I answered. I asked why a clan alchemist would not already know, and her face did something complicated. My family, she said, does not permit me any contact with these things. Xuan Yue. I did not know that name yet, and I would not understand it for another 40 years. I turned her down as gently as I could manage. She looked at me for a moment longer than was comfortable and walked away, and I stood there thinking that every single family in this world appears to be quietly eating one of its own. Xuan Shuntian opened the practical exam by asking where the Zhao family had gone. They had left, someone said, right after breakfast, in a hurry. I looked at the floor and thought about a bottle and kept my face extremely still. 7 contestants left, 5 sect places. The safe play was the big pill, which everybody in that room could produce in their sleep. I took the 5 grains pill, which is 2 difficulty steps up. Tao's expression, from the gallery, said quite clearly, does this idiot know how to make that? The technique I used makes the medicinal liquid throw off white smoke about 2/3 of the way through. Every alchemist in that hall knows what white smoke means. White smoke means the mixture is about to tear itself apart, and somebody in the gallery said, loudly and cheerfully, that the Mei family boy was about to fail. The Xuan family's alchemist turned to my master and smiled at him. Tao gripped the rail and said nothing, entirely certain I had just humiliated him in front of 5 clans. The liquid stopped smoking and settled. What refining method is that? Somebody said. 2 pills came out. Only 2. Zhuan Ye had 5. The judge marked me 4 out of 10 on quantity and 7 on difficulty, and then leaned over the tray to write and stopped and picked one up. Top grade, he said, 10 points. The hall went off like a dropped tray. Even a tier 1 top grade alchemist cannot reliably produce a top quality 5 grains pill. It is not a skill thing. It is a temperament thing and a luck thing, and it is the sort of result that makes old men question their entire careers. I put on the face of a boy who has just gotten extremely lucky and is a bit embarrassed about it. 21 points. 4th of 7. A place to study inside the Qingyuan sect, opening in 2 years, once the other 3 great crafts finished picking. Tao took us to dinner and drank too much and kept demanding to know where I had learned to make top-grade pills, since he certainly had not taught me. You told us to read the old texts, I said. I didn't expect it to work first time. Meibo moved food around his plate and did not look up once. Xuan Yue found me the next morning with a better offer. She had been inside the Qingyuan sect twice. She knew what the place actually was, how it's selected, who ran it, what happened to outsiders in it. She would trade all of that for the bishui recipe. I did not want to give her the method. Methods travel. Not the method, I said. 20 bishui pills. She thought about it for exactly 2 seconds. Deal. We flew home in 7 days, and Xuan Duan was standing at the gate, one sleeve empty and pinned. 4 days of beard. He had come out to meet me himself, which cost him something, and the first thing he said was that as long as the family let him stay, he was content. I started to apologize for the front line. He put his hand on my shoulder and told me he knew, and that it was fine, and that at least I had come back alive. I have thought about that sentence more than he will ever know. Inside my own gate, Fen hit me at a dead run. Xuan went directly to the kitchen without a word of greeting, and Ling was away in the blessed land and had left instructions that I was not to be disturbed until I had eaten. Husband, Fen said, hanging off my arm, do you look at yourself in the mirror every day, or is it just for us? Meibo had been quietly removed from Tao's courtyard while we were gone. My own reward arrived 3 days later, and it was a manor, not in the collateral quarter, in the ring immediately around the core area where the family puts the people it has decided to keep. Then Tao sat me down and asked whether I would be his disciple. I had been his apprentice for a year and a half. Chiang apprentice is a pair of hands. A disciple is an inheritance. Full transmission, herbs at cost, unrestricted use of his pill rooms, and his name in front of mine anywhere in the family it might matter. I found out later why he did it, and it was not affection. He was 81 years old. He was never going to reach foundation establishment, and when he died, the Mei family's entire alchemy tradition died in the same room as him, unless he handed it to somebody first. He had looked around for somebody, and the only person in the compound who could actually carry it was a married-in son-in-law with a grade 9 root. The news went through that family like a fire through a dry field. Mei Jun began sending resources to my gate daily and beamed at me and told everyone within earshot that he had always known. Of course you always knew, I thought. You never once looked at me. I named the manor Xuan Garden, not Mei, not the families, not the branches. Mine, with my own surname on the plaque, in a compound where everything for 400 years had been named after somebody else. Xuan Duan turned up on moving day with a dozen men to carry boxes. They were what was left of my batch. 8 high-quality, 40-odd standard, and here they were. 12 of them, one-armed and scarred, and hoping that the son-in-law who had made good would remember them. I paid every man 3 bigu pills for the day's work. Xuan Duan watched me do it and said quietly, "Brother Xuan, do you really want to draw the line that clearly?" "I don't want to owe anyone," I said, "and I don't want anyone to owe me." Then I said the rest of it because he deserved it straight. We were friends. After today, we probably would not be able to stay in touch. Take care of yourself. He nodded and went, and I stood in my new gate feeling like a man who had done something necessary and cheap at the same time. Xuan Garden had 3 floors, a training room the family had blessed itself, and 1 wall in common with the core area. The night we moved in, Mei Ru gave birth to a daughter, Xuan Min, 10 years, and that same night the system pinged again, and the wheel came around and handed me Tier 2 poison making. Tier 2, the tier that works on a foundation establishment cultivator. I sat on the floor of my brand new manor with the entire 2nd-tier poison catalog unfolding behind my eyes and thought, with some concern about the direction of my life, that at this rate I was going to end up the most respectable drug lord in the province. Ling came back from the Blessed Land with news that made no sense. The Zhao family had walked away from the spirit mine. No terms, no compensation, no final battle. 3 years of dead men on both sides, and they had simply stopped coming, and the mine was Mei property now. The family declared a banquet. I sat in my own courtyard that evening, turning a cup around and thinking a thought I did not enjoy. Because a bottle of poison in a longevity clan's breakfast is an insult, not a war-ending event. Something else had happened, and I had walked into the middle of it wearing a black robe and thinking I was clever. Ling caught me not sleeping. "Your heart went strange," she said, "when you talked about the examination day." "You can hear my heart? I can hear yours." So I gave her a piece of the truth with a girl's name in it, which was that an alchemist from the Xuan family had taken an interest in my recipes. "I'm not that kind of woman," she said with tremendous dignity. We both remembered exactly how she had reacted when the 3 sisters arrived. Neither of us said anything. The banquet was for principal wives only, which meant Ling on my arm and the others at home, and it took me about 10 minutes to learn the most useful thing I learned that year. The collateral branches congratulated me, warmly, some of them, and enviously, most. Then a man from the main family walked past our table, loud enough for 4 tables to hear, and observed that a married-in son-in-law, who was barely a novice alchemist, really did not have the qualifications to be in this hall. Mei Jun's jaw set. He did not say a word, and I sat there and finally saw the pattern I had been missing for 2 years. Every single person who had ever gone out of their way to grind me down had been main family. 3rd Miss, Mei Bo's backers, Steward Mei Fu, not the family, a faction inside the family. Later, in a corner near the garden door, I met the only person in that room who was not looking at me like a stain. She was in pale green, and she had 2 characters in her name, which in that compound means main family and nothing else, and she introduced herself as the 5th Miss, Mei Ru. "You're not going to tell me I don't belong here?" I said. "I don't like getting involved in the struggles." Struggles, I thought. Plural. Do go on. She went on, a little because she was young and because I looked harmless. The Zhao family had not simply given up. It was to do with the mine, and there was something else tangled in it, something to do with heretical cultivators. Then her grandfather came into the hall, and she was gone between one word and the next, and Ling appeared at my elbow with a smile you could have used to cut glass and asked whether I had enjoyed my conversation with the 5th Miss. The reward list was read out at the end of the evening. Every alchemist who had worked the war was on it. I was not. I went to Mei Jun the next morning and told him calmly that Ling was my legal wife, which in that house is not a sentimental statement. It is a declaration that we are standing on the same square of the board. He looked at me for a while and then told me as much as he was willing to. The thing eating the Mei family had two factions in it. Right now, both of them were staring at the same new spirit mine, because whichever one ended up controlling it would tip everything else. That was all. He would not name names, and he would not explain why my name had been left off a list. I walked home feeling water pulling at my ankles. The system, with impeccable timing, chose that week to hand me the strangest prize yet, innate Gao. Suitable for children under 3 years of age, significantly improves innate Qi and cultivation potential. Under 3. I stood there in my pill room and asked out loud what exactly I was supposed to do with that, since the last time I checked, I was 20 and had a wife who could hear my heartbeat. Then I went and found Anli, who was 11 months old and had recently learned to fall over on purpose because it made his aunt laugh, and I used it on him. Tao's gift arrived the same week, and it was not small. A pill furnace that was itself a magical artifact, with array patterns worked into the metal that hold the flame steady and read the temperature for you. In a top-grade refinement, temperature control is where most attempts die. He had handed me a permanent increase to my success rate and called it a housewarming present. The family attached a quota to it, 20 big pills a month. I made them in 3 days and spent the rest of the month on other things. 2 more pregnancies that season, and both spins came out significant. The first was the giant bare body refining art. High grade at the QE level, 5 stages, and 1 line of description that I read about 9 times. Below the QE level, the physical body is invincible. The catch is that body refining does not run on effort. It runs on heaven and earth treasures, 1 grade rarer at every stage, and it is the single most expensive hobby available to a poor man in this world. The second spin gave me a spirit beast, Snow Mountain Spirit Cat, Tier 3. Tier 3, at maturity, sits roughly where a golden core cultivator sits. It throws illusions as a cub, and it takes about 100 years to grow up. Fortunately, I thought, the one thing I have in bulk is time. I took a half-day pass and walked through Maple Leaf City for the first time since the day they brought me here. It is a good city. I want that on the record. 900,000 people, canals down the middle of the main streets, a whole district that smells of medicinal steam. I bought herbs, then I bought 20 spirit stones worth of the finest pet food in the province, which the shopkeeper assured me was normally sold to men with hunting falcons. Then I found an empty alley and released the cat. He came out the size of my palm. White, ridiculous, with eyes like 2 chips of sky, and he sat in my hand and yawned at me. "All right," I said. "From now on, you're my pet." I brought him home as a present for the children. Mei Fen took one look and adopted him on the spot, and Xiao Bai spent the next 20 years being carried around that house like a bag of flour by whoever got to him first. Body refining stage 1 was less charming. You need a bronze cauldron big enough to sit in, a firewood pit, and a shopping list that includes a green snake a meter long, a spider the size of a fist, and a sealed jade bottle of beast blood. Ling came into the courtyard while the water was going black, looked at the cauldron, looked at me, and asked whether this was body refining or whether I had finally decided to poison the whole household at once. You climb in when it is just short of unbearable. Your skin tells you very clearly that it is about to come off. Then you start the mantra and the whole thing goes cool, and you sit in the dark in a pot for 2 hours and come out feeling like somebody has replaced your bones with better bones. Every 5 days for a month, then a month in the blessed land, and I came out at Gao refining level 2 middle. The cat, in the same period, went from the length of my palm to the length of my forearm, and Fen kept carrying him anyway. Then Tao tried to marry me to his granddaughter, Manhua, direct line, 6th grade spirit root, and absolutely furious about the whole idea, which I could hear through the wall before I ever met her. "Grandfather," she said, "why would you marry me to a son-in-law who married in?" "Because," said Tao, "this one may reach Tier 2. That is not a small sentence. A Tier 2 alchemist is a person whom Foundation establishment cultivators are polite to. He was telling his own granddaughter to place a long bet on a man with the worst root in the compound. They left us alone in the room. She looked at me and got straight to it. "Do you like me?" I would like to note, for the record, that every woman in this family opens with a hook to the jaw. I was warming to the idea. A 6th grade root is 4 grades above anything in my house, and 4 grades above is a different quality of child, and a different quality of child is a different quantity of years. Then she named her terms, principal wife, and no other wives or concubines ever afterwards, and there it was. Because if I agree to that, the engine stops. Not slows. Stops. Every year of my life after that sentence comes out of my own cultivation and nothing else, and I go back to being a grade 9 root with 200 years and a nice house. So I sat back and said, cheerfully and at volume, that personally I would take as many wives as the family would let me have. Her face did something remarkable. "What?" she said. "Is that supposed to mean?" I was extremely polite for the remaining 90 seconds of that conversation. Tao saw straight through it and did not punish me for it, which is the second nicest thing anyone did for me in that decade. He only asked one question, and he asked it heavily, because she wanted to be the legal wife. He watched my face. Or do you know something? Then, before I could answer, the family head arranged this match. Are you certain you don't want to reconsider? And then, when I still said nothing, you're my disciple. Nothing is going to happen to you. I went home and tried an experiment. I asked Juan over dinner in a light voice what she thought would happen if I ever went against the main family. She went white to the lips and her chopsticks hit the table. I told her I was joking. She did not eat anything else that night. Mei Jun arrived the next morning and finally drew me the map. The Mei family is run by a council of 10 elders. 5 of them follow the family head, Mei Yong. 4 of them follow the Grand Elder, who is the family's master of formations. That is 9, and 9 is an odd number, and the 10th seat is alchemy. The 10th seat is Mei Tao. Tao is 81. Without a foundation establishment breakthrough, he has 20 or 30 years at the outside, and when he goes, his craft goes to his disciple, and so does his vote. I had married into Mei Jun's line. Mei Jun belongs to the Grand Elder's faction, which meant that the moment the old man died, the main family lost the council, and a council can vote out a family head. The man they had originally groomed for that seat was Mei Bo, and the fastest, cleanest way to fix all of it, without killing anybody or starting a scandal, was to marry the future 10th vote to a main family girl and make her his principal wife. That is why Tao had been ordered to offer me his granddaughter. Had the Grand Elder not moved first, and had the old man not been soft, that girl would simply have been installed in Mei Ling's place. I sat with that for a long moment. The main family had built me. They had gone out to a mountain and bought 40 desperate boys and handed the least promising of them to the least important daughter of a suppressed branch. And in doing so, they had accidentally assembled the one thing that could take their council apart. They won't kill you, Mei Jun said. They'll bury you, slowly, where nobody has to watch. Ling was 6 months along and had been listening from the doorway. She came and put her hand flat on the back of mine. I'm your wife, she said. Let me carry some of it. Don't worry, I said. I know what I'm doing. Good. She did not move her hand. We're with you, all of us. I was invited to tea 9 days later. The Grand Elder's manor is not a manor, it is a garden with a house in it, and he was sitting under a tree in white robes reading something he had clearly read before. The tea he poured relieves mental strain, he said. It cost more per cup than my old monthly stipend. I told him I only wanted to study alchemy and had not thought about anything else. He laughed at me, not unkindly. You think far too much, he said. A few loose words, and you see knives everywhere. Then he set the cup down and stopped smiling. You are the family's hope now. As for the fighting, that is not your concern. I can promise you that no one will lay a hand on you, so do not disappoint us. And then, in the same breath, without any transition whatsoever, I also have a granddaughter of marriageable age. I asked for time to think about it. What I was actually thinking about was not the politics, it was whether this one was also going to prohibit concubines. I got home in the late afternoon, and a small person broke away from his nurse and came at me across the courtyard at a dead sprint, falling over roughly every 4th step and getting up again without noticing. Father, Anli was 2. I had learned a minor technique that month purely so I could make things fly, because I had discovered that a wooden horse moving 3 feet off the ground is the greatest thing that has ever happened to a 2-year-old. He had given his rocking horse away. I found this out because I went looking for it. Mother says I'm the eldest brother, he explained patiently to the idiot adult. So I have to look after the little ones. If my brother wants it, I give it to him. So I flew the wooden horse with both of them on it. Anli in front, Lei hanging on behind, screaming with joy at a volume that brought 2 maids out of the kitchen. Long cried, as he always cried, every single time, and when Mei Wen picked him up he howled that he did not want to, and the entire courtyard fell apart laughing, including Ling, who I had not heard laugh out loud before. Jing ignored the flying horse entirely. Jing wanted the cat. I stood in the middle of my own courtyard in a hostile compound in a violent world and thought, with total clarity, if this fight ever reaches these people, I stop running from it. That night, in the dark, I asked Ling a question I had been carrying for a month. If you weren't the legal wife anymore, would that change anything for you? She sat up. What shocked her, I understood later, was not the possibility. She had grown up in a house where a woman's position was decided by other people over her head, and she had made her peace with that before she was 12. What shocked her was that I had asked, because in this world the strong are respected and the weak are furniture, and I did not owe her the question, and no man she had ever heard of had asked it. She cried, which I handled badly. I don't care whether I'm the legal wife, she said into my shoulder. As long as I'm with you, that's all of it. Maywen finally conceived that spring, which took longer than any of the others, and taught me something about my own engine that I did not enjoy. The higher I climbed, the harder it got. The system was not slowing down out of spite. A cultivator's body simply stops being ordinary, and ordinary is where children come from. So the lottery was never going to be the main road. The lottery was a supplement, and my actual realm was the thing that mattered, and the two of them were quietly working against each other. The spin was worth it anyway. Linksy Jade, Tier 1 High Grade. It calms the mind, blocks mental attacks outright, and sharply increases mental energy, which was the exact wall I had been hitting every time I tried a top-grade refinement. It had one side effect I discovered at dinner, which was that the cat could no longer lie to me. I felt the illusion arrive, a soft tug behind the eyes, and I felt the jade shrug it off. And a second later, Jing looked around the courtyard with her lip going and asked Xiaobai where the kite had gone. I had just walked through my daughter's kite and killed it. There was a whole table that night. 6 children arguing, Fen feeding the cat off her own plate, Zhuan trying to get somebody to eat a vegetable, Ling pretending not to laugh, Wen with her hand on her stomach. I wanted to take a picture of it. There are no cameras in this world. It has bothered me for 60 years. My next month in the Blessed Land came with a promotion I had not asked for. My assigned room had moved from the outer ring into the inner circle, where the main family's own children cultivate, where the flow of spiritual energy is dozens of times what the outside gets. That was the good news. The bad news arrived while I was in there. The new spirit mine had been attacked, not by the Zhao family, by something nobody could name, with heavy losses, and the word coming back through the compound was that heretical cultivators were involved. The council sent formation masters out to reinforce it, and the council sent the entire first batch of married-in son-in-laws to garrison it. I did the roll call in my head that evening, because somebody should have. 40-odd men on that road at the bottom of the mountain. 8 of us marked high quality, 2/3 of them dead in one war. The rest posted to a mine that things came out of at night. By that spring, of every man who walked onto that flying boat with me, I was the only one still standing inside the Mei family. I broke through to level 2 great perfection and came home to a boy with a wooden sword. Anli was a year and a half. He had watched me fly the horse, and he had drawn the obvious conclusion, and he now wanted to stand on the sword while it flew. Ambitious, I said. Yes, he agreed, having no idea what the word meant. Ling was days from her next. And Xuan Duan, one arm and all, had been taken on as an apprentice by one of the family's formation masters. I sat on that news for a while. Formations are one of the 4 great crafts. A man with a real talent for them, given 20 or 30 years, might be able to buy back a limb. He could leave the compound whenever he liked now without reporting. Leaving the city still needed permission, but it was a start, and I had thought he was finished, and I was glad to be wrong. I met Bai Jian on the 4th floor of Tianxia Restaurant in Maple Leaf City, which is where they seek customers with spirit roots. I heard it through the partition. A thud, then a woman's voice cut off. I want to say something about this world. It sells people, openly, in daylight, with paperwork. There are shops for it. Everyone in that dining room heard the same thing I heard, and everyone kept eating, and none of them were bad people. They were just people who had grown up here. I had grown up somewhere with 9 years of compulsory education and a great many rules about this exact thing, and it turns out that does not wash off. I knocked. When the door opened 4 inches, I put my foot in it. The man on the other side was twice my weight and had the specific confidence of somebody who has never once been interrupted. He started to explain what he would do to me. I held up the Mei family token. He went down on both knees so fast his teeth clicked. He had been blind, he said. He had been blind. He had not known, please. Get out. He got out. The girl on the floor was 18 or 19 and out cold. I got a pill into her and she came around, saw a strange man, went rigid, and then folded up and cried for about 10 minutes straight while I stood there holding a handkerchief like an idiot. Bai Jian, from Lianyan City, which is a place nobody in this province has ever heard of. I was honest with her because she had had enough of the other thing. I told her I wanted something. I wanted a face to sit at my table for half a day so that anybody watching the Mei family's son-in-law would go on watching a man having lunch. She said yes before I finished. That afternoon, I bribed a waiter to tell me who was watching me, learned that my own family had put a man on me, waited for him to go and eat, and then took my pills to a Mei family shop and walked the price from 8 spirit stones to 11 by standing up and putting my coat on. 110 stones for 10 pills. I did not sell them my top-grade work, and it had nothing to do with price. There was an aura in the back room of that shop, the kind that makes the hair on your arms think about it, and a top-grade pill from an unknown black-robed man would have brought whoever owned that aura out through the curtain. A cultivator followed me out. I let him follow me into an alley and dropped a cloud of Tier 1 high-grade poison mist in it, and he was asleep before he got a word out. They will always underestimate me, I thought, walking away. They see Gao refining level 2, and they stop thinking. Nobody looks at a man that weak and wonders what he might be carrying. Then I went back and did the family's watcher on the 8th floor with the leftovers, on principle. He woke up thoroughly baffled and complained loudly about which blind fool had gassed him, and he crossed my name off entirely because a man of my level obviously could not possibly have poison. Bai Jian could not go home. Lianyun City is farther than Rock City and in the wrong direction, through country where a girl with a 6th grade route and no escort is not a traveler, she is inventory. Can you take me home? No. She cried again and said to the floor that she should never have run away. So I gave her the only offer I had, which was to come back with me. And I explained the catch, which is that the Mei family does not open its gate to strangers, and there is exactly one category of woman that gate does open for. You'd have to come in as mine, I said, on paper, pretending. She thought about it and nodded. At the gate, the officer glanced at her, waved us through, and mentioned in passing that she was a 6th grade route. I turned my head so fast I nearly pulled something. 6th grade. 4 grades above my wife. Whatever a 6th grade mother produces, it is not a grade 9, and whatever it is, the counter under my route pays for it. That is the first thing I thought. Not the last, but the first. The household absorbed her in about a day. The wives decided she was a guest, the children decided she was an older sister, and the cat decided she was furniture and slept on her. We shared a room and nothing else, which I made clear on the first night in the least gallant way possible. Don't worry, I won't touch you. I paused. And if I did, could you actually stop me? She threw a cushion at me. Then every single morning for a month, I woke up with her arm across my chest and her face in my shoulder, and she would lie absolutely still with her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep until I got up, entirely confident that I always woke later than she did. I always woke first. I just enjoyed the show. Her real name came out 3 weeks in, and it was worse than I expected. She was not a runaway from a merchant house. She was direct line nobility of a longevity clan, the Bai family, and she had run away from home the way rich children run away from home and got 15 miles. Which would have been merely embarrassing, except for the geography. The Bai family served the Qimang sect. The Mei family served the Qingyuan sect. Those two sects are not rivals. They are enemies of the sort that has a body count and a history. If the Mei family found out who was sitting in my courtyard, no letter would ever leave this compound, and neither would she. I told her all of it, straight, because she deserved to know what she was standing on. She cried again, and I stood there with my hand on her head like a man patting a horse, and I said the only thing I had. If I ever get out of here, I'll find a way to get your letter home. There was a manor in the city that I did not know existed. In it, a man in a black robe stood over the body of the brute from the restaurant and called him trash. He had had that girl taken all the way to Maple Leaf City on purpose, because Maple Leaf City is the last place her family would look, and because she was worth a great deal more than the man who took her ever understood. Somebody in the dark offered to get her out. They had an acquaintance inside the Mei family. The man in the black robe drew a circle on the tabletop with one finger. The master will not wait, he said. Hurry. The 7th child came that autumn. Congratulations. 30-year lifespan bonus. This offspring possesses an 8th grade spirit root, 2 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th grade spirit root, 5 of 100. I sat down on the corridor floor. Ling is a 7th grade root. I am a 9th. Chang, 8th grade child out of that pairing, was a long shot, and it paid 30 years and 2 points instead of 20 and 1. And the latter assembled itself in front of me in one piece. A 6th grade mother makes a 7th grade child. A 7th grade child pays 3 points. Push the counter to 100, and my own route moves up a grade, and then every child after that starts from higher, and the whole thing spirals. 100 points is not far. 100 points is arithmetic. She was a girl. I called her Xuan Ning, and the older children queued up to hold her and dropped her precisely 0 times, which I consider a family achievement. Bai Jian stood at the edge of that room watching a household make a fuss over a baby, and her eyes went red, and Xuan took her hand without looking at her. You'll have your own, Xuan said. Don't stand in the doorway. I went to Shuchen Garden to show my master that I had reached Tier 1 mid-grade, which I had been sitting on for 4 months for the sake of a believable timeline. Third Miss Mei Su was standing at his bench. She did not recognize me. 2 years earlier, she had put me on the flagstones and threatened my eyes, and she looked straight through me with the mild disinterest of a woman inspecting a chair. Disciple, Tao said. From today, the 3rd young miss is also my disciple. I stood there while the ceiling came down. The main family had spent 2 years failing to marry the alchemy seat back into their pocket, so they had stopped trying to buy the seat and started trying to grow a second one, and they had put the family head's own granddaughter into my master's workshop. Also, and I want this understood, that made her my junior sister. We had a small silent war at the doorway of the pill room about who went in first, conducted entirely in courtesies, which I won by losing. Then I gave the performance of my life. I sweated, I shook, I bit my lip until it split, because a split lip sells exhaustion better than any amount of acting. I staggered when I stood up. Mei Su watched me from the next bench with the patient expression of a woman waiting for a man to fall over, and I took out of the furnace a raw spirit pill, which is the exact, unmistakable textbook marker of a Tier 1 mid-grade alchemist. Not one grade higher, not one grade lower. I have never worked harder at anything in my life, and the hard part had nothing to do with the pill. Mei Su, who had studied for 3 years, failed to produce even a low-grade one that afternoon. At the gate, she stopped in front of me and said it perfectly evenly. Xuan Duan, I'm going to surpass you. The third miss is enormously talented, I said, bowing. I'm sure she'll go much further than I ever will. That was true, incidentally, just not in the way either of us meant it. 2 weeks later, I walked into the pill room and found her working alone. She had not heard me. Every trace of the ice was gone. Her hands moved between the liquid and the flame like she was born doing it, quick and certain and absolutely absorbed. And when the batch took, the corner of her mouth came up and she made a small pleased sound to nobody. Then she saw me and the shutters came down so hard I nearly heard them. How long have you been there? 7 pills in that batch. She was about to break through. I said something polite and left, and I thought about it for a while afterward, because it is easy to hate a person and considerably harder to hate a person you have watched be happy about something. I was in a cauldron full of scorpions when the manor across the way sold my household out. Body refining stage 2 involves red light, a noise like a very large bear expressing an opinion, and a level of pain that required the Lynxy Jade to step in and talk me down. Xuan delivered clean clothes to the door and did not ask any questions anymore, which I took as a sign of a healthy marriage. That same afternoon, a man from the Heihuan sect walked into Xuan Garden without being stopped once. Bai Jian was pushing a swing. He came across that courtyard like weather, hit her once at the base of the neck, and was over the wall with her before anybody's mouth was open. Anli started screaming that they had taken his mother. Ling went off the second-floor balcony without using the stairs. She is level 5 Gao refining, and she was 6 weeks out from a birth, and she still lost him inside 100 yards because he had a wind attribute root and she did not. I came home to my children standing in the middle of the courtyard crying. Then the captain of the family guard arrived and asked me, in a tone I did not appreciate, exactly what the background of the woman I had brought home was and warned me about the consequences of concealment. I told him nothing, and I went inside, and I opened a drawer. Here is a thing I had been doing for a year and a half and had told nobody. Every single person in Xuan Garden, my wives, my children, the maids, the cook, the cat, had been quietly carrying a harmless marker compound in their system for months. It does nothing. It is inert. It cannot be tasted or smelled or detected, and it reacts with exactly one other substance which only I know how to make, and when it does, it throws purple sparks and a smell like burnt plum. I had poisoned my entire family to protect them. I am aware of how that sounds. I have never once regretted it. I walked to the place where the trail died and sprayed the reagent into the air, and the courtyard lit up purple. In my pocket I had bone-eroding powder, Tier 2, low grade. I went after him. The trail ended at a manor 4 streets from my own, and it belonged to Mei Kai, Tier 1 high-grade talisman master, Gao refining level 8, Grand Elder faction, which is to say my own side. I stood outside that gate for a good 30 seconds and had an honest conversation with myself, and the honest conversation went, this is a very large man on your own team, and the woman inside is not your wife, is not your family, and is not, strictly speaking, anything of yours at all. Then I knocked. I did not accuse him. I stood in his hall and told him, with my voice doing something regrettable, that I was deeply attached to that concubine and that I would go to any length to find her. She's a woman, he said. She isn't even Mei family. You'd really go to any length? I'm nobody, my lord. I have no power and no standing, but I have to do something. Such as? Such as, I said, going to see the head of the family. Silence. That sentence has no threat in it anywhere. Read it again. There is nothing in it but a helpless man saying he might go and ask for help. What it actually said was, lose her, and tomorrow I marry whichever main family girl they put in front of me, and the 10th seat on the council goes to your enemies, and the entire structure you have spent 30 years building comes apart because you wanted a favor from somebody with a black robe. His hand closed on the arm of his chair. I understand, he said. I'll look into it. I bowed my way out and walked home thinking, right bet. What happened after I left, I only pieced together later. Kai went and told the Heihuan sect man to hand her back. The Heihuan sect man could not. He said as much. If he went home without her, his master would kill him. So he hit an 8th level talisman master from behind. He was 2 full realms below him. A talisman came off Kai's sleeve and turned into a white tiger the size of a horse, and the windows papered themselves shut and went gold when the man touched them, and it was over in under a minute. The official story was a lone Heihuan sect intruder discovered by chance dealt with. The guard captain came back and asked me his questions again, and I lied to him with a completely open face because the only witness who could contradict either of us was dead and both of us knew it. Mei Kai was quietly transferred to the spirit mine some months later, but that is further along. She woke up in my courtyard and grabbed 2 fistfuls of my collar. I thought I'd never see you again. I let her cry until she stopped. Then I told her it would not happen again, and I meant it, and I have kept that one. She let go of my collar, wiped her face with the back of her wrist, and said, in a voice that had no wobble in it at all, "Xuanduan, marry me. Are you sure?" At breakfast the next morning, Fen looked at the pair of us over her bowl and observed that poor Jian had been terribly frightened yesterday, and was it really necessary to keep tormenting her like this? I was comforting her. "And when," said Fen, "do I get comforted?" Zhuan kicked her under the table and pointed at the baby. Tao put a name to the intruder for me. The Heihuan sect. Qing evil sect, in the technical sense that the state has declared it so, which once held 1/3 of the Huoyuan kingdom on the strength of a dual cultivation method that produced golden core cultivators, and, at its peak, something worse. The royal family and the immortal sects went in together and broke it about 400 years ago. A centipede, Tao said, does not die just because you cut it in half. That same afternoon, Mei Su produced her first raw spirit pill, and for about 1.5 seconds I saw a 22-year-old girl be uncomplicatedly happy about something she had earned. Then the ice came back on like a shutter, and she lifted her chin at me on her way past. At the gate, she stopped. "If all you ever do is marry and have children," she said, "you'll end up as one more face in the crowd, a stepping stone." "Junior sister," I said, "I do hope you perform well at the conference." It was the words junior sister that got her. I watched it land. Then I went home and made wind-slaying powder, tier 2, low grade. It strips a foundation establishment cultivator of every drop of spiritual power, and it ends a Gao refining cultivator permanently. I gave the antidote to every human being inside Zhuan Garden, including the cook. Then I seeded my own house with it, under the eaves, in the gravel, along the wall tops, in the flower beds by the swing. Never again is not a feeling. Never again is inventory. The next spin gave me the second of the 4 great arts. Tier 1 talisman making, maximum proficiency, the full catalog, arriving in my head the way a language you have spoken for 40 years arrives, not information, muscle memory, as though I had spent hundreds of years drawing them and had simply forgotten until now. Alchemy and talismans, 2 of the 4. The Grand Elder invited me back to his garden a week after that. "I'm very curious," he said, pouring tea, "about that woman's identity." Kai had reported the whole conversation, including the part where his most promising asset had gently threatened to defect over a girl. I said something empty. He let me. Then he set the pot down. "Your position has risen. You'll need someone to help you carry it." And that was the end of my ability to decline anything. The dowry came in 3 boxes of spirit wood. The first held a sword. Low-grade magical artifact, a phoenix worked into the hilt in red. Red phoenix. The second held a robe in purple and gold with 4 properties branded into the weave. It fits anyone. It keeps you warm, it keeps you cool, and, the one that actually mattered, it holds your breath in. It conceals your realm. The third held a bagua token with the character for master at its center, which is unrestricted access to the core of the spirit vein blessed land, where one day is a year. I stood in my own hall looking at 3 gifts that were each worth more than everything else I owned combined, and what I felt was not gratitude. The better the gift, the more the main family is going to hate the man who received it. A dowry that generous is not a present. It is a target painted on the front of a house. Her name was Mei Jingxuan, and she was the Grand Elder's own granddaughter, and she was nothing like the last one. She came to Xuan Garden before the wedding on purpose to meet everybody. Anlei walked straight up to her, stared for a while, and announced that the little lady was very beautiful, so I picked him up and handed him over. She held him the way you hold something you have never held before, elbows locked, absolutely rigid, and Anlei looked up at her and said generously that he was being very obedient, and something in her face came apart. She and Bai Jian discovered within 10 minutes that they both liked children more than they liked adults, and by the end of the afternoon they had forgotten I was in the room. She asked about the household rules and how she should address the others. "There aren't any," I said. "I'd rather you were sisters than a chain of command." The wedding was enormous. The main family sent money, which was polite, and the Grand Elder presided over it in person, which was not polite at all. That was a statement, made at volume, in front of the entire clan. "This one is mine, and everyone can see it." I got very drunk and told Ling I would give her a bigger wedding than this one someday. "We don't care about that," she said, taking the cup out of my hand. "Just be good to us, that's all of it." They came for me 5 days later. The main family was sending me to the spirit mine to refine pills for the garrison. The pretext was flawless. I had just certified as Tier 1 mid-grade. Every other alchemist in the family was already deployed. There was no ground on which the council could object, and everybody in that hall knew exactly what was happening, and nobody could say so. Mei Jun told me what the mine actually was, which I appreciated. People disappear there every month. It sits a long way from anybody who could care, and it is run end to end by the main family. I spent 2 days in the core of the Blessed Land with my new token and came out at Gao Refining Level 3. On the flying boat, Steward Mei Fu, who had processed my contract, taken my fingerprint, and threatened me on my second day in the family, leaned over and told me quietly that the Grand Elder said to concentrate on alchemy and not worry about anything else, so he was one of ours, had been the whole time. And if they start something, bear it. I sat with that for a while, watching the ground go past. The sword, the robe, the token. The Grand Elder standing up in front of 400 people to preside over a marriage he did not need to attend. None of that had been a reward. All of it was armor, issued in advance, by a man who already knew where he was sending me. Is he just going to watch? I said. The Grand Elder, said Mei Fu, not unkindly, cannot afford to think only about you. There it was. I had been traded, in a negotiation I was not present for, by the man whose tea I had been drinking, all the potential in the world, and I was still a chip on a table between two old men. The cat was in my lap. I squeezed him without meaning to, and he yowled. Easy, little guy, I said out loud. You think I can't handle you now? Mei Fu looked out of the window and did not say anything, and I am fairly sure he understood exactly who that sentence was addressed to. The mine came up over the horizon an hour later. 100 miles of ridgeline under a shimmering formation dome, shafts cut into the rock like coiled dragons, and every mouth of every shaft was black in a way that ate the daylight around it. My guide was called Mei Shi. Bald, cheerful, built like a door, main family, and entirely without the sneer I had come to expect from that half of the clan. He laid the place out for me on the walk up, at the foot of the mountain, the attic where the guards live, through a stone gate, level 1, which is craftsmen, level 2, which is the 4 great arts and the supervisors, level 3, which is the mine face and the ordinary people who work it. They had housed me on level 1. The formation masters were on level 2. That is not where you put a visiting alchemist. That is where you put a man you want kept several floors below the people he might talk to. My work order arrived on a bamboo slip that evening, more than a dozen types of pill, due by tomorrow night. For the Tier 1 mid-grade alchemist they believed me to be, that quota was not difficult. It was arithmetically impossible. The suppression, I thought, has started. So I tried the direct route first, which is what you do when you want to establish that the direct route is closed. 2 guards accepted a full bottle of Bigu pills from me, which is about 20 spirit stones, against a wage of 3 or 4 a month. For that price, they gave me exactly 1 sentence, that the formation masters live on the 2nd floor, and then explained that the 2nd floor requires a battalion commander's written order. I memorized both their faces and went back to work. I cleared the impossible quota before dinner. A mid-grade alchemist gets 7 or 8 entry-level pills from a batch. I get about 20. Mei Shi brought my food and met the cat and lost his entire mind. I have interrogated a lot of people since. Nothing has ever worked as well as a man who wants to talk about cats. He talked about cats for half an hour. He told me about a cat he had as a child. He asked whether Xiaobai preferred to be scratched under the chin. And in between, without noticing, he told me that only Mei family members eat spiritual food, that everyone on levels 2 and 3 eats ordinary rations, and that every meal on that mountain is cooked in one kitchen at the bottom by a fixed staff. He left. I sat there and put it together. I could not get to level 2. But the resident alchemist gets summoned anywhere on that mountain where somebody is sick, so somebody on level 2 was going to have to get sick. To reach that kitchen, I had to not be myself, which meant the first talisman I ever drew in my life was a disguise talisman. Medium grade, it changes the face, the voice, and the personal aura, and it fails instantly against anyone significantly stronger than the face you are wearing. The face I picked was Mei Shi's, who had just entered level 5. I made 5 of them in an hour and emptied every drop of spiritual energy in my body doing it, and lay on the floor afterwards looking at the ceiling. Then I noticed the ceiling was glowing faintly. The whole mine sits on the spiritual vein. Cultivating in that cell, which they had given me as a punishment, was nearly as good as a month in the family's own blessed land. Upstairs, Mei Shi reported my completed quota to the master of the mine. 4th Elder Mei Cheng did not congratulate anybody. If he finished it before tonight, he said, double tomorrow's, 200 pills. Mei Shi got outside and stood in the corridor wiping his forehead and asked nobody in particular whether alchemy actually kills people. On the Fourth elder's desk there was a letter with the family head's own seal on it. It instructed him to hone Xuanduan to test his limits. Mei Ching had been in that family for 110 years, and he read it correctly on the first pass, which is, press until something breaks and do not write to me about it. He burned it with a flick of one finger. So, he said, they've decided to spend the outsider. I painted sleeping powder onto the cat's paws that morning. Your moment's coming, I told him. He yawned at me. Mei Shi arrived beaming, with news that there was a feast today, and reached straight for Xiaobai and got 4 white lines across the back of his hand. He laughed. He said it was only a kitten. He was Fi. I caught him before his head hit the floor and put him on my bed. I took his likeness onto the talisman. I took his pass token off his belt. I put a low-grade talisman on the outside of my own door, the kind that makes anyone who tries the handle absolutely certain the occupant is asleep inside and it would be rude to knock. Then I walked out through the stone gate wearing another man's face, and the guard on the gate grinned at me. Stone, you're early today. Not going to pet the cat first? The kitchen at the bottom of that mountain was the best room on the whole mine. 6 fires going, broth on all of them, ginger and garlic and red dates, and a stomach that had eaten an hour ago suddenly deciding it had made a mistake. I could not find the second floor's ingredients anywhere. I wandered past the same bench 4 times looking increasingly like a man with a head injury until a dishwasher took pity on me and pointed with his elbow. What's the matter with you? Tonight's lot is all over there. I searched high and low, and then it walked up and introduced itself. That is how most of my best days have gone. I crouched over the second floor's pile, and somebody a few feet away grumbled that their food always looked better than ours, and his neighbor said, what exactly did you expect? And while they were agreeing about the unfairness of the world, I salted it. Then the mountain exploded. Not a figure of speech. A shockwave came down the path and took the doors off their hinges, and somebody was already screaming that the Zhao family was back. I went up the path with everybody else, because a man running the wrong way gets remembered. The sky over the mine was full of cultivators. I will spare you most of it. The version I am willing to tell is that people who were standing were suddenly not standing, and that I understood for the first time in my life what the phrase difference in realm actually costs in bodies. Then 4th Elder Mei Chung answered a shouted challenge and went up. Somebody threw a barrage of top-tier fire talismans at him, the sort of thing that levels a hillside, and Mei Cheng drew a cyan longsword and cut a line straight through the middle of all of it and kept going. The man on the other end went white. You're at the 9th layer, he said. That was the first time I saw Zhao Haochen, though I did not know the name for another 30 years. Tier 1 top-grade talisman master, Zhao family, and he had come to test how strong the mine's master actually was. He got his answer, and he did not like it, so he spent a talisman treasure. A talisman treasure is a sliver of a genuine magic treasure's power, sealed into paper by somebody far above anyone present. It works once. It is the kind of object a clan owns 2 of. It stopped that sword dead in the air and put a crack down the blade. Mei Chung sheathed the ruined thing and asked pleasantly how many more times he thought he could do that. Zhao Haochen withdrew. On the way out, he called back that the mine would be changing hands shortly. The 4th elder stood on the ridge afterwards looking genuinely puzzled, and I understood why, because I was puzzled by the same thing. Why burn a one-use trump card just to measure a man? I went back down the path with a face like paper, because I had watched the whole thing with a pocket full of Tier 2 poison and a talisman treasure of my own, and an explosive spirit pill in a storage space, and I had understood completely and permanently that every single one of those things was decoration. None of it would have kept me alive in that sky for 4 seconds. Realm. Everything else is a garnish. I woke Mei Shi with the antidote and blamed the cat. He was not angry, he was envious. He wanted to know where a man got a pet that could put a level 5 cultivator on the floor, and could he possibly have one? Then he went the color of old rice, because leaving your post during an enemy attack is not a reprimand offense, and I had already built him an alibi and delivered it before he finished panicking. Brother Xuan, he said, gripping my arm, we owe you. Upstairs, the quartermaster counting my finished pills could not make the arithmetic work and eventually decided I must be quietly adding stock of my own, and Mei Shi, whose entire job was to keep me isolated, had decided I was his friend. The poison landed at dinner, exactly as ordered, medium grade, total muscular collapse, no pain, no fever, and no dispelling it below level 7. Nobody dies. Nobody even suffers much. Everybody on level 2 simply stops being able to stand up. Guards came past my door at a run, shouting that there had been a mass poisoning on the 2nd floor, possibly evil cultivators, possibly an infiltration. Then the main family did the one thing I had not planned for, which was refuse to take me up. They brought the patients down to me, on stretchers, 40 of them, so I gave them the performance. I frowned over the samples. I said I had never encountered this compound before, and that it was extremely troublesome. I examined the leftovers from the bowl I had personally seasoned and reported with regret that I could not detect any poison in the food at all. Then I floated a theory. Perhaps something ordinary in the rations had reacted with something particular to the second level's environment, the ore dust, the air down there, the formations. I can't be certain, I said, which means I really do have to go and look at it myself. They held out for 9 hours. Then somebody upstairs did the arithmetic on 40 paralyzed craftsmen and 1 alchemist, and the order came down, and I went up the stairs with a minder on each shoulder. Level 2 is a cavern. A mountain of raw spirit ore in the middle of it, cart tracks running out in 6 directions, a black passage going down. Every door had a man on it. My minder was called Mei Kai, and his sole function was to walk exactly half a pace behind me and be somewhere else whenever I turned around. I worked it room by room, patient after patient, all of them useless, all of them exactly as poisoned as I had made them. Then I opened a door and found a room with a formation plate on the table and a ring of spirit stones on the floor, and an old man lying on the bed. Mei Kai had my arm before I got 2 steps in. I think, he said, the cause is more likely to be outside. I yielded instantly and cheerfully and let him steer me out because I had got what I came for, which was to know that the room existed and where its door was. Upstairs, Mei Cheng sent for the family's own alchemists, ordered a watch put on me, and wrote a letter which he sealed with a restriction talisman that only a level 8 could break, and sent it to the family head. 3 alchemists arrived 4 days later, so did the man escorting them, 9th Elder Mei Xiong, head of the Law Enforcement Hall. 2 things are famous about him. The first is that he reads a room off the smallest object in it. The second is that he has never once made an exception for anybody. He demonstrated the first within 30 seconds of arriving by telling Mei Cheng that he had broken through to the 9th layer, having deduced it from the book lying on the desk. If you were still trying to break through, he said, you would be reading old scripture, not that. Then he ran the investigation. Bring me everyone who has entered or left the kitchen. All of them? All of them. He put 90 people in a hall and cut them down to 8 with 2 sentences. Everyone who was in the kitchen, or who did not go to the front line during the attack, stay. Everyone else out. Then he released every single person who worked in the kitchen, because, as he explained to nobody in particular, if it were them, why would they have chosen to act on the one day the mine was under attack and every eye on the mountain was pointed outward, which left 8 men who had been absent. Mei Shi, standing among them, lied about why. One question undid it. Which alchemist are you responsible for? Xuan Duan. Ah, said Mei Xiong. So it was him. I know what he said next because Mei Shi eventually told me, years later, when we were both very different men. He closed the door on Mei Cheng and said it flatly. The Grand Elder did this. The reasoning had no gaps in it. The poison had not killed anybody. It had not even hurt anybody. Chang enemy sabotaging a spirit mine uses something lethal because that is the point of sabotage. This compound had done exactly one thing, which was create a medical emergency on the 2nd floor and nowhere else. Somebody had not wanted casualties. Somebody had wanted a reason to walk that floor, and there was exactly one man on that floor worth reaching. Mei Cheng's conclusion was immediate. He could not be allowed to reach the 2nd level and find the secret, and the simplest way to guarantee that involved a mining accident. Mei Xiong talked him out of it in about 4 sentences. Kill the alchemist, he said, and you have announced that this mine has something in it worth killing an alchemist over, and you will have handed the Grand Elder the only thing he does not currently have, which is proof. Stop him. Do not kill him. If he already knows, Mei Xiong said, then he has to die. If he does not, we still have options. Mei Shi disappeared the next day. A stranger brought my meals. My sound transmission talisman got no answer from anybody. Nobody spoke to me at all for 2 days, and I sat in a stone cell on a mountain owned by people who wanted me dead, feeling around in the dark for the walls. Then somebody knocked. Black robe, gray face, eyes like a bird that eats other birds. Don't be nervous, he said. I only want to ask you a few things. Who are you? Head of the Law Enforcement Hall. People generally call me the 9th Elder. He asked me where I had been on 2 specific evenings. I answered. He listened to both answers with his head slightly tilted. Then he said, You seem a little nervous. My lord, I'm a married-in son-in-law from a collateral branch. This is the first time I've stood in a room with anybody important. He looked at me for 4 full seconds and left without another word. His private assessment, which I would not learn for a long time, was that I had good nerve and was ultimately a pawn. Mine was simpler. I stood in that doorway with my hands shaking after he had gone and thought that I had just been looked at by somebody who could see the shape of me through the wall. I botched a batch of herbs the next morning out of pure nerves, which the visiting alchemists found extremely reassuring because that is what beginners do. Then I sold them a theory. I told them about a doctor I had known as a boy, which was true, in a different world. who had explained that the body cures most small illnesses entirely by itself, and that if you want a treatment, you find the one patient whose body is already winning and you build the cure out of him. They had never heard anything like it. Physiology in this world starts and ends at spiritual energy. So we went room by room, dosing patients with a base suppressant and looking for a flicker of resistance and finding absolutely nothing 40 times over all afternoon. And then, in a small room on the second level, an old man's index finger twitched. "It's working," I said. It was working because I had loaded that particular pill with the actual antidote and nothing else in the building had any in it. 3 Tier 1 alchemists stood around that bed looking at me the way you look at somebody who has just done something you will be thinking about for a year. I asked humbly for a private room with the patient to study the reaction properly, without disturbance. Everybody looked at the ninth elder. He considered it for a moment, entirely at his leisure, and said that in that case we should certainly do it. Mei Kai went gray. They cleared the room. The door closed. And I felt no triumph whatsoever because I had spent 2 weeks failing to get onto that floor and had just been handed a locked room with the one man they were hiding. By the one man in the building I could not read. The answer came through the door about 90 seconds later in Mei Kai's voice, low and urgent. "Ninth elder, what if he finds out the secret?" And Mei Xiong, walking away, not even bothering to lower his voice. "Then kill them both." I papered that room with perception-blocking talismans until a level 9 could not have seen through the door, and then I gave the old man the real antidote. He did not thank me. He opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, and said, "You shouldn't have come." Mei Guo. Tier 1 high-grade formation master, Grand Elder faction, and he had been planted in that mine 2 years earlier to answer one question. Why does the main family care so much about this particular hole in the ground? He had the answer. That was the problem. They had not bothered hiding it from him because they needed him to build a defensive formation, and to build it he had to be taken to the 4th level. There is no 4th level. Officially. Ask anybody on that mountain. What is down there is a spiritual vein. Veins come in tiers. A microvein is what an ordinary spirit mind sits on. A small vein is enough to found a longevity clan, and the Mei family's own blessed land, the place they ration out to us in months, is one of those. Above that is medium, which is what an immortal sect sits on. Above that is a class of thing that belongs to royalty. There was a second small vein under that mountain, a whole second foundation for a clan. And the main family's first act on finding it had been to seal the news inside their own faction and quietly begin moving their own people up there to cultivate on it. Not the family. They're half of the family. No wonder the Grand Elder sent you, Mei Guo said. I did not answer that quickly enough. He turned his head. You weren't sent by the Grand Elder? I sat on that stone floor and did the arithmetic, and it came out clean and horrible. The poisoning was never the crime. Nobody on that mountain cared about the poisoning. The crime was knowing about the vein, and I now knew about the vein, and in 1 month I was due to leave for the Qingyuan sect and be outside their reach for 2 years, which meant they had to do it before I left. Mei Guo worked it out at the same time and offered me the obvious solution. He would go on faking paralysis, let the main family stay uncertain about what he had told me, give me cover. It was a good plan. It had one flaw. A living man can be questioned, and the man who would do the questioning was standing 30 feet down that corridor, and he had already looked at me once and nearly seen the bottom. I could not put my life in somebody else's hands, not even a man on my own side. Especially not a man on my own side, because my own side had already sold me once this month. I took out a dark brown pill. To make it convincing, I said. He did not even look at it. He was a formation master, not an alchemist, and I was the Grand Elder's boy, and he swallowed it and lay back down. Strong, he said, with something like professional respect. The Grand Elder gave you this? Then he stopped. I sat there in the dark for a while with my hands on my knees. This world. This damned world. I opened the door with his blood on my sleeve and my face doing exactly what it needed to do. I'm sorry, I said. I failed. The story I sold them was that a second detoxifying pill had reacted with the original compound. The senior alchemist examined the body for an hour and could only report that the patient should have died of the poisoning, which is the sort of sentence that gets written down and then argued about for a year. He could not identify what had actually killed him because what had actually killed him was a compound I had invented, and finding it would have required a tier 2 alchemist or a top tier 1 poison master, and there was neither on that mountain. Mei Kai went off like a firework. I had killed an important member of the family, and by family law I should die for it. I begged. Genuinely, visibly, with my forehead on the floor and my voice going. I have never been ashamed of it. It was the correct move, and I made it well. Then the ninth elder, who had not said a word through any of it, said, "This is your last chance." Walking back down the mountain, Mei Kai could not stand it and asked why we had not simply killed him. Why would I execute him? Mei Xiong said, and then he explained it, and I have thought about that explanation ever since, because it is the most accurate anybody in that clan ever got about me. If that boy were truly the Grand Elder's creature, he said, he would never have cut off the Grand Elder's own arm inside this mine. He killed his own faction's man to save himself, which means his loyalty is not loyalty, it is a lease, and anything on a lease can be outbid. That afternoon, the two of them formed the first alliance either had ever made with the other. Mei Cheng would go on probing to find out what I knew. Mei Xiong would go to work on the gap between me and the Grand Elder, both of them, over a married-in son-in-law. Mei Shi came back 3 days later, cheerful, bald, cat first. He petted Xiaobai for a while and then pulled his chair close and dropped his voice. He had found a cave. New shaft on the far side, spiritual energy in it, thick as the family's own core, and his captain had sealed the whole thing off and declared it forbidden ground. Why don't we go together? You think of a way in. I'll cover for you. I got about 1 second into being tempted. Then a small cold thing landed in the back of my head, and the question it asked was, why is he so certain I will be able to think of a way in? Because he knows about the disguise talisman, which means he knows I made one, which means he knows I went down that mountain wearing his face, which means they know exactly who poisoned the second level, and this entire conversation is a man being sent to find out whether I will do it twice. I don't think that's necessary, I said. He looked disappointed, chatted about nothing for 10 minutes, and left, and walked into the room directly across the corridor where the 9th Elder was waiting for his report. The Council of 10 met 11 days later, and I was not there, and every word of it came back to me eventually. 10 seats round a table of black jade, under a portrait of a man who had founded the family 900 years ago. The 4th Elder laid out the mine. A formation master of the Grand Elder's faction was dead on main family ground, killed by a Grand Elder faction alchemist, and the whole room sat forward expecting blood. The 5th Elder, who refines artifacts and has the temper you would expect from a man who spends his life hitting things, said the obvious. He murdered an important member of this family. Bring him back and punish him. And then 9th Elder Mei Xiong, main family, head of law enforcement, the man who had personally investigated the case, argued for leniency. 3 years' salary. All privileges revoked, 20 lashes. The room stopped moving, and the Grand Elder, who had not so much as glanced at the evidence, agreed with him immediately and added mildly that if word got out, who would dare to try anything experimental in this family ever again? The family head folded on the spot. 5 years' salary, 10 lashes. Both factions left that hall staring at their own allies. Because there was only one reason on earth for the main family to protect me, and it was that I had already sold myself to them, and there was only one reason for the Grand Elder to accept that gift without blinking, and it was that he was not going to be baited into treating me like a traitor in public. The Grand Elder, said Mei Xiong, arms folded, is very composed. Xuanduan is promising, said the Grand Elder, getting up. We'll wait until he comes home. The family head's last word, on his way out, was to 4th Elder Mei Cheng, and it was this. I am sending Mei Ru and a few others to the mine. If Xuanduan cannot be won over, tell Cheng not to hold back. I read my sentence in a stone room, and what disturbed me about it was that it was too light. 10 lashes and 5 years of a salary I did not spend for killing a senior formation master. 2 factions that agree on nothing had agreed on that in under a minute, which meant both of them wanted me alive and neither of them wanted to explain why. Fine, I thought. Then I will be the most useless man in this family. I will sit exactly on the fence with my feet dangling on both sides, and as long as neither side gains the upper hand, nobody has any reason to push me off. As for the whip, I was less worried than I should have been. A thorn whip goes through a cultivator's protective energy and opens the skin underneath. 10 of them puts an average man in bed for 5 days. I had finished stage 1 of the giant bear body refining art, which makes the body invulnerable to anything below level 5. They tied me to a post in the yard in front of about 60 people. I want to be clear that it hurt. Stage 1 is not armor plating, it is a floor, and the floor was doing its job while everything above the floor was extremely aware of what was happening. But I did not fall over, and I did not shout, and after the 4th stroke, I stopped counting and started looking at faces instead. Mei Kai was enjoying it. The men from the kitchen were not. Mei Shi had found somewhere else to be, which I appreciated more than he knew, and standing at the edge of the yard in pale green, arms folded into her sleeves, was the 5th Miss, Mei Ru. The family head's own granddaughter sent up the mountain the week before with instructions to find out whether I could be bought. She watched all 10. She did not look away, and she did not look pleased, and when they cut me down and I got up on my own without assistance, which cost me more than the whipping did, she was still there. I met her eyes for about a second and a half. Then I walked back to my cell under my own power, past a courtyard of people who had come to watch a married-in son-in-law be broken in public, and I lay down on the stone bed and let the shaking start. And somewhere behind me, a 19-year-old girl from the main family stood in an empty yard for a while longer, looking at a post. I should back up, because I skipped the part where she came to my door the morning before. Mei Ru, pale green, hands in her sleeves, entirely at ease in a corridor full of main family guards, which is a thing you can only be if the building belongs to your grandfather. It's been a while. She had been sent to preside over my flogging, which she explained the way you explain a chore. Grandfather sent me, obviously, to make sure nobody goes too far. Then she saw the cat and forgot about me completely. She scooped Xiaobai off the bed and asked whether he was really mine, and told me, without being asked, that she had had one as a child and lost it, and for about 40 seconds she was not a main family granddaughter at all. Then she put him down and said pleasantly, "I never imagined you'd have the nerve to poison one of the Grand Elder's own people." I came up off the bed. She laughed at me and waved a hand. "It was over," she said. "Nobody was pursuing it." Then, "So you know the mine's secret now." "What secret?" "Marry me," she said, "and I'll tell you." Everything in my chest went sideways at once, and she put a hand over her mouth and laughed at my face and told me she was teasing. The flogging itself was the strangest 20 minutes of my life. I lay across the bench. She cracked the thorn whip across my back with her full strength. Nothing happened. She stopped. "You're wearing a spirit robe? A gift from the Grand Elder. Take it off." The second stroke tore the shirt underneath in half. My skin was not marked. "How?" she said, in an entirely different voice. "Is your body like that?" "I got bored at home." "Did some body training?" She kept going. By the 6th, the shirt was ribbons, and I was still unmarked, and she had stopped being an executioner and started being a woman conducting an experiment. On the 7th, I quietly switched the body refining art off because there was a recording artifact on the table, and a whipping that leaves nothing on the record is a report somebody reads twice. A shallow welt came up. Honor was satisfied. Afterwards, she looked at my back for slightly longer than the medical situation required and observed that I had a fairly good figure. Then she put a communication talisman on the bench. "I'm here a few days, and I wasn't lying before. Think about it." I tossed it in a drawer. I did not understand that offer for years. She was the family head's granddaughter, but she had an elder sister with a better root and better talent, and in a house like that, the second daughter has exactly one asset, which is her status, and it is going to be spent on somebody whatever she does. She had simply decided she would rather choose the somebody. They moved me to the second level a week later. It arrived dressed as a kindness. Better rooms? The kitchen relocated up there. More light. It was a cage with better light. Level 2 is entirely main family ground, and putting me on it meant every conversation I had would happen in front of their people, and if I ever went near the mine's remaining formation master, they would know inside a minute. They were also bringing in a new formation master. His disciple had one arm. Xuanduan stood in my doorway looking weathered and considerably humbler than the smooth young man who had explained the caste system to me in a corridor 3 years earlier. "You don't look pleased to see me." We talked like the last two men out of a shipwreck, which is what we were. Of the 40 who got on that boat, 2. His price for going home, he said, was reaching mid-grade as a formation master. His own master had said it. I asked the question anybody would ask. With that talent, why has the family not helped with the arm? "When I make mid-grade," he said, "they might." He left, and Mei Kai stopped him in the corridor and demanded a full account of everything we had said, because Xuanduan had been sent by the Grand Elder to find out whether I knew about the vein. And also, quietly, separately, he belonged to the main family, who had bought him with the only currency he could not refuse, which was a promise to fix his arm. His formation master screamed at him like a servant that evening. 3 days to get an answer, or he could forget about ever leaving that mountain. I gave him one more day, and then I said it to his face, gently. "We only ever talk about nothing. Don't you think you do it rather often?" He went still. "And you'd never spend this much time on small talk if it wasn't costing you something." He tried once more, and I closed it. "Brother Xuan, you and I are the two outsiders in this place." He broke, and told me the Grand Elder had sent him, and laid out the offer. Name the secret, and the Grand Elder gets us both off this mountain, drops the Formation Master's death entirely, and puts real resources into training me. I looked at him with an absolutely open face and asked what secret. The old man was paralyzed the whole time, I said. He never spoke. He could not have told me anything, even if there had been anything to tell. Xuanduan let it go. And on the way out, he made one small mistake, which was to say that at least both sides still had goodwill toward me. Both sides. A man working only for the Grand Elder does not know how the main family feels about anything. I said nothing and filed it, and then I spent 2 hours pumping him for formation theory instead, and learned something that cost me a night's sleep. If I had known even basic formations, I could have sent a message off that mountain in an afternoon. I would not have needed to poison 40 men. I would not have needed to walk into that room. Mei Guo would still be alive. Ignorance is not innocent. It just costs somebody else. He walked out of my room and showed Mei Kai the family head's personal token, and Mei Kai stood there in the corridor with his mouth open. Between the fifth miss and the one-armed man, the fourth elder decided he had his answer, or close enough to it. The actual reason I lived is smaller and stupider than any of that. My master had come back from the front, learned what they had done to me, and gone to the council demanding it be undone. And losing Mei Tao to the Grand Elder's side would have cost the main family a great deal more than one son-in-law was worth. Anybody else would have died quietly on their first day at that mine. The Grand Elder, 300 miles away, was watching a light. He had bought a signaling artifact good enough to punch through the mine's isolation formation. Gold meant I had found the secret. Red meant I had not. It sat there glowing red, and his seventh elder pushed him hard on it. The main family cut the boy's punishment, then rewarded all 4 of his wives, and are now proposing to ship him straight from the mine to the sect, so he never speaks to anybody. He has gone over. Artifacts don't lie, said the Grand Elder. And if he knew, they would never let him leave at all. Mei Kai came to my door with no expression on his face and told me to pack. On the path down, he said one sentence: make the right choice. At the pavilion, it was not Steward Mei Fu waiting for me. It was my master in person, come up a mountain he had no business on, asking whether I was all right, which meant that no one on that rock was going to lay a hand on me on the way out. Third Miss Mei Su was already aboard, dressed plainly, unusually quiet. She had been selected too. And the boat was enormous, and it had a dozen guards on it, and it was not pointed at Maple Leaf City. I was going straight to the Qingyuan sect. For a year, I had not seen my wives or my children in 4 months. I did not see them for another 12. A formation master called Mei Xia introduced himself on deck and handed me a gold envelope in front of everybody aboard, making no attempt whatsoever to be discreet about it. The Grand Elder says he'll be waiting for you. That envelope was warm in my hand the whole way. Inside was a very kind letter from a very kind old man. It mentioned that Jingxuan had taken excellent care of Zhuan Garden in my absence, which is a lovely thing to hear, and also a reminder of whose granddaughter is currently living in my house. It mentioned in passing that my punishment had been reduced and my estate not confiscated, and it managed to mention this without ever once claiming credit. I revised my assessment of the Grand Elder that afternoon, and I have never had cause to revise it back. Then Mei Su sat down next to me, unasked, and said, Mei Xia is treacherous. He's not somebody I'd get close to. I could not tell whether that was a warning or a wedge, but she was not the kind of person who sows discord, and she had been noticeably less sharp with me since the day I came first at the conference, and I decided to file that too. The Qingyuan sect is a mountain range with no visible end, and one central peak that stands up like a pillar holding the roof of the world off the ground, and there is music playing in the air over the clouds that nobody appears to be making. At the gate, which is carved with birds and beasts 30 meters high, an outer sect disciple with his chin in the air asked which family we belonged to. We showed the token. Not enough. My master produced a storage pouch, and the boy's manner improved dramatically, and he told us that since we were Mei family, please do go in. I want to record my first impression of the holy land of cultivation in this world, arrived at within 4 seconds of reaching its front door. It is exactly the same as everywhere else. It just has better weather. The waiting hall was a marriage market with a craft exam attached. 5 longevity clans milling around each other. The Zhuan patriarch's son fished elegantly for a match with Mei Su, and my master closed the door on it with one sentence, which was that Mei Su was already promised to the Zhuan family's young master. So that was what her month at the Zhuan estate had been about. Then Xuan Yue arrived, dressed with tremendous intent, and I understood that she had not been sent here to study either. She came straight across the hall to me and said it was good to see me. I felt every eye in that room arrive at once, and I said something meaningless and fled to Mei Xia and pretended to have urgent business with him. Behind me, the other young men of 5 clans immediately began asking him for an introduction. Xuan Yue and Mei Su, it turned out, were cousins through their mothers and close friends, and while I was hiding behind a formation master, they were talking about the thing neither of them says out loud. Xuan Yue's mother is Xuan Zhai, 6th grade root. 20-odd years ago, she married an ordinary man with no spirit root at all. The Zhuan family executed him and put her in the Forbidden Land, and she has been in there ever since. Xuan Yue survived being that man's daughter for exactly one reason, which is that she came out with a 6th grade root, and the family does not throw those away. The Forbidden Land has a fire poison in the ground. It has been killing her mother by inches for 20 years. The Bishwe pill treats exactly that, and the family has forbidden her from delivering one. That is what the 100-point question was for. That is why a clan alchemist could not make the pill her own family would not let her learn. She had never told anybody, including her closest friend, and I only know it because Mei Su told me years later. They split us by craft. 10 alchemists, including all three of us, sent up a mountain path to an estate with a black pavilion in the middle of it. The man in charge came out of a back room in the middle of a yawn. Elder Hua observed that the little ones from down the mountain had arrived quickly, told us to find rooms in the front yard, and instructed us not to bother him unless we were going upstairs to read. Then he went back to bed and handed our entire induction to Xuan Yue on the grounds that she had been here before. The rooms had Tier 1 high-grade soundproofing talismans stuck to the walls. I stood there looking at them for a while. Those things sell. I make them. Each one of those is a week of somebody's income, and this sect's talisman apprentices produce them as practice work and cannot be bothered to sell them because the margin is beneath the institution's dignity, so they paste them on student housing to stop the noise. Farmers imagine that the emperor tills his fields with a golden hoe. I want to say the farmers are underselling it. The deal was simple and unpleasant. Front yard only, backyard forbidden, daily pill homework, and failing it costs you meals, then something worse. And on the 5th failure, you are expelled. A monthly examination, written and practical. The top 3 earn the pavilion's 3rd floor. First place earns the 4th. The pavilion is a library, and the higher the floor, the higher the tier of what is on it. And on the 4th floor, there is 3rd order alchemy. There was a precedent everybody quoted. A mid-grade alchemist had once taken first place 12 months running and walked out of that estate high grade. I did the arithmetic in about a second and a half. 12 months, 12 first places. Nothing else in that year mattered. The holy land of cultivation turned out to be a boarding school with better plumbing. No patrons, no great masters, no chance encounters on a mountain path, homework, meals, and a locked back gate. At the food window on the 2nd night, I met Gao Qiang. 2nd place in the written exam at Rock City. Zhao family. His entire clan had left that conference in the middle of the night with a stomach complaint and no idea why, and I had spent a year not thinking about him. Did you cheat? I shrugged at him, which was the right answer, and then I said the wrong one. I'm a married-in son-in-law of the Mei family, not a member of it. Whatever's going on between your family and theirs has nothing to do with me. I turned around. Mei Su was standing 4 feet behind me holding a tray. I want to explain the size of the hole I had just dug. In that family, everything I had, the manor, the master, the dowry, the alchemy seat waiting for me, rested on the belief that I had become theirs, and I had just said out loud in front of a rival clan that I was not. If she carried that home, 3 years of work would evaporate on the flight. I went to her door 20 minutes later. I knocked. Nothing. I knocked again. Nothing. So I explained myself through the door, and when there was still no answer, I raised my voice, and by the 3rd minute I was giving a speech about my loyalty to the Mei family at full volume in a residential corridor with 9 other students in it. Without the family's support, I would be nothing. The family has treated me generously. How could I not consider myself one of them? The door came open. Are you ever going to stop? She had come out of a bath. Her hair was soaking. She was in a robe. I looked down, decided that was worse, and looked at the ceiling. The door slammed hard enough to rattle the frame. Her version, which I got much later, those soundproofing talismans only block sound going out. She could hear every word and could not answer a single one, and she had assumed a normal person would give up. Xuan Yue was leaning on the opposite wall with her arms folded, enjoying herself more than anyone has ever enjoyed anything. It was a couple of words. Why are you this nervous? Or are you doing it on purpose? Then sweetly, she's engaged, you know. You really shouldn't. Mei Su came back out dressed, informed me that if I had done that on purpose she would take my eyes, and then, in a completely flat voice said, "Don't worry, I'm not so bored that I'd use something like that against you behind your back." I started to thank her fulsomely. Stop. Enough. I got one more declaration of undying clan loyalty out before the door shut. I had no idea, said Xuan Yue, that your skin was that thick. You don't understand, I said. This is called survival. I settled the Bishui debt with her the following week, and then I picked the pills back up off the table. And your side of it? Her secret was that the 4th floor of the pavilion contains clues to heaven and earth. Treasures planted deliberately by the sect to give disciples something to hunt. I was so annoyed I nearly walked out. That is not a secret. That is a thing I would learn in my first 10 minutes up there, which I intended to reach anyway, and she knew it. She stopped me at the door with the real price. She took off a ring. Tier 1 high-grade magical artifact, a ruby set in white jade, and it had been her mother's, and her hands were not steady when she held it out. I pushed it back across the table. I told her I was not an artifact refiner and could not verify it, which was true and not the reason. Then I asked the question I should have asked in Rock City. What do you actually want the Bishui pills for? And she told me. All of it. The forbidden land, the fire poison, 20 years, and a family that would not let her carry a cure through a door. I did not have anything useful to say, so I handed her Fen's silk handkerchief, which had been in my sleeve for a year and a half, and let her use it. "You're welcome," I said, when she tried to thank me. It was a fair trade. She stopped me on the threshold with her last card, and it was the one that changed my life. "I have a lead on the main ingredient for a foundation establishment pill." I stopped walking. A foundation establishment pill is the thing that carries a cultivator across the wall at the end of Gao refining. There are men in every clan who spend 200 years pressed against that wall and die there. A longevity clan 2 provinces over once obtained one, the news got out, and there is no longevity clan 2 provinces over anymore. "Dragon blood grass," she said. "I know roughly where." Her terms were a standing supply of pills. My problem, and hers, was that neither of us could leave our family compound without permission. "Ask Mei Su," she said. I shook her hand on it. She had never seen the gesture before and copied it about half a second late, with tremendous seriousness. She had gone into that room to trade for medicine. She came out of it having decided her mother was not going to die, and it was the first time I had seen her face without the calculation on it. Mei Su, who had spent a year and a half quietly re-evaluating me ever since she sat that same written exam and discovered she could not answer half of it, ambushed her in the corridor within 90 seconds. "What were you doing in his room? Do you like him? You are absolutely smitten. Look at your face." "Actually," said Xuan Yue, "there's something I need to tell you." The ring, which I had refused, arrived on my table the next morning anyway with no note. It resized itself to my finger, and then it started feeding me spiritual energy on its own, continuously, without being asked. With the spirit gathering technique running, my room went red. My own spiritual energy, which had been the colorless nothing of a grade 9 root for 4 years, came through my meridians, the color of a forge. I was still sitting there staring at my own hands when a voice came through the wall, through the Tier 1 high-grade soundproofing talisman, which then peeled off the wall and died. Xuan Peng, Elder Hua's youngest disciple, Foundation Establishment, delivering homework. The homework came as jade slips holding several hundred first-grade formulas. Day 1 was a free choice, 10 pills, sunset. And the pill room had a purple furnace with cloud brands worked into it and 3 walls of cabinets, and inside the cabinets the medicinal herbs were kept loose in open storage pouches in quantities nobody had bothered to count. I stood in that doorway for a while. For 4 years I had been the cook who could not afford ingredients. Every technique in my head, every top-grade formula, all of it useless because the herbs cost more than I made in a year. And here was the rice, in sacks, unguarded, with a boy outside telling me to help myself as long as I made 10 pills a day. There was one control, and it was a good one. Chang alchemy log, submitted daily, so nobody could substitute pills they had bought. So I built my exploit around the log instead of against it. The spirit gathering pill is Tier 1. Top grade, and it is the most effective cultivation pill on the open market, and I had never once been able to afford to make one. It takes 9 herbs. I chose my 10 homework pills specifically so that between them their formulas required those exact 9 herbs, drew the full quantity for each, skimmed a share off every draw, and then wrote up my failures. I wrote beautiful failures. First attempt at the firewood pill, careless with the heat, ruined. Divine sense slipped during fusion, total loss. I kept the burnt residue in the scrap tray each time as evidence, and I described my own incompetence in loving detail. And the astonishing thing is that nobody ever checked, because nobody in that building could conceive of a student whose actual success rate was 100%. 6 spirit gathering pills came out of the first month, 4 high grade, 2 medium, all 6 of them gold and flawless, and the artifact furnace calmed the boiling liquid without being asked while the Lingxi jade held my head together at the moment it would otherwise have come apart. I also made 30 of my own spirit pills, and a batch of beast pills for the cat. Mei Su asked me that evening how many I had finished. I said 6 kinds, which was a lie by 4 pills and 6 spirit gathering pills. She had done 4. At sunset, she was the only student in the class to fail the first day's homework, and they took her meals away for 3 days. Then I swallowed a spirit-gathering pill with the technique running and the ring lit, and nearly killed myself. 3 multipliers stacking at once is not 3 times better. My meridians could not pass what was arriving. Everything in my forearms stood up in ridges. My organs made a serious case for leaving, and when it was over, my white shirt was not white anymore. I burned the excess off with the technique over 4 hours and came out at level 3 late stage. The cat, meanwhile, got a beast pill every single day because spirit beasts cannot overdose. Within 2 months, Xiaobai's illusions could hold me for half an hour, even when I knew they were coming and was wearing a jade specifically built to stop stop them, and my log stopped being creative. By the third month, I no longer bothered inventing plausible failures. I simply wrote pill failed and pocketed the entire batch. The first monthly exam came with a jade slip that pulls you inside itself in a wash of gold light and taxes your mental strength directly. Mei Su came out last, gray. I got several questions wrong on purpose and timed my submission so as not to finish first. On the way out, Gao Qiang stepped into my path with a grudge that had been maturing for a year. I want to compete with you on this exam. Magical artifacts as the stake. I'm busy. Is he busy? Gao Qiang said to the room. Or does he know he'd lose? Ha. The Mei family really are all cowards. I opened my mouth to say that I did not represent the Mei family in any. Compete with him, said Mei Su. I turned around. Third miss, I said quietly. I never agree to any wager. I'll give you one. And she drew a sword out of her sleeve. Tier 1 high grade, silver white, gold branded, a pink tassel on the pommel, and she leveled it at Gao Qiang across the courtyard. This is a high grade artifact. What are you putting up? The room made a noise. Gao Qiang could not match it. He scraped together a medium-grade sword, a bottle of beauty-preserving pills, and 2 of spirit ascension pills, and looked ill doing it. Inside my head, I was having a genuine emergency because I had spent 40 minutes that morning carefully getting questions wrong. You have to win, she said. You represent the Mei family. And the stake? If you win, it's yours. Third miss, I said. Don't give it another thought. A small clan like the Zhao family is beneath consideration. She looked at me for a second. You weren't like this a moment ago. Her reason, which she gave Xuanwei that night and not me, was this. Even losing is better than standing there silently while somebody insults your house. And then, quieter. I do hope he wins. The Zhao cousins warmed up on me all week. The Mei family's dog, one of them said, except a dog, at least barks. They stopped the instant Xuan Peng landed in the yard. The board went up. Gao Qiang looked at it with the calm of a man who already knows. Xuan Duan, 95. Second place, Gao Qiang, 70. I was as confused as he was. I had thrown away several questions on purpose, but the sect's paper was far harder than the conference's had been, and everybody else in that room had scraped a pass, and my deliberately damaged 95 landed across the whole class like a slap. Mei Su finished dead last and did not care in the slightest, and turned around in a courtyard full of people and smiled at me. That was the first time. Gao Qiang, she said, chin up. Hand it over. He paid. He had to. In front of 2 clans, a man who Welshes has finished his family's reputation for a generation. She took the sword and the 3 bottles and put all of it in my hands and told the courtyard that the Zhao family could try again as often as they liked and would lose to the Mei family every time. Gao Qiang demanded a rematch on the practical exam. I laughed at him, which got the room laughing with me, and asked whether he was going to try the same trick twice and whether his family had any dignity left to spend. So he put up the one thing he had sworn he never would. Bronze, engraved with mountains and rivers and the sun and moon and the stars, a golden light bell, top of the tier 1 high grade, a purely defensive artifact and the only reason a young man in a hostile world sleeps at night. I'll wager this. Do you dare? And if you change your mind, let the heavens witness it. Elder Hua, who had not been interested in anything for 6 months, agreed to witness it personally and told us that young people ought to have some nerve. Everybody picked the marrow cleansing pill for the practical because it is the hardest thing on the tier 1 medium list and therefore worth the most points. Gao Qiang had spent 4 years learning its technique. He got to the herb cabinet ahead of me and took the last bundle of what I was reaching for. You think you can refine a marrow cleansing pill? Haven't you slapped yourself enough this month? He grabbed my wrist. Hard enough to leave a ring of red on it. Soon, he said. You'll understand the distance between us. I looked at the mark on my arm for a moment, and then I put him in the drawer with Third Miss and Xuan Chao and everybody else who has ever needed to make sure I understood my place. Xuan Peng, walking the aisles, rated Gao Qiang and rated a Xuan family boy, and did not rate me at all, and I know precisely why. He could see my route. Nobody spends resources on a grade 9, no matter what his hands can do, because the arithmetic of a 200-year lifespan closes the file for you. 30 minutes in, while the 2 favorites were still 1 step short, my furnace made a noise and the room filled with the smell of a finished elixir. He came over and lifted out 6 marrow cleansing pills, 3 medium, 2 high, 1 excellent. That is a yield a high-grade alchemist cannot reliably produce in a single load. He looked at the tray, he looked at me, and then he shook his head very slightly and walked away without saying anything at all, and I understood that sentence perfectly. Such a pity about the root. I did not mind. He was measuring a ceiling I had already decided to move. Gao Qiang finished second and consoled himself that he had loaded material for 5, which is the slow and generous play, and then went looking round the screens to see who had beaten him. Not the Zhuan boy, not any of the others. The married-in son-in-law standing by his bench, doing nothing in particular. At the scoring table, he counted 6 pills in my cup and stopped moving entirely. Xuan Duan, full marks. Gao Qiang, 85. I do not think he heard the second half. Mei Su was waiting in the courtyard and called out that I had done extremely well in front of everybody, which cost her something in a school full of rival clans and which she did not appear to have considered. I turned around. "Where's my bell?" He handed it over and then he sat down on the ground, not dramatically, just as though his legs had finished their working relationship with him. The golden light bell cannot be broken by anything below level 7. A level 8 or 9 needs an hour or 2 of sustained effort. I could afford to activate it exactly once with the energy I had. I took his medium-grade sword too, which was called Xuantian and was substantially better than my wedding present, and I put it away thinking about a mountain range with dragon blood grass in it. Everybody in that estate wanted to be my friend by dinner. I fled. Xuanwei watched me go and told Mei Su that the Mei family had been extremely lucky in its son-in-law. Mei Su, who had been sent to that sect specifically to grow into the replacement for me on the council, spent that night arriving at a different conclusion. Replacing him is not possible. Winning him over might be. She wrote to her grandfather proposing that the main family recruit me directly, and Xuanpeng handed me the 4th floor token and then asked the only dangerous question anybody asked me in that entire year. With alchemy talent like that, why is your daily failure rate so high? He had gone and read my log. I told him I had improved recently and that the pressure of the wager had focused me, and he accepted it, and I have never been under any illusion about why, because a grade 9 route is not worth a second question. The 3rd floor of that pavilion has a spirit gathering array built into the floor by at least a tier 2 formation master, and the air in it is several times thicker than outside. The 4th floor has golden Nanmu carols that seal shut around you, and a man who introduced himself as the butler, because in that estate only the master is called elder. Rules for outsiders: 8 hours a day, absolute silence on pain of expulsion, 5 jade slips per day, 5 per day, blind boxes. Each slip drops you into a white void with a smiling white-haired old man in it who asks you an alchemy question against a count of breaths. Answer it, and he pays out a clue to a heaven and earth treasure. Then he offers, very generously, to let you verify whether the clue is genuine by refining a batch of the relevant pill on the spot. My first clue placed a high-grade magical artifact 800 li east of Qingtian City, inside a great rock carved with a bell, a golden light bell, the one currently sitting in my storage space, one off a man I had beaten at cards. The second clue put a fire crystal in a specific stall on the south street of Maple Leaf City. I spent a full batch of golden essence pills verifying it. This lead is false. Third, false. Fourth, false. Fifth, false. Every verification cost me a batch and a piece of my head, and the Linksea Jade was the only reason I could sit up straight by the 5th, and when I put the slips back on the pile, they flashed and vanished into it, which meant I could draw the exact same slips again tomorrow and pay for them again. I had thought the Immortal Sect was rich and grand. I revised that too. The Immortal Sect is a casino. It took me 2 months to see what the casino was actually selling, and it is not the clues. Every slip taxes your mental strength, and every verification taxes it harder, and after 8 weeks of that, my divine sense had grown. More than it had in the previous 2 years. That is what the 4th floor is for. That is why an alchemist once broke through after a year in it. The house always wins, and this house pays you in something you cannot spend. In month 2, they have the homework as a reward for first place, and I said out loud in front of 2 other students that I did not want it halved, because having my homework halved what I could skim off the top. I took first place again, which broke something in Gao Qiang. He stopped saying anything to me at all and simply said to his own hands that he did not believe it. And then, in month 5, I drew a hard one. The pattern by then was clear. The harder the question, the more valuable the clue, and the far higher the chance it is real. So I had been deliberately taking the ugliest questions on the pile. This one was top tier, tier 1. The 100 spirit pill, 50 breaths, and I answered it in about 40. The clue said that deep in the northern forests of the Longfeng mountain range lies the old site of the Heihuan sect, and that inside the illusion forest, a dual cultivation technique is preserved. I sat in a sealed wooden box on the 4th floor of a library and read that sentence about 11 times. A dual cultivation method, the thing the Heihuan sect built a third of a kingdom on, a technique that makes a marriage bed into a cultivation chamber, that turns the exact thing my entire cheat runs on from a drain into an engine. Every year of my life so far had been the system paying me for children while my cultivation stood still, because a man cannot do both. This closes that gap. This is the missing piece of the machine. I verified it. This clue is true, and the Longfeng mountain range is the same range Xuanyue's dragon blood grass is in. I have wondered since why nobody had taken it. The answer is embarrassingly simple. Sect disciples do not want it. They are not permitted attachments, they are not interested in children, and a technique for husbands and wives is worth nothing to a man who has taken vows. It had been sitting in a box for 100 years waiting for somebody with a family. Under a mountain formation, it is spring every day of the year, and a year goes past quickly when every day is the same. Here is what that year bought me. 7 children had by then paid me about 90 extra years, which meant that sitting at level 3 with the worst root in the province, my lifespan already exceeded that of a level 8 cultivator. I took first place 12 months running, purely to keep the key to the 4th floor. I banked the dual cultivation clue and 2 other genuine ones and threw away the rest. And between the spirit gathering technique, the ring, my own stolen pills, and that mountain's air, I walked out at Gao refining level 4 late stage. Gao Chang dropped out of the top 5 entirely and spent the year as a joke. And on the path down, I made a decision I had been circling for months, which was to stop hiding. Because a mid-grade alchemist is a useful servant, and the main family had already demonstrated exactly how they handle a useful servant who becomes inconvenient. But nobody buries a high-grade alchemist in a mine. You cannot afford to. The only real protection in that family is being too expensive to break. Mei Su caught up with me on the path because she had noticed my speed. Are you close to breaking through? I'm already high grade. She stopped walking. At the bottom of the mountain, she did not let me announce it. She told my master herself. Master, Xuan Duan is a tier 1 high-grade alchemist. Mei Tao said what, and then said say that again, and then stood there in front of 5 clans with his eyes filling up, gripping my shoulder hard enough to bruise, saying good, well done. He was 83. He had made high grade himself at 61, and top grade in a war, and he had spent 4 years quietly betting his entire craft on a boy the family had bought by the boatload. The other clans arrived within 90 seconds. The Xuan family's elder gave me a medium-grade robe and then, without pausing for breath, offered me his family's daughters as concubines. My master barked at him across the courtyard that Xuan Duan was the Mei family's son-in-law. Thank you. That old bastard, I thought. They have started trying to buy the furniture. The Xuan family gave me an artifact. The Xuan family gave me another. I took all of it. The Zhao contingent stood at the back looking at me the way you look at a hole in your own roof. A tier 1 high-grade alchemist at 23 years old. On the flying boat home, Tao told the story of the golden light bell 4 times, each time louder, and finally said the thing in front of everyone aboard. The future of the Mei family's alchemy is yours now, which meant, in front of witnesses, that the 6th elder's seat had a name on it. Then Maple Leaf City refused to let us land. Everyone on foot, we were told, through the gate for inspection, including the 6th elder. Double guards on the city gate, double on the family gate, patrols through the residential quarters, servants moving fast with their eyes down. My master went straight to the core area. Mei Su went with him quickly, and I walked through my own gate into Xuan Garden, where nothing had changed at all, and said that I was home. They came out of the main building in a wave. Bai Jian was carrying Ning and lost her composure entirely. You've all got better looking, I said, in a year. And then, from the side, small and furious and gaining speed, Father. Anlei, 3 years old now, at a dead run, with the entire rest of them strung out behind him like ducklings. That evening, I told the whole household about the year, and they had opinions. Fen was outraged about the flogging on the grounds that I had been working for the family at the time and should not have been whipped for it, which is a wonderfully simple way of looking at the world, and I did not spoil it. Jingxuan asked 2 very casual questions about the 5th miss, and then decided out loud that the 5th miss seemed reasonable. Xuan suggested to Bai Jian that her family clearly had good bones. The whole table went off. They wanted to know what an immortal sect looks like. They had cranes in their heads, and music, and men in white standing on clouds. I thought about a boy at a gate demanding a bribe. It's not that dramatic, I said. There's just more spiritual energy. The thing that actually landed was the high grade. I did not understand why until later that night, and then I did. And it was not comfortable. Every woman at that table had grown up understanding that her position in a family is decided by whether she produces a son who amounts to something, and I had just told them there was another ladder in the room and that they were already standing on it. Later in the courtyard, Ling said that the moon was beautiful tonight. Even the wind is gentle, I said. She turned round. Did you make that up? I suppose I did. In this world I had, technically. I like it, she said. Then she told me what the lockdown was about. The Heihuan sect had come into Maple Leaf City in force while I was away, calling it revenge. The seventh elder, who ran the security hall and who commanded more fighting men than anybody else in the family, had walked into an ambush and died of his wounds. He was Grand Elder faction. Ninth Elder Mei Xiong had taken over the security hall temporarily. He already had the law enforcement hall. So one man from the main family now held every sword inside the compound and every sword outside it, and the word temporarily was doing an enormous amount of work. And the Grand Elder, who should have been fighting that appointment with everything he had gone into seclusion, which froze the council solid. I sat with that a while. They had stopped caring whether I ever leaked the spirit mine. Of course they had. When you hold every weapon in the house, a secret is just gossip. Jingxuan was standing under a tree in the dark while I said to Ling that none of this was her business, that they were my women and my responsibility, and that I had my own plans for the rest. She had spent that entire year expecting her grandfather's faction to be purged and her own household to be dissolved with it. She came upstairs later and asked me straight out what she should do if something happened to her grandfather. Everyone answers for their own choices, I said. You're mine, so I won't be sitting still. You don't trust me. You're my wife. If I can't trust you, who is left? Ling says you carried this house for a year while I was gone. You did it well. Stop feeling guilty about your surname. She cried about that, which I have noticed is what happens in my house when I say obvious things. The core area guards looked at me differently the next morning. Nobody wants to be remembered by a future Tier 2 alchemist. A Tier 2 makes Foundation Establishment pills, and a family with a reliable supply of those does not have to pray for a Foundation Establishment cultivator once a century. It manufactures them, for the Mei family that is worth more than any single strong man. Mei Yong, who 3 years earlier had summoned me to sign a servant's contract, now stood up when I came in, sat me down, put spirit fruit in front of me, and told me that my character had always been excellent and that he had always had high hopes. I sat there eating his fruit and thinking about a mine and a man on a stone floor and how much I would enjoy watching this one die. The gift was a storage ring, and it was stuffed. Pills, techniques, spirit stones, heaven and earth treasures. I could see it cost him something to hand it over in one piece. Then the ask. I hear you've met my granddaughter once or twice. Would you be willing to marry her? My objection was not political. Whoever married in at that point would become principal wife by rank, and a house at war with itself would burn down everything I had spent 4 years building, and I was quietly, seriously, planning to found a clan of my own out of it eventually. Mei Ru solved that herself in about a day because she is smarter than everybody involved. I never thought I'd end up on a matchmaking walk with you, she said. I skipped the whole ritual. You know what I am. I don't want to be in the fighting. I want a quiet life in this family. She heard it perfectly. You're afraid I'll disturb your quiet life. Then she solved it before I could open my mouth. Let me meet your principal wife tomorrow. Some things just need saying out loud. We walked until sunset. She talked most of it, about her childhood and her sister and the things she had wanted and not gotten, and at the gate she stopped. Thank you. That's the longest I've ever talked to anybody. It was nice. I came home the next day braced for a war between the main family's granddaughter and the Grand Elder's granddaughter. They were sitting in my courtyard laughing. Jingxuan settled the succession herself before I had my coat off. Ruer is main family, so of course she takes the principal seat, and that is that. What had won her over, Mei Ru told me afterwards, was one sentence she had opened with, that once she married in, she stopped being the fifth miss of the Mei family and became a member of the Xuan family, and she hoped they could start from there. That, and the fact that every person in the core area was frightened of her, and nobody in my courtyard was. Then she turned it around on me. So go and tell the family head. Why would I tell him? She looked delighted. You're the one marrying me. Shouldn't you be proposing? I overstepped. I'll wait. The ninth elder caught me in the street 2 days later. Black robe. Hawk eyes. The specific sensation of being looked at by something cold-blooded that has decided you are interesting rather than food. You surprised me, he said. He had never intended to let a man who might know about the vein walk home. He had shelved the whole thing the day I came off that mountain, a high-grade alchemist. It's nothing, he said. I was only wondering whether Mei Guo's death was really an accident. I said nothing at all, which is the only correct answer to that man. Perhaps I'm overcautious. Don't dwell on it. You're the family's future now, so work hard. He turned away. Weren't you on your way somewhere? Go on. He did not care whether I had killed the old man. He cared whether I had done the whole thing alone, and he cared that I still had not picked a side. I got round the corner before I let the breath out. Avoid, I decided, permanently. I told my master about the marriage in his pill room, and behind us, Mei Su's furnace detonated, the whole place filled with the smell of scorched herbs, while I was mid-sentence. Tao barked at her about the heat. She pressed her lips together and said nothing at all, and did not look up. He insisted on paying the betrothal gifts himself out of the treasure he had been saving for his own eldest grandson. I tried to argue. He told me to be quiet. Chiang, excellent disciple in that old man's arithmetic, was no different from his own child. At home, the wives were thrilled, and underneath the thrilled, quiet, because apart from Jingxuan, not one of them had ever had a wedding. They had each had a duty roster and a room. So I bought out half the market and threw them a seafood feast, which in a landlocked city at that price is an obscenity. Sea beast meat, blue krill, snow crab, the sort of thing the family serves twice a year at banquets. This crab, said Anlay, standing on his chair to be seen, is bigger than my hand. Tao arrived at dawn to conduct the betrothal like a man marrying off his own grandson. The small talk in the family head's hall was entirely knives. How is Sewer progressing under you, sixth elder? Do you think Sewer could reach tier 2 one day? Translation. Do not change sides just because your disciple is ours now. Meiru's father pocketed the betrothal gifts in one smooth practice motion. The wedding was set for 5 days out. Then they served lunch, blue krill, snow crab, the exact 2 dishes I had put on my own table the previous evening. I looked at that plate for slightly too long and understood that I had never once been unobserved in that compound and never would be. So I made my counter move over the soup and asked casually whether I might have a steward for Xuan Garden since the house had grown. Because if I did not ask, they would appoint one. A friend from before, I said. Xuan Duan. Mei Yong paused for exactly 1 heartbeat while he located the name, remembered that Xuan Duan was his own bought man, and cheerfully agreed. On the way out, Tao asked the thing he had been carrying for years. Tell me honestly, which side do you want to stand on? Neither, master. Whoever wins or loses, it shouldn't affect me, should it? He walked a few paces. Good, he said. It's good that you think that way. The second elder sent for me the following week and did not bother with any of that. He runs talisman making. He was the dead 7th elder's brother. He is built like a wall and speaks like one. Whose side are you on? I like directness, and I despise hypocrisy. Second elder, I'm not on either side. Fence-sitters come to worse ends than anybody, and I gave him the sentence I had been assembling for about 2 years. That's true of a man with no strength who wavers between 2 sides. A man with strength who stands in the middle isn't sitting on a fence. He's the ground both sides are standing on. He laughed, genuinely, out loud, delighted. No wonder the Grand Elder rates you. Then he told me what the seclusion was. The Grand Elder had not hidden. Some months earlier, he had come into a full set of foundation establishment materials. The Mei family's own foundation establishment ancestor has not been seen in over 100 years and is widely assumed to be dead. If the Grand Elder walks out of that room having crossed the wall, then every advantage the main family has spent a decade accumulating stops existing on the same afternoon. That is what was actually happening in that compound while I was away learning to lie about burnt pills. The second wedding was enormous. 4 longevity clans sent gifts. The Zhao family did not. Meiru came down the red cloth on her father's arm in a phoenix crown, and I got 50 toasts into the evening and fled to a corner of my own garden to be quietly unwell in peace. Third Miss Mei Su was already there. Congratulations. How did you get here? Passing through. I assumed you'd have nothing for a hangover. She flicked a pill at me. Eat it. I'd rather the 5th sister wasn't sitting on her own tonight. Then, in exactly the same tone. When are you going out to look for dragon blood grass? When I'm level 5. And she was gone before I could ask for a second pill. The system, meanwhile, kept paying, and it had stopped giving me toys. It gave me formations. Tier 1. Maximum proficiency, the entire encyclopedia of arrays, which made 3 of the 4 great arts sitting in one skull that officially belonged to a man with the worst root in the province. My first reaction was irritation, because formations are the least portable craft in the world. They need plates and brushes and materials and a site rich in spiritual energy and several uninterrupted hours, none of which a watched man has. Then I worked out what they were actually for. I could build a spirit gathering array inside my own house and never beg the family for blessed land days again. And I already had the perfect front, because I had just hired him. Xuan Duan arrived within half a day, stiff with deference, and stayed stiff until I asked him whether we were not supposed to be friends. Then he said that if it were not for me, he did not know how many more years he would have spent on that mountain. I told him he was steward of Xuan Garden and could bring his wife and children inside the walls. He went down on his knees on my floor and confessed the whole thing. He was not the Grand Elder's man. He had never been. He belonged to the main family, and he had lied to me at the mine, and he had been reporting on me before he ever walked through my gate. I already knew. The confession was the surprise. I swear, he said, from today I am loyal to you and nobody else. I said something warm, and then I took out a bottle. Because I have watched men mean every word of an oath and then break it 4 months later with a knife at their family's door, and a promise is a thing people make when nothing is happening. Tier 1, top grade, I said. Take the antidote once a month and it will never touch you. Refuse and nothing bad happens either. I'll simply need a different steward. He looked at that pill for a long time. Then he thought about the mine and the arm and what he had been an hour ago, and he swallowed it. I paid him on the spot with the only currency he actually wanted. Within a year, I said, you'll have your arm back. Then I told him the thing the poison had been insurance for, which was that I was also a formation master, and he sat down without meaning to. Nobody holds two of the four great arts. It is not modesty, it is not rarity, it simply does not happen, and there is no book anywhere that says how. From that day on, everything I built in Xuan Garden was built by Xuan Duan, and everybody in Maple Leaf City knew it. I built the array in an empty room with him watching. I took his plain black and white formation plate, threw the room up as a light model above it, and drew a third of the diagram in the time it takes to breathe 6 times, which is the step that normally eats a man's entire divine sense for an afternoon. Then, I forged the materials inside the plate itself, which his own master needs a workshop and tools to do. 50 breaths for the full diagram. 15 minutes to feed it, 1 spirit stone as the base. Then the array dropped over the room and vanished, because I had hidden the base, and to break one of those you first have to find where it is standing. Xuanduan stepped inside and stopped. Brother Xuan, my cultivation speed just doubled. I had the room partitioned and gave a section to every wife who cultivates, and by the end of that month my house was quietly outperforming a family privilege that people spend their careers earning. Publicly, the steward built it, and as of that afternoon, publicly, Xuanduan was a medium-grade formation master. I'll walk you through how to get there quickly, I told him. He did get there. 6 months later, he met me at the gate glowing about it, and showed me a mist and shadow formation hidden in the peach grove that had taken him 2 months to learn. I looked at it once. Why doesn't it cover the whole grove? There was a gap you could not see. It came from not having enough divine sense to hold the whole diagram at once, and I showed him how to draw it in fewer steps instead, and he stood there in the trees looking like he might cry. Brother Xuan, I think you understand formations better than my master does. I'm just lucky, which, in the most literal possible sense, was true. I also bought him tools. He had been using a set worth 20 spirit stones that survives 40 uses. I kept asking the shopkeeper whether he had anything better until he brought out a white jade plate and a crystal brush at 100, bought that and the 50 stone set as well, and handed the second one over. Yours are rubbish. Use these. Brother Xuan, I can't. You're mine now. Take it when I tell you. I knew exactly what that was. The poison guaranteed his obedience. The gifts were an attempt to buy the other thing, the one poison cannot reach, and I was not certain it would work. It worked. I found out later, and I found out the hard way. The 8th child arrived that autumn and broke the machine open. Congratulations. 50-year lifespan bonus. This offspring possesses a 6th grade spirit root, 15 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th grade spirit root, 20 of 100. 15. A grade 9 child pays 1 point. A grade 8 pays 2. A grade 6 pays 15, and 50 years on top, and I sat down on the corridor floor for the second time in my life. The curve is not a line, it is a cliff going the right way. If a 6th grade root pays 15, then somewhere up that ladder there is a child who finishes the entire counter in a single birth. Bai Jian's son. I named him Sheng, for a bright and cheerful life, which was the most optimistic thing I could think of in a compound like that one. 3 days later, Xuan had a daughter with no root at all, Gao, and the system paid 10 years for her exactly as it had paid 10 for the last one, and I did not treat either of those numbers as a verdict on a child. By then my lifespan was running about 140 years ahead of where it started, and I was 24. At this rate, I thought, I am going to become immortal, whether or not I have any talent for it. The next 2 spins were the best pair I ever drew. The first was a year of cultivation, just that. A year, handed over, applied instantly, and I went from level 4 late stage to great perfection and kept climbing while lying on my back doing nothing, and it was mine. It went on to my own grade 9 root instead of arriving as a pill or an artifact, which meant no foundation damage and nothing to explain. The second was a gallbladder, earth-splitting bare, the one material for the 3rd stage of my body refining. That the family's auction house had been unable to obtain for me at any price because the beasts that produce it are individually a match for a level 5 cultivator and travel in packs, so nobody hunts them but sects. The system gave me 3 portions, 6 sessions. Some days the heavens are just showing off. I want to record what stage 3 actually cost because I have skipped over the first 2, and that was dishonest. The bath goes crimson. Your skin does not burn, it chars, blackening and cracking like a log, and every part of you that can scream is doing it. You swallow half a bare gallbladder in the middle of that, and something enormous roars inside your own chest, and a golden shape comes out of your dantian and breaks apart across your whole frame like a wave. 30 minutes later, the char comes off in sheets, and what is underneath is new. After that, my body could take a hit from a level 7 cultivator and keep the owner in it. Then I went and got my eldest son, who was nearly 4 and profoundly bored of sitting still, and taught him the spirit gathering technique. Not the family's method, mine, the one that doubles intake and cleans it. The family's is worse, and I did not intend for my children to use it because it was going to be the founding method of a clan that did not exist yet, and this was the first day of that. You have to promise me you won't tell anybody. Not even mother? Especially not mother. I was not being cruel. My wives are Mei family women who love their sisters and their mothers and talk to them, and I had eaten a meal in the family head's own hall that was a copy of my own dinner table from the previous night. That is not disloyalty. That is human beings, and you cannot engineer it out of them, so you route around it. 2 months later, a very small person came running through the courtyard, shouting that he could feel spiritual energy. 4 years old, innate qui, and a stolen technique, and a father who cheats. I skipped the Spirit Pill conference that year, and so did Mei Su. Mine was hosted in our own compound, and I told my master I only wanted to work on my craft. I watched her refine one afternoon, and on my way out, said one sentence. You're still in too much of a hurry. That's why the quality slips. She went rigid. Then she looked down at the very slightly flawed pill in her tray, and she did not answer, and she kept working. The Mei family sent Meibo instead, who was still mid-grade after all those years, and did not place. The event was stolen by an 18-year-old loose cultivator, the first unaffiliated talent selected in decades, and all 5 clans bid for him, and he chose us, which frightened the other 4 families very much, and delighted ours, and should have frightened us more than anybody. I met him in my master's courtyard. 17, maybe 18, red lips, white teeth, spotless manners, deferential to a fault. Song Qingshu, a loose cultivator who taught himself alchemy out of an old book and was tutored briefly by a sect elder, and who was passed over for discipleship for one reason only, which was a grade 9 root. I thought, with genuine sympathy, there, but for a system. Tao was leaving to escort that year's students to the sect. Before he went, he gave me a warning and a gift. The warning was that the Heihuan sect was back in Maple Leaf City, and that people had begun disappearing, and that important members of the family were not to go out alone. The gift was a mysterious earth talisman, top tier tier 1, which throws up a barrier that a level 8 cannot shake. I tried to refuse it. He told me to stop talking and take it. If you had asked me, in that entire family who had treated me best, there would have been no competition, and it would not have been close. In an alley off South Street, an old man with a face like a dried root was giving instructions. Han Fu, elder of the Heihuan sect, 9th layer of Gao refining, and the master of the man who had come over my wall for Bai Jian. His sect had been broken 400 years ago and had spent 4 centuries looking for somewhere to grow back. He had tried Maple Leaf City once already and been driven out. He had tried the Zhao family's Qingtian city and failed there too, which, incidentally, is the actual reason the Zhao family abandoned a spirit mine they had bled over for 3 years and then vanished from a conference in the middle of the night. Everybody had been fighting a war behind their own house. So he had come back to the weakest of the 5 longevity clans, which was ours, and this time he was not raiding. He wanted the whole thing, the mine, the vein, the compound, the treasury, and the 400 years of accumulated resources sitting inside it. Time to show the Mei family, he said, what it costs to anger us. He had already had the route to the immortal sect scouted. The flying boat left 3 days later with the students aboard and 2 elders escorting and Song Qingshu pouring the tea. The 8th elder made pleasant conversation about how the Heihuan sect would be finished within a century, and Song Qingshu, refilling his cup, disagreed politely. Nobody can predict 100 years, he said. It's better to be careful. The elder laughed and praised the boy for his caution. 90 minutes later, dozens of light blades came out of the cloud cover. The 2 elders put everything they had into the boat's defensive array, and it held. It held well. It was built to hold. Then there was a bang from inside it. Song Qingshu had destroyed the array core from the deck. Elder, he said, I did tell you to be careful. His cultivation went from level 3 to level 6 between one word and the next because he had been suppressing it for a year in front of 5 clans. And when the 2 elders reached for their own power, it was not there. He had poisoned the tea, not enough to notice, exactly enough. My master crushed the family's distress talisman, and Han Fu laughed at him and said the Mei family had rather a lot on its hands at the moment, which was true. At that exact moment, inside the compound, 600 people were being violently ill. Every product in the family's own department store had been poisoned. Several different compounds, mixed, concentrated in the food, and the department store supplies every household in the clan. Mei Xiong traced the source inside the hour, and it did him no good at all, because the family's alchemists could not cure it. Their detox pills suppressed it, and nothing more. Then the distress signal came in from the boat, and the family head found himself standing in the neatest trap I have ever seen built. Send the security hall out to the boat, and Maple Leaf City is empty when the second wave lands. Keep it home and you lose the 6th elder, the 8th elder, and the entire next generation of 5 crafts in one afternoon. Mei Xiong argued it the cold way, because that is the only way he argues. It does not matter whether the 6th and 8th elders live, he said. What matters is the children on that boat. Lose the family and you can rebuild it. Lose its hope and there is nothing to rebuild with. Activate the protector array. Light came up out of every corner of that compound and sealed it, and Mei Xiong went out over the wall with everything that could fly. On a rooftop in the city, a man in Heihuan colors watched the guards leave and said, to nobody, let us see how you choose this time. In the council hall, 5 elders sat around a black jade table and had no answers, because a family with 400 years of history and 5 great crafts did not have a single poison master in it and could not even name what was killing them. Then the 2nd elder said he had thought of somebody. Who? Xuan Duan. This looks a great deal like the poisoning at the spirit mine. The man he had once helped hang that poisoning on was now the only card the family had left. The 10th elder pulled me out of seclusion and said the word detoxification, and for about half a second I thought they had finally worked out what I was. Then he told me the rest, and I said I needed to go to Xuan Garden first. Xuan Garden was in pieces. Mei Ru and the smallest children had it worst, because they were ordinary people and had nothing to burn it off with. Mei Ru and Jingxuan were kneeling on the floor pushing their own energy into the little ones by hand. Every mother in that house had red eyes. Then I came through the door, and I watched every face in the room change at once, and I understood what I had become to them without ever noticing it happen. It took me 4 seconds to read the compound. High grade. A cousin of the thing I had used at the mine. Anlei, be good. Papa's going to fix it. Then I went and lied to my father-in-law about needing time to study it because an antidote produced in 10 minutes is a confession, and I ordered only the herbs I had used the last time so that nobody could ever trace a second list. They brought me every alchemist in the family. Half an hour, father-in-law. Outside my own door, while they waited, one of them said the sentence that would eventually cost me a great deal of trouble. Alchemy and poison making, he said, are essentially the same craft, and this family does not have a single poison master in it. That is why we are helpless every time. 600 poisoned, 60 pills apiece. 15 minutes after we started, the first batch worked. And on a roof across the city, a Heihuan sect lieutenant who was 4 minutes from cracking the auction house's array got word that the Mei family had lowered the protector formation. He did not believe it. Nobody could have cured that in an afternoon. The whole raid had been a bluff to keep the family sealed inside its own walls while the boat was killed. The bluff died the moment an antidote existed, and they scattered, and the security hall ran a third of them down before dark. The boat came home 2 days later. Song Qingshu was Heihuan's sect. He had been for years. They had spent a fortune putting him into that conference. Let him shine. Let 5 clans bid, and let him choose us. And looking back, of course. How does a loose cultivator with no teacher pass that written exam and rise that fast? Unless he is cheating. I did not say that part out loud. My master had come home because the 9th elder took a sword meant for him. I checked him myself when they let me in. His lifespan had been thin before. Now it was measured in months, and I put it at under 6. I minded for 2 reasons, and I am not going to pretend one of them was not there. The first was that I could not stand to watch him go. The second was colder. The day Mei Tao died, both factions would go to war over the 6th elder's seat, and I would not be a candidate. I would be the prize. Then I'll have to refine a longevity pill, I said. It is tier 1, supreme grade. The immortal sect keeps the recipe locked up and rations how many ever reach the world outside. I had the recipe because I have all of them. It nearly killed me. 1 batch, and I came out of it slumped in a chair with the Lingxi jade holding my skull together, and I sat there panting and thinking, with real concern, that this was probably because of how the last few months had gone at home. 3 pills. Each one buys 3 to 5 years. I needed exactly 1. Tao woke up, and every elder in the family was already in the room with a gift. The family head produced an innate snow lotus out of the ancestral land, which is the kind of object you show a room rather than give it. The others followed. He refused all of it. I know what my body is, he said. Giving me these would be a waste. Then, from the back of the room, I said that his disciple had brought something too. I watched an entire council of elders smirk at each other. What could the little one possibly have? The box came open, and the room filled with gold light and the smell of finished elixir. Nobody said anything for a while. Every man in that room owned a longevity pill, every single one of them. They keep them the way you keep a life raft, against the day they attempt foundation establishment and need those extra years to survive the attempt. Not one of them had offered it. I do not blame them. People are selfish, and never more so than in a room with death standing in it. Master, I said, your lifespan is almost gone. You're the one it fits. He closed the box with both hands and held on to mine, and could not talk for a while. I got a good disciple, he said eventually. Nobody asked where a 5th-level son-in-law had obtained a supreme-grade pill. The story went through that compound overnight, and it converted people who had spent 4 years looking through me. That is what actually bought my standing in the Mei family. Not the alchemy, not the exam, a box. Nobody knew I made 27 more. I want to be clear that this was not modesty. I had watched a room full of the most powerful men in my world react to one of those, and then I went home and ordered the materials again. The market price is 500 spirit stones. In Maple Leaf City, a house costs a little over 400. Materials deducted, I was sitting on 13,000 spirit stones in a drawer. With one rule attached, which I wrote down and stuck to for 60 years, never sell one in this city. The Qingyuan sect controls how many of those reach the secular world and forbids the recipe from spreading, and they would never have imagined a Mei family son-in-law knew how to make them, and I intended to keep it that way. I also drew 10 high-grade talismans, made several more batches of pills, and then went comprehensively broke buying materials, and had to start selling artifacts to fund the next round, which is exactly the pattern the 9th Elder was watching. He refused, on principle, to believe that the longevity pill had been a gift. If he gave it away, he decided, then he wants something. Then the buy-sell came across his desk, and the whole picture assembled itself in one movement. A rich man does not run short of money, unless he is converting everything he owns into things he can carry. He remembered the Zhuan family delegation at the 10th Elder's estate. He remembered the 3 young ladies talking about touring the secular world. He did not act. He did not warn anybody. He simply sat back and waited to see what I would do, which is the single most dangerous thing that man ever did to me. The 13th child arrived in the middle of all this, and she was Mei Ru's. Congratulations. 70-year lifespan bonus, 4th grade spirit root. 25 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th grade spirit root, 60 of 100. A grade 9 father and a grade 5 mother had produced a grade 4 child. I stood in that corridor doing arithmetic that had stopped making sense. 1 point, 2 points, 15, 25, 60 out of 100, and the 8th grade in sight, and no way at all to explain the curve except that something in this system rewards better parents disproportionately, and the ceiling is a very long way up. The midwife shouted it down the passage before anybody could stop her, which meant half the compound knew before I did. A boy, 4th grade. I named him Xuan. 2 months later, Mei Su arrived at my gate on official business and asked, without preamble, whether I would be ready in 2 months. She had sold her father a tour of the towns under the family's jurisdiction to inspect properties, taking the family alchemist along on the grounds that his guidance might push her to high grade. The family head had agreed, and was sending an escort. The plan was to get there, and then lose them. Xuan Yue's release had been negotiated at the top. The Xuan family had refused to let her travel alone, and approved it instantly the moment it became a supervised trip under a May 3rd young lady, and the timing was set for the weeks when the one man who would have blocked all of it was away visiting the Zhao family. Before I left, I gave Xuanduan 2 years of suppressant, and then separately, quietly, a bottle of top-quality universal antidote. This one is for my wives and children. Nobody else knows it exists. If anyone asks you about it, you have never seen it. The escort was Captain Mei Dong, Level 7, Law Enforcement Hall, whose second assignment was to find out what I was hiding. And behind Mei Dong, invisible, a security hall intelligence man at only Level 5 who was better at not being seen than anybody I have ever met. The 9th Elder watched us ride out through his window and enjoyed himself. 23 days on spirit steeds, because a flying boat is a thing everybody watches. The Huoyuan Kingdom is one of 7 great kingdoms on this continent, and inside it is Qingyuan County, and inside Qingyuan County are 5 giant cities and nothing else that matters. A Gao refining cultivator can be born, live and die without ever crossing a county line. Bandit cultivators looked out of the trees at us, saw the maple leaf badge, and decided against it. Round the fire on the 8th night, Mei Su asked me what I thought of Xuan Yue. She's a good person. Just good? She's also very pretty. Do you know, she said, that she likes you? Which was, of course, the cover story Xuan Yue had built for the entire trip. It's impossible, obviously, Mei Su added. But I hope the 2 of you can have something nice to remember. I agreed solemnly, in defense of a lie neither of us was supposed to know about. And Captain Maydong handed me a piece of roast meat and murmured that if I could bring the Xuan family woman home, the family head would be extremely pleased. Qingqing at night is lit up like a second daylight. Xuan met us personally, third son of the Xuan patriarch, steward of the whole family, and though I did not know it yet, the father of a man who would matter enormously to me. The corridors buzzed as we went past. Is that Xuan Duan? He's young. They say he's only a grade 9. I wonder whether he has wives. I would marry him. They put my room directly between my two Mei family minders, and I watched Xuan's eyes go flat when he saw the arrangement. Be careful tonight, Mei Dong said to Mei Su. Don't open your door, Mei Su said to me, for anybody except me. I laughed at the closed door, as if I could be bought that easily. I was bought that night, at a volume I was not remotely prepared for. They put Captain Mei Dong to sleep with something in his cup. They pulled Mei Su away with an urgent message delivered by her own best friend. And then my door opened on its own. Heaven as my witness, third miss, I said to an empty corridor. I did not open that. There was a woman in the doorway, and there was a scent, and the room got warm very fast. Then the lynxy jade went cold against my chest, and my head cleared like a window opening. I knew what it was within a breath, because I have the entire Tier 1 poison catalog in my head, and half of it is not poison at all. It was in 2 parts. Something already burning in the room, harmless on its own, and something on her, harmless on its own, and together a compound that a man with an ordinary mind does not walk away from. Somebody in that house had researched me properly and had their own drug maker build it. Please leave. I don't want to. Then I'll leave. It's your room now. Xuan could not understand it. He had my file, 7 wives, a dozen children. He concluded he had sent the wrong type of woman and sent more. In half an hour, I received, by my count, at least 10 women of every conceivable description. Could you please tell Elder Xuan that I really do not want anything sent up? Young Master Xuan, just tell me what kind of woman you like. Can I say I like men? Her whole face lit up, and she ran off down the corridor before I could take it back. I sealed the door with a talisman. Somebody knocked politely for a while, and eventually went away. Finally, I said to the ceiling, sleep. Elsewhere in that building, Mei Su was having a much worse night because she had just worked out that her closest friend had helped set it up. Zhuan Yue's price, when it came out, was this. The family had promised that if she got Mei Su out of the way for one night, she would be allowed to see her mother one more time before she left. Once every 3 months. That is the family rule. That was the going rate. Don't you like him? Mei Su said. Why doesn't your family send you? And then, in a completely different tone, you do know he already has a great many wives. Xuan Yue only smiled at her. Trust him. Mei Su knocked at dawn. She hesitated in my doorway for a second, having clearly thought of something unpleasant, then came in anyway and found an empty bed, maid, and one man drying his face. I watched her shoulders come down. Third miss, I said. You don't actually suspect me of cutting a deal with the Zhuan family, do you? Why would I care about that? At breakfast, Captain Mei Dong was silently, magnificently furious because he had been drugged in a house where he could not accuse anybody of anything. Xuan stalled our departure by 2 days and made his real offer through Xuan Yue, who did not enjoy delivering it, a storage pouch worth close to 1,000 spirit stones, and 100 a month forever, which is what that family pays an elder. Miss Xuan, I said, I'm not that sort of person. That was a lie, and a polite one. My actual reason was arithmetic. I had spent 5 years buying a position in the Mei family, a master, a council seat waiting, a manor, a formation nobody knew about, a network of people who owed me. Walking into the Xuan family would have meant starting from 0 at 26 with a grade 9 root. Xuan came out from behind a screen where he had been listening the entire time and asked, pleasantly, whether I was certain. I was. He took it well. He pivoted to friendship inside 4 sentences, tried once more to give me a concubine, and accepted the refusal with a laugh when I told him I was powerless to help him. Xuan Yue had to cover her face. His parting gift was a Xuan family token. Show it to any member of that family anywhere in the kingdom and they will help you. I have used it exactly once. It mattered. Then the door opened and his son walked in. Black robe with gold thread, hair half tied and half not, and the specific unbothered air of a man who has never once been where he was supposed to be. He looked, I realized much later, exactly like Elder Hua of the Qingyuan sect, a person who had simply opted out of everyone else's urgency. Father. So you are here. What do you want? I've come to cancel the engagement. Xuan's hand hit the table like a dropped anvil. Mei Su, who had come to that house intending to fight for a cancellation and had been braced for a month of negotiation, arrived at a run and found the groom volunteering. Xuan Kang stood his ground. The marriage was arranged without asking him. The Mei family did not want it either, so why not? His father hit him with a fist full of golden energy and put him unconscious in the corridor outside. Lock him in the Forbidden Land. Then he turned around, entirely composed again, and asked Mei Su very politely for her reasons. She gambled. There's someone I like. And would your grandfather, Xuan said, put your preferences above the interests of two families? Which was the correct question, and it hung there, and she looked around that hall for something heavy enough to put on her side of the scale. And her eyes landed on me. No, I thought. Absolutely not. Do not. What if, she said, the person I like is him? Xuan's entire position collapsed in one breath, and I watched him do the sum on his own face. For a future Tier 2 alchemist, the Mei family head would trade this engagement, his own grandson-in-law, and most of the furniture. I got her outside. Third miss, is it really that bad? Her plan, which she explained with total confidence, was to have the engagement cancelled from home and then have me publicly refuse her, leaving both families with nothing to argue about. You haven't considered me at all. I'll make it up to you. Fine, compensation is definitely required, but you'll guarantee I'm allowed to refuse and that nobody comes after me for refusing. I can't guarantee that. I turned around and started walking. She caught my sleeve, and there was a long silence, and then a 24-year-old woman from the most powerful household in the province made the largest decision of her life in a corridor. Then at worst, I'll marry you. We'll pretend. And otherwise, we stay out of each other's way. Zhuan Yue, from 4 feet away, observed that this seemed to solve everything rather neatly, and that she had been saying so for a year. I put my hand out. Compensation. She handed over most of what she had accumulated in a decade. And 3 things, I added. You'll do 3 things for me. What things? I haven't decided. They won't be bad ones. Then I recorded her saying all of it onto a talisman in front of her while she watched. I need evidence, I explained, in case you regret it. You're more careful than I thought, said Xuan Yue. If you're not careful in this world, you don't get to find out what killed you. Xuan sent his own steward with us as a 5th minder, and 2 weeks later, we came into Jiangcheng. It is a small city on the border where the mortal world and the cultivation world grind against each other, and it sits close to the Qingyuan sect, and it exists mainly because of what is behind it. The Longfeng mountain range is roughly the size of the entire Qingyuan sect. It is the Heihuan sect's original ground. It is stuffed with heaven and earth treasures. And it is the most lawless place in the province, for one specific reason, which is that the Qingyuan sect has publicly declared that it will not avenge anybody who dies in it. The sect's position, when you ask them, is that without the genuine possibility of death, how is a cultivator supposed to exceed his own limits? The city master, Mei Hao, advised us to stay on the outer edge. Risking my life for a few clues, I told him, isn't my style. I meant it too. In a street in that town, a man called Xuan Ye watched us ride past and could not believe his luck. He was level 7, Heihuan sect, and the senior disciple of Han Fu, and the 2 of them had fled to the one town nobody would ever search, which is the town nearest the sect that was hunting them. His master was still badly injured from the fight over the flying boat. Then he heard somebody say the words, "Third young miss of the Mei family." He held his hand because the Mei family does not send that woman anywhere without an army, and he told his people to watch and wait. It took 2 weeks for our escort to believe the training story. When they finally let us into the mountains, they sent essentially the entire garrison with us. 4 cultivators at level 7, 10 at level 6, everybody else at 5, 40-odd men. Mei Su, who needed to lose her escort, looked at that column with despair. Xuan Ye, watching us leave the gate, said that he had finally got what he was waiting for. 2 days of hunting picked over beasts on the outer slopes. Mei Hao announced we would go home in the morning. Then a sword came out of the dark and took our formation master through the throat while he was still setting up. Everybody turned toward the far bank of the stream, which is why the actual attack came from behind us, as dozens of fireballs the size of lanterns. I got Xuan Yue out from under one with Windwalk without trace and a fistful of her sleeve, and the ground where she had been standing turned into a crater. She is a level 5 alchemist who had never been in a fight in her life. "Thank you," she said from about 4 inches away. Then they stepped out of the tree line wearing Heihuan sect robes, which they only put on when they intend to be recognized. "None of you leave tonight." Mei Hao asked what a single level 7 thought he was going to accomplish, and went out to meet him over the water. And then a second level 7 came out of the dark on our flank and cut a level 5 man in half without slowing down, and I watched Captain Mei Dong's face change, because a second one was not in anybody's plan. I did what I do. I moved to the edge, near the tree line, where the ground sloped away, and I will say it plainly, I did not position myself to fight. I positioned myself to run. Then a thin shape came up out of the stream at Mei Su with a short blade, and her bodyguard was half a second behind it, so I put a medium-grade fire talisman into the man's path to buy the half-second. And then a pillar of light came across the water, went through Captain Mei Dong's defensive talisman like paper, and put him into the stream. The old man who walked out of the dark afterwards was not carrying a weapon. Han Fu, 9th layer of Gao refining. He waved one hand, the way you wave away a fly, and the air filled with black and white blades, and several of our level 5 men were simply not there anymore. Mei Dong dragged himself out of the water, swallowed a boost pill, and charged him. He was swatted out of the sky like something crossing a window. Han Fu was holding back, and I could see why, because he was still hurt and rationing himself, and because he had come for hostages rather than a massacre. The Mei family's third young miss, alive, is worth a city. Dead, she is worth an afternoon. Down from 40 to about a dozen, Mei Hao burned his own trump card, a talisman treasure, a golden hoop holding about a third of a real magic treasure's power, and the entire reason a level 7 cultivator is trusted to hold a city. It flattened the field, killed the weaker Heiwan disciples outright, and bought exactly one gap. Mei Hao grabbed Mei Su and went through it, and left Xuan Yue standing in an open field, not by accident. I watched him look at her. The situation was urgent, and she was a Xuan family asset in a Mei family emergency, and a body left behind slows down a pursuit. He looked for me too, could not see me in the tree line, and left. She was standing there alone with about 4 seconds left when I came out of the trees. What are you doing? Move. I got her wrist and told her to gather her energy and picked her up and went into the forest. I want to put my own thinking on record here because it is not flattering and it is true. I had spent the entire fight standing exactly where I could leave alone. Going back for her was, by every rule I had been living by, stupid. I could not stand there and watch it happen. That is the whole reason. If it had ever come down to one of us, I would not have been a saint about it, but it had not come down to that yet. Zhuan Ye came after us anyway. I fought him with paper, a high-grade water curtain that ate a sword-light hole, then another, because that is what a talisman master with nothing else can do, convert money into distance. Put me down, Zhuan Yue said from under my arm, with absolute composure. She had a mother in a forbidden land and nothing else in the world she would miss, and she had already done the arithmetic. It hasn't come to that. In my previous life, I always hated this exact scene in a story. It turns out that when it is happening to you, you do it anyway. Then I found the crevice. 2 cliffs. A gap wide enough for one man and no way around. I sent her through first and papered both walls behind me. You like chasing, I said. The gap filled from floor to roof with blades that Xuan Ye had to cut through one at a time. She offered me her sword afterwards, in the dark, and I would not take it. If I take it, you can't help me when the next thing happens. Just owe me. Then Han Fu came down through the canopy. Xuan Yue went straight at him to buy me time and was swatted unconscious into the leaves, and he looked at me over her. You are Xuan Duan. No, wrong man. Then he offered me a job. Would I be willing, he said, to join the Heiwan sect? And I said with my whole chest, of course. I've admired the Heiwan sect for years. My lord, you may not know this, but it's precisely why I married so many wives and had so many children. He was delighted. He accepted me as a disciple on the spot. Master, I said, stepping closer, is there anything I can do for you? Then I set off several dozen high-grade talismans at once, at arm's length, and ran. He blocked it with a black and white mirror, and the mirror cracked, and then it came apart. I burned everything I owned over the next 4 minutes. A light blade ate the talismans I threw behind me until I was down to 3 top-grade ones. I spent my master's parting gift, the mysterious earth talisman, and a wall of earth came up that a level 8 could not shake, and the blade left a white scar on it and no more. Then Han Fu forced a blue flag and pulled a column of water out of nothing because earth is beaten by water, and my wall came apart. So I turned and used golden rainbow piercing the Gao, which put a small sun in the middle of that forest at midnight and could not have hurt him at all. It was not meant to. It was a curtain. Behind it, I spent my second top-grade talisman, and a golden-furred antlered thing the size of a house tore that water column in half and drove him back 40 yards. And I ran into a valley and put down a concealment array with a formation plate while my hands shook. It held. His divine sense went over that valley twice and found nothing, and then he did not leave. Let's see how long you last, he said to the trees, and sealed 10 miles of forest with searchers. The array runs on 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone lasts about a day. Swapping it produces a flicker that a 9th layer would see from 3 miles away, so I sat in a hole in the ground next to an unconscious woman and watched a stone die. By midday, it was nearly out. I gave Xuan Yue the antidote, which would wake her in about half an hour, and worked out what I was going to do, and did not enjoy any of it. I was going to walk out and pull the hunters after me, and leave her survival to luck. Good luck to both of us, I said, and stepped out of the array. There, said Han Fu from the ridge. The first level 5 disciple who reached me got the full golden rainbow and then a sword across the throat, and I went east through the trees, cutting down everything in my path. I could not use 4 of the 5 sword skills, but the 5 element sword art is not a list of moves, it is an understanding, and even at my level 1 swing through more sword light than a man that strong has any business producing. Zhuanye dropped out of the sky in front of me. I swallowed a boost pill, and we traded until the trees around us stopped being trees. Let's see how long your medicine lasts, he said. I've got nothing else, I said, but I've got a lot of medicine. Then I put a fistful of pills in my mouth, which looks like suicide and is not, because I am an alchemist and I know precisely how each of those absorbs and in what order and what they do to each other. Then I spent the last top-grade talisman on him, and vines came out of the ground that his high-grade sword could barely mark, and they closed on him a turn at a time, and Han Fu's divine sense came down on me from 300 yards away, the way you put a thumb on an insect, and nothing happened. I felt it arrive, and I felt it fail to move me, and I stood there in a burning forest with my mouth full of pills and understood something I had not known about myself. 3 of the 4 great arts. A year on the 4th floor of that pavilion answering questions that taxed nothing but the mind. My body was level 5. My divine sense was not. Huh, said Han Fu from a long way off. And I stopped running. Because there was a 9th layer cultivator in this forest, and I had swallowed my entire pharmacy, and if he walked out of here alive, then all of it had been for nothing. I thought you were a clever man, Han Fu said. I am. That's why I'm not going to stoop to your level. He let his full pressure out at me then, all of it, the way an adult leans on a door a child is holding. The 3rd stage of the giant bear body refining art is the only reason I was still upright. It felt like standing in surf, so I stalled. A sword strike here, a thrown bottle of poison mist there, which does not kill a 9th layer cultivator but does gum up his energy for about a heartbeat, and a heartbeat was what I was shopping for, and the whole time, his disciples were closing in around me from every direction, which was the point. I wanted them close. A pillar of light came past me, and the shockwave alone took my robe off my back in strips. Then the sword left my hand, and there was a golden talisman in it instead, and I watched Han Fu's face change completely. Talisman treasure. He turned to run. It was not a stupid decision. It was simply late. Ice spear. 30 miles of forest went white and stopped moving. Every living thing inside it locked where it stood except the man holding the paper. His disciples became statues. And the 9th layer elder of the Heihuan sect came down out of the air and did not get up. His last thought, and I know this because he said it out loud on the way down, was pure professional outrage. Why does a level 5 cultivator own a talisman treasure? I do not own a talisman treasure. Why did you not simply show it to me at the start? Because you would have run, old man. That is why. Then I sat down where I was standing, because there was nothing left in me at all. 2 uses left on that talisman. I went over that field with the thoroughness of a man who has just spent everything he owns. Han Fu's storage ring, the blue flag, every pouch off every disciple. I was gone before the scavengers arrived, and they found nothing to take, and I sat in a hole in the ground afterwards, shaking, and arrived at the only conclusion that trip ever taught me. If you cannot walk in this world under your own power, you will die without ever learning what killed you. And then, unexpectedly, a second thought. Getting tricked onto that recruitment boat 5 years ago might have been the single luckiest thing that ever happened to me. I went back to the valley and Xuanyue was gone, walked out or carried out, and no way to tell which. I decided not to keep picking at it because I had already done everything I actually could. Then I opened the ring. Han Fu had been an artifact refiner, which explained why it was full, and I took his craft slips too, because of the 4 great arts that is the only one I do not own. There was a bottle of premium spirit gathering pills that the old man had clearly been hoarding against his own foundation establishment attempt. Sorry about that. 5 bottles of high-grade pills, 20 talismans, a top-grade Vajra, and then, at the bottom, a fruit in a sealed case. Heavenly spirit fruit. One of the 3 main ingredients of a foundation establishment pill. There are 34 ingredients in that formula. 31 of them you can buy in any decent city. 3 of them you cannot buy at all. Dragon blood grass, heavenly spirit fruit, and jade marrow ganoderma. I had walked into that forest to find one of the 3, and I was walking out with a different one in my pocket, off a corpse. There were cultivation techniques in there too, of the kind that take from a partner what they give to you. I kept them, and not for the method. Buried in them were sections on restoring vitality, which is a problem that had been quietly costing me for years, and a sealed letter that no amount of divine sense could read. Then I turned around, and there was a man in May Family Security Hall uniform, standing 40 feet away, searching the trees. I did not think about it for very long. If that man reported what was on this field, there was no place for me in the May family, and possibly no place for me anywhere. I put him down and got a blade to his throat and asked who he was. Mei Guang, security hall, sent by the ninth elder. He had seen nothing. Han Fu's cordon had kept him 3 miles out for the entire fight, and he was telling the truth about that, and I believed him. I see, I said. He relaxed. I watched him relax. Then I killed him. There was no anger in it, and that is the part I would change if I could change anything. He was a man doing his job, badly, for wages, and I could not afford the version of the future where he went home. I took his pouch and Han Fu's map of the range, and I filed the only lesson available. The ninth elder thinks about me a great deal. I will need to be much more careful when I get home. There is exactly one market in the Longfeng mountain range, and it is the strangest place I have ever been. 5 districts. No flying, at all, under any circumstances. A Qingyuan sect disciple once rode his sword through the middle of it on the strength of his sect's name and was killed in the air over the fish stalls. Foundation establishment recluses live in it, in ordinary houses, among the vegetables. Information is sold openly at 2 spirit stones a slip. I put on Zhuan Ye's mask, which is a high-grade artifact that even a Foundation establishment cultivator has to concentrate to see through, and I bought a permanent room at the local Tianxia restaurant for a mid-grade spirit stone. That was not extravagance. A 5th-floor room comes with its own spirit-gathering array, and more importantly, it comes with the restaurant's protection, and if things ever went badly wrong in that market, I wanted a building nobody would follow me into. I fenced the loot across 4 shops in an afternoon. The first old man took Han Fu's entire storage ring, contents unexamined, without asking a single question about where it came from, because in that range, murder and robbery are not crimes, they are weather. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. By evening, I had 28, and I was worth about 37 mid-grade and 800 ordinary, and I made a joke to myself about it that stopped being funny halfway through. 5 years in the Mei family, refining pills at the top of my craft, had earned me 700 or 800 spirit stones. One afternoon of taking things off dead people had earned me 40 times that. I want to be clear that I understood exactly what that arithmetic was offering me, and that I said no. Partly because of what I am, and partly honestly because I did not have to. Men take that road when it is the only road. I had a wheel in my head that paid me in decades. I spent 5 mid-grade stones on top-tier talisman and pill materials because Han Fu had made me burn every single trump I owned. Then I locked myself in that room for 5 days and refined, and then I went and sold 25 longevity pills to the wrong people, on purpose. Not to Baoling Studio, which is Qingyuan sect money, because I had a lively suspicion that a stranger walking in there with 25 supreme-grade pills would be arrested before the first one went on a shelf. I went to their rival, Zhenyuan Pavilion, the house that once outbid the Qingyuan sect's own shop for a spiritual artifact and was never answered for it. The clerk at the counter was asleep on his hand until I said the words, "How many?" 25. "Are you an alchemist of the Qingyuan sect?" "No." He opened at 500 each and then went upstairs at a speed I did not like and came back down with an old man in a plain robe, and my whole body stiffened before he had crossed the room. Elder Gao Yuan, Tier 2 high-grade alchemist, Foundation establishment. "Did you refine those?" "My lord, that doesn't seem relevant to the transaction. May I talk with you?" "Certainly. After you pay." He laughed out loud and raised the price to 600 and handed me a pouch with 150 mid-grade spirit stones in it and then told me what I had walked into. Zhenyuan Pavilion belongs to the Qimang sect, the Qingyuan sect's enemy, and though he had no reason to mention it, the sect that stands behind the Bai family, which is to say behind the girl asleep in my house. They operate openly on Qingyuan ground because that mountain range straddles 2 counties and belongs in practice to whoever is standing in it. His ask was simple. He wanted the location of the longevity pill's main ingredient. The Qimang sect has the recipe and cannot obtain the herb, and the man who found them a source would buy himself a seat in the inner sect with it. I genuinely did not know. I had been quietly taking it out of the Qingyuan sect's own cupboards for a year. I could not say that. "Elder Gao," I said, "you've misunderstood me." He smiled and said, "Business is business, and that if we could not agree, then we could still be friends." And the moment the door shut behind me, he told his people to follow that man and find out who was behind him, and sent a letter to his sect requesting a Foundation establishment cultivator with a talent for reading minds out of a skull. I went back to my room and thought about what actually beats a man like that. Pills only improve you, and I was 5 realms short. Talismans get swatted. There is exactly one branch of my crafts that works on somebody much stronger than you, and it is the one I had brought none of. Formations come in 6 kinds: attack, defense, cultivation, restriction, space, and trapping. Trapping is the one that buys a weaker man seconds. If I had brought trapping materials into that forest, I would never have needed the talisman treasure at all. A pinch of powder would have done it. I had the restaurant staff buy me everything, tipping heavily, because a well-tipped waiter is the cheapest intelligence network in any world. 3 days of building. Then I walked out under a disguise talisman, a mask, concealment talismans, and a realm hiding talisman, wearing 4 different lies at once, and nothing happened. Which frightened me considerably more than an ambush would have, so I faked one. I went from a walk to a dead sprint with no warning at all, purely to make anybody behind me match it. And behind me, a man had to spend energy to keep up, and lit up like a lamp. If I had not done that, I would never have known he was there. He opened with the lance of rainbow light. I answered with Hanfu's Vajra talisman, top grade, the best defensive paper money can buy. He destroyed it with 1 punch, level 8, minimum, probably 9. I threw a fireball and an ice ball at the same time, both top grade, and used the confusion to get distance. And behind me, a professional killer was recalculating because he had not expected a target to be carrying 3 of those. Then I ran, and while I ran, I built the 6 harmonies array. First order, top tier, a trapping formation old enough that mostly only immortal sects still have the diagram. It will hold a foundation establishment cultivator. Briefly, the step that costs an ordinary formation master 20 breaths, scattering light points across the ground and pulling them back as a map, took me 5, because I own 3 of the 4 arts and spent a year, having my mind hammered flat and rebuilt on the 4th floor of a library. I drew the rest of the diagram while a level 9 assassin was actively stabbing me. I blocked a black dagger that smelled of old blood with my last lightning talisman. I turned the final grab by about 4 inches. Then I dropped the array over the clearing and gravity arrived like a landslide. He roared something about courting death and let his full aura out and shattered golden rainbow piercing the Gao with a flick of the wrist. So I dropped the golden light bell between us and his dagger rang off it like a hammer on a church. I watched him work it out. Another top-grade talisman, a high-grade defensive artifact, a trapping array he did not recognize. No wonder a level 5 was walking around selling supreme-grade pills. He was entirely correct and about 90 seconds late. The sword had never been the attack. The bell was not the attack either. Under that array, he could not move fast enough to avoid a cloud of powder drifting down onto him, and bone-eroding powder is a tier 2 poison, and a pinch of it goes through a high-grade robe. He offered me everything he owned, twice. I watched it happen without saying anything, and then I picked up his things and walked away, and I have never once pretended that was a clean thing to have done. It cost most of my only bottle. 1 use left. He was carrying Genuine Pavilion's own token, which went straight into the system's storage in case anybody could track it. 5 mid-grade stones, 230 ordinary, and a high-grade cultivation technique, the water element secret method, which lets a man come apart into water and leave nothing to follow. I have used that one more than anything else I have ever owned. Gao Yuan arrived at that clearing hours later with a priest of his sect, read the residue of the formation, and drew the only sane conclusion, which was that there had to be more than one person involved. My carelessness, he said. We wait. When he surfaces, there will be nowhere for him to go. Because he had memorized my real face and my real information the moment I walked into his shop, which is how the shadow had found a man wearing a mask in a market of 40,000 people. The valley from Xuanyue's clue had a crowd camped outside it. That is not what you want to see after 3 days of careful travel. My first thought was that the dragon bloodgrass was already gone. My second thought, after about a minute of listening, was much better. There was a formation in the fog, and nobody in that crowd could break it. Then 2 men in brocade came out of the mist wearing a crest I knew, because I had beaten a boy wearing it out of a defensive artifact in front of an immortal sect. Gao Duan and Gao Jun, brothers, both high-grade formation masters. Both of them had been given the same clue 5 years earlier and had come back every single year to chip at that array like men with a spoon and a mountain. Their pitch to the crowd was that they had weakened it substantially and now simply needed hands to help locate the array bases. I stood at the back and listened to a lie I could measure. They had not weakened it at all, not by a hair. I could see the thing breathing. I joined anyway, because whoever got in first got the grass, and because a man alone cannot break a formation, he can only read. Inside, visibility was about 7 feet and divine sense was blind. The array was tier 2 work. 2 superb formations layered on top of each other with the seams matched, which is why 2 high-grade masters had failed at it for 5 years. When the ice blades started, I stood at the back and did absolutely nothing, and somebody called me on it. You want into the valley without lifting a hand? Why aren't they lifting a hand? They're the formation masters. So am I said. So naturally I don't need to. They asked my name. I will not change my name or hide my surname, I said, with a completely straight face. I am Xuan Duan, a loose cultivator, medium grade at best. Which was exactly what Gao Duan wanted to hear, because a nobody with no family makes an ideal person to blame. He tested me almost immediately by private voice, asking me which way I thought we should go so that the deaths would belong to my judgment. I answered at full volume so that 30 people heard it. Brother Zhao is right. I think we should go left. What do you think? He had to own it in public. We went left. We lost people. A man's throat opened and the cultivators nearest him immediately started fighting each other over his storage pouch, and 2 of them died while brawling, which is the most honest thing that happened in that fog. Gao Duan restored order with a mixture of shame, promise, and threat that I admired professionally. He would hold all the pouches. They would be split evenly when we were out. Do as I say and you leave alive. Don't, and I abandon you. He is a man with real nerve, I thought. It is only his character that is rotten. Down from 20-odd to 11, we found an array base. And Gao Jun said quietly to his brother, the thing I had been waiting for somebody to say. He either understands how this formation operates, or he is much stronger than level 5, because look at him. He is not frightened. So Gao Duan tested me again. He pointed at a patch of fog where there was nothing at all, and asked me loudly, in front of everybody, to go and destroy the base there. I went off into the mist looking grateful, and came back out of an explosion I had made myself, and announced that I had successfully destroyed it. Gao Jun, who knew perfectly well there had been nothing there, said, "Are you certain? You told me there was one." Gao Duan had to cover his own test in front of his own crowd, so he said that this formation clearly had multiple bases, and I handed it straight back to him. Now that you mention it, something did feel wrong when I broke it. There might be another one over there. So Gao Jun went to the real base and destroyed it, and the array got stronger and threw him out of the fog bleeding. It seems, I said sadly, that brother Gao Jun found a false base. A sentence I had assembled entirely out of Gao Duan's own lecture about true and false bases from 5 minutes earlier. Here is what was actually happening. I am a top-tier formation master pretending to be a medium-grade novice, and I had been quietly adding array stones to their formation, 2 of them slotted into the array's own operating logic, which is why destroying a genuine base now made the whole thing angrier, and why every innocent question I asked was measuring exactly how much those 2 had worked out. So I sent Gao Duan to the correct base himself, and he came back out in rags with a broken sword and his formation plate destroyed, alive by luck. By then the crowd wanted to quit. He held them with their own confiscated pouches. Nothing gets distributed until the formation breaks. Those who leave now get nothing. Stay or go, it's yours to decide. Damn it, said one of them. Might as well finish. 3 bases down, and Gao Duan located the array core and did not destroy it, because destroying it would have opened that valley to the 40 people camped outside. Then he pointed the group at what he called the way out, which I could see was a dead end. And then, in the middle of the next attack, the 2 brothers turned sideways and vanished into the fog. I went with them. Half an hour later, we came out into a green valley with a sky over it, and they turned round to find me standing there. Boy, did you think we let you follow us? And now you can die. Gao Jun opened with a sword light and golden rainbow piercing. The Gao put him back several steps on his heels. Gao Duan immediately began explaining that it was a misunderstanding. Don't bother, I said. You're a hypocrite, and I'd rather you didn't waste the time setting up a formation. Come at once, all of you. His divine sense came down on me to pin me in place, and I broke it and moved anyway, and very nearly took his brother's head off before they got a top-quality pagoda up between us. That artifact was insurance, given to 2 high-grade array masters by a family that expected to get them back. Their plan was to retreat, build a formation, and win at leisure. Running already? Neither of them had a movement technique. I ran them down and stood in front of them and asked whether 2 level 6 cultivators could possibly stop. Gao Duan held the pagoda up and my sword could not mark it. So I took out 4 top-grade talismans and held them where he could see all 4. I watched him do the arithmetic and I watched it break something. With the ones I had already spent, that made 5. He had one. His entire family had given him one. I wonder, I said, whether your artifact can take all of these. It was a complete bluff. I had no intention of throwing them because I wanted that pagoda undamaged. He panicked and threw the pagoda at me as a weapon. I blocked it with the golden light bell, and he saw the bell, and the whole thing came apart in his face. You're Xuan Duan. With the artifact away from its owner, my divine sense put him on the ground, and he lay there working through an increasingly upsetting series of questions. He is not a medium-grade formation master, he is Xuan Duan, but Xuan Duan is an alchemist. Why is he a formation master? Then the last of the powder. I picked up the cracked pagoda on my way past, because poison can be made again, and an artifact like that may not come round twice. Gao Jun was waiting inside an attack formation he had built himself, feeling extremely secure. Where's my brother? He's in a bad way. You're next. He triggered it, and I walked to a tree and cut an array stone out of the dirt without ever taking out a formation plate. How did you find that so fast? Because I know this formation better than you do. He had built it out of a book. I had the book. Second stone, and his array was dead, and then it was over. The dragon bloodgrass was in a crevice in the cliff face at the top of the valley. Deep green blades with veins in them like something circulatory system, one scarlet flower standing up off it like a small fire, and a stem of purple-red patterned in overlapping scales. It was rooted in a patch of glowing soil the size of my palm. And because I am also a spirit planter, I could see something in about 4 seconds that 100 cultivators camped outside that fog would never have seen. It had been planted there, deliberately, by the Qingyuan sect, which is why in 300 years it had never spread past that crevice. Then I had the idea that ended up being worth more than everything else in that mountain range put together. Don't harvest it, transplant it. If I could get dragon blood grass to propagate, I would not be a man who found a foundation establishment ingredient once. I would be the man who grows them, and every one of my children who ever hits that wall walks through it. 30 breaths of extremely careful work lifted the whole plant with its soil intact, and I put it into the system's storage space, which freezes whatever goes into it at the exact instant it goes in. Slot 1. The talisman treasure. Slot 2, a plant. I went back into the fog to see who was left. One man, a big one, leaning on a tree with 4 or 5 bodies in front of him. The 8 survivors had killed each other over the pouches, and he had won the argument. "Get me out of here," he said, "and all of this is yours. If I kill you, all of that is mine anyway." "You? I really think you should get me out of here." "The last 2 men who said that to me," I said, "were from the Zhou family. I fought him inside a formation I understood, and he did not, appearing out of the mist and going back into it, and he died confused about where I was." Outside, the scavengers looked at me with a great deal of interest. "Don't," I said. "If I could break the formation, would the fog still be there?" And I was gone before they finished deciding. The city I had come from was falling while I was in that valley. Mountain bandits and the Zhao family together, working through Zhangcheng shop by shop, with the Mei cultivators holding a manor behind an array, and no reinforcements coming. And the Zhao family's 8th elder was in a rage because he had recalled his 2 high-grade formation masters 3 days earlier, and neither of them had answered. They did not answer because they were in a valley. I have thought about that a great deal. 2 men I killed for my own reasons, in a fog, over a plant. If I had not, those 2 would have gone back to Zhangcheng, and the Mei family's holdings there would have been gone inside a week. Inside that besieged manor, Mei Hao and a crippled Captain Mei Dong argued about what to do, and Mei Su sat in the corner with no vote at all, waiting for her family to remember her. 3 days further in, I found the illusion forest. It is what is left of the Heihuan sect, and there is a restriction over the whole site that admits only Gao refining cultivators, which is why it is still there. Collapsed pavilions, roots through the floors, 400 years of weather, and the legend attached to it says you can win the legacy of the Joyous Union path in there, which everybody in that market took to mean an artifact or a technique. I was, I suspect, the only person alive who knew exactly which technique. Nobody goes in alone, so I put on the dead man's face again and joined a team. Captain Guoyong and 4 sworn brothers, a brother and sister pair of local throat cutters, and a woman in white with a 3-foot sword who looked like something carved rather than born, who glanced at me once and never again. Murong Shui, 9 of us, and Guoyong had the one thing that mattered, which was a map. I put myself near the woman in white on the way in, and it had nothing to do with her face. She was carrying something. Whatever it was, I wanted to be standing next to it when it came out. Inside, everything in that forest carries illusion power. It sticks to leaves and stone and skin, and then it goes into your head and builds whatever you are most afraid of or most want. Then a small black shape came out of the canopy, and somebody cut it in half, and it burst into 7 colors. Lock your minds. We held, because we had been warned. The 40-odd hangers-on who had been quietly following our team for the map took the full dose and stood there in a clearing smiling at nothing. Phantom monkeys throw their own young as weapons. Each one is a walking illusion, and when the intruders are dazed, the troop comes down. Even tigers do not eat their cubs. Something in that forest had gone very wrong a long time ago, and I looked at Captain Guoyong, who had known those people were behind us and who had not warned a single one of them, and revised my estimate of him substantially. They were not followers. They were bait, and he had been carrying them for 2 days. I fought at about 1/3 of my capacity for the next 2 days, which had the useful side effect of making the woman in white carry the front, and she called it out on the 2nd afternoon. "If that's all you have, you should leave. Aren't companions supposed to help each other? I don't keep company with weak people." I did not argue, and I did not try to win her round, because a man who has already been dismissed cannot buy his way back with effort. I simply drifted to the rear of the column, where I could leave first if it came to that, which is where I was standing when somebody tripped a formation in the ruins, and the light took the whole party. I saw it a half-second early and stepped outside the array's edge, went up a tree, and watched. It was a bandit trap. Chang, old formation master, feeding it from cover, and a leader with a hammer, and they had been sitting on that clearing for days. I did not help. I want that on the record with everything else. If they had all died in there, I would have been sorry, in the way you are sorry about weather. When the array ran dry, the two groups collided properly, and Guoyang finally burned a top-quality talisman and drove them off, and two of his sworn brothers were dead on the stones. He collected their storage pouches himself, and nobody said anything, and he said he would look after their wives and children, and then he burned the bodies with a fire talisman. There was very little grief. In that forest, death is just a thing the day does. He came and found me that night, and he was curious rather than angry. How did you know to step out of the array? I was near the edge. I know a little about formations. You're a formation master? And the entire arithmetic of that camp changed in one sentence. Because there was an illusion barrier ahead that he had been planning to push through by weight of bodies, and now there was another option. Morong Shui listened to all of it and said nothing at all. At the barrier the next morning, he handed out ethereal talismans, high grade, half an hour of protection each, which are expensive enough that I substantially revised my estimate of what he expected to find in there. And then he said the quiet part. Behind this is the legacy of the Joyous Union Path. Inside, the illusions came in waves. One of his brothers drew his sword on nothing. Then Duan Hai watched the woman in white put a blade into his sister's back, recognized it as false, ate a pill, and found his sister perfectly fine, and 1 second later took an entirely real sword through the shoulder from Han Rui, who was watching the Duan siblings murder his brother. It's real. It's actually real. Guoyang got his own man down and drugged him back into his head, then bought off the fury with a bottle of pills and delivered the only rule that keeps a group alive in a place like that. Trust your companions. If you trust them, the forest has nothing to show you. By the end of it, every face in that party was gray. I was fine. Strong divine sense. A year of having my mind sanded down on the 4th floor of a library, a jade on my chest built specifically for this, and a talisman on top of all of it. We came out at a lake with 3 small islands on it, lit like something out of a painting, and no illusion power anywhere. It's real, Guoyang said. There's treasure on each one, and an array over the water. 8 people turned and looked at the beginner formation master, and Morong Shui asked the only question that mattered. Can you build a mind-cleansing array? It is an entry-level formation that steadies the mind against illusion, and I could have built one in my sleep. I can. I took 15 minutes over it and faked effort for all 15, and then a party of exhausted people sat down inside it and breathed properly for the first time in 3 days and looked at me as though I had done something. Walking out onto that lake is like wading in wet sand. 5 zhang out, the array took us. The world went black, not dark, black. Divine sense gone. Voices gone, 8 people standing within arm's reach of each other and unable to find one another. It was a space array, which requires a Tier 2 formation master to build, with an attack layer folded on top of it. And that told me something about this whole mountain range that I have never forgotten. I do not believe the Heihuan sect built that 400 years ago. I think the Qingyuan sect built it. I think the entire Longfeng mountain range is the sect's training ground, right down to the bandits, and that everything in it is there to make cultivators either better or dead. I could not take apart a Tier 2 space array, so I did not try. I unpicked the attack layer out of the tangle and left the darkness exactly where it was, which is how I know what everybody in that blackness was seeing. Morong Shui chose to smash through it rather than solve it, killed something, and then walked into her own history. A village girl taken in by a sect elder who came home after 5 years to find the village gone and her parents in it. She had cut her way through the whole herd of beasts that did it and broken through to level 7 standing on them. She had no attachments after that. She had a purpose instead, which is a much harder thing to talk somebody out of. 2 extra seconds looking at that village cost her a bite through the arm. Han Rui heard his dead brothers talking in the black and refused to break, and something ate him anyway. Duan Mei hallucinated and cut off her own left arm at the shoulder. Han Duan lost his mind entirely, and Guoyang ran. The real threat under that water was not the array. It was a catfish thing that releases illusion power when you kill it. They are living bombs, and you cannot avoid killing them. And past a certain count, even I would have gone under, which is when I looked at the illusion power coming out of one of them and had the best idea of my entire life. I let the cat out. Xiao Bai came out of the storage space snow white in absolute blackness, which is a thing I will never forget seeing, and he opened one of those fish up and then ate the illusion power that came out of it. And got bigger. His entire nature is illusion. I had been feeding him beast pills for 4 years, and here was a lake full of the one thing that actually grows him. All yours, I said. I moved him out of the storage space and into a proper pet bag afterwards because the storage freezes whatever goes into it, and I did not want to freeze him halfway through a growth spurt. Then I opened the way out, and a point of light appeared in the dark. 5 of 9 came out onto the first island. There was a bell sitting on a pile of rubble, top-quality artifact. Guoyang claimed it on the grounds that he was captain and had lost the most. Duan Hai asked whether he thought the other 2 islands would be easier. The woman in white said that if we wanted fairness, we should split evenly. and I, who had contributed nothing all trip, argued to keep going, because if that party dissolved on Island 1, I would never get to see the other two arrays. I've worked out some of how these formations function, I said modestly. They gave the bell to Murong Shui to hold. Everybody had quietly concluded she was a sect disciple, and a sect disciple is the one person in that group who cannot simply vanish with it. I had briefly hoped they would hand it to me, and then I thought about it from their side and conceded the point immediately. If they gave it to me, what exactly would stop me from cracking the last array and running? Nothing. Nothing at all. While the others recovered, I walked the island looking at the plants. They are ordinary. Sage and things like sage, in colors that are slightly wrong. Nobody else glanced at them twice. I am a spirit planter, and I could feel what was inside them, and it was illusion power, saturated all the way through. And I had just spent a day and a night inside a formation that used illusion power as a weapon. I could plant these around Zhuan Garden. I could seed them into my own arrays. Anybody who ever came over my wall would be fighting an attack formation and a hallucination at the same time, and would not know which was which. Formations mixed with illusion is not a defense. It is a very good way of killing people. I tested one first, transplanting a purple sage onto a bed of spirit stones, and it lived, and the illusion power in it neither faded nor grew. So I lined a storage pouch with spirit stones and island soil and harvested every single illusion-bearing plant. On that island, on my knees, methodically, for 2 hours. Guoyong watched a man he had written off as a passenger work like a professional and started visibly to wonder who he had actually brought along. Murong Shui's opinion completed its journey somewhere in there, from a coward who only knows small tricks to a person who knows how to wait, which is a much more frightening thing to be. Nobody volunteered for watch that night. The trust in that camp was gone, so I built myself a small defensive array, crawled into it, and slept extremely well, and in the morning, I was the only one of the 5 who had. Brother Xuan, said Guoyong, will be relying on you from here. The second island's array was not spatial, attack and defense, layered. I announced that I would need to observe its characteristics before I could deduce the layout, which is a technical way of saying that somebody had to walk into it first. Guoyong chose the man he already wanted dead. Duanhai took it, and before he went, he brought his one-armed sister over to Murong Shui and asked her to look after her. The lake turned into a few thousand blades and then reared up into a water curtain 3 zhang high with the exploding fish inside it. We can't retreat, I called from behind everybody. It'll follow us back. They cut a hole in it. Brother Xuan, come on. Don't worry about me. Keep going forward. Past the curtain, the array blew the party apart into separate pockets where nobody could see anybody. Guoyong burned a high-grade boost pill, cut himself free, and found the one-armed woman alone behind a wall of water that no divine sense could see through. He had already worked out the aftermath. Her brother would not dare object, the sect girl would not care, and the loose cultivator could be bought. And at that exact moment, the water curtain dropped. Because I had been reading that entire array off my formation plate for 20 minutes, and I suppressed the defensive layer at the precise second he raised his hand and put him in the open in front of every witness we had left. She died anyway. I want to be honest about that too. I did not save her, and I could not have. What I did was make it cost him. Her brother charged. Han Duan blocked him. And Murong Shui hesitated on the water and did nothing, and I watched her not do it. Then, because I wanted both sides of that fight weaker, I turned the array's defenses back on and steered the curtains, one across the fleeing man's path, one across her line of sight. Even heaven is helping me, said Guoyong, who had no idea he was being driven like a cart. It cost him his last boost pill and his last high-grade talisman to finish Duanhai. Then he stood there on the water, breathing hard, and called over to me that we should break the formation and leave. Brother Xuan, I said, do you know the saying about the mantis and the cicada? He tried to laugh it off. I was a level 5 cultivator, so I held up a top-quality talisman. He went from bluffing to begging inside 4 words. He did not need the treasure. He had hundreds of spirit stones. He would give me all of it. A man who kills, I said, gets killed. If I hadn't been strong enough, I'd be floating next to the Duan family right now. If you want to blame something, blame this world. I went back through the array and fetched Murong Shui myself. She stepped onto the second island, counted 4 bodies on the water behind her, and finally looked at me properly. He was hiding it the whole time. I did not bother with the act anymore. I said what a terrible shame it was that fellow Taoist Xuan and fellow Taoist Duan had fallen out at such an unfortunate moment. Island 2's box held a burial suit of jade and gold thread, flawed, and another top-quality artifact, not the technique. I invited her to the third island. No need. She was not going to gamble her life standing next to a man whose mind she could not see the bottom of, and I could not blame her for that either. Then you leave on your own, I said, and let her go. I could have taken the bell off her right there. I thought about it for about 2 seconds and then thought about the Qingyuan sect and decided that killing one of their disciples would mean never walking out of that mountain range at all. 5 storage pouches, 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, 15 mid-grade, and Guoyong's jade slip map of the entire illusion forest. The third island's array had illusion power woven into the attacks themselves, which is why the woman in white would never have survived it, and why it took me an hour and a half on my own. Inside the sandalwood box was not an artifact, it was a book. Pale blue, hand-sewn, 2 gold characters on the cover. I nearly lost myself to what came off it when I lifted the lid, and the lynxy jade was the only reason I did not sit down in that clearing and stop being a person. Then I opened it. And it was the same yin-draining method Han Fu had been carrying in his ring. Word for word, the evil version, the one that grows one cultivator by hollowing out another. I have rarely been so thoroughly disappointed in my life. 2 months, 4 dead men on a lake, and a book I already owned and had intended to burn. Then I noticed the thing that saved the entire trip. Why is there illusion power inside a book? I put my formation plate on it, and there was a trapping illusion array laid onto the object itself. Tier 2 work. I could not break it. Xiaobai jumped onto my shoulder, looked at it, and ate it. The false text burned off the pages like a candle going out from the top. And underneath was a second array, and when I read that one properly, I had to put the book down and sit for a minute. The book was the formation, not a book with an array on it. The pages themselves were the array, grown into it, formed naturally over centuries. Transforming an object into a formation is a technique available to a 4th-rank formation master. A 4th-rank formation master is a nascent soul cultivator, which meant the Qingyuan sect had been leaving that box out here as a consolation prize for 300 years without ever once knowing what was in it, and it was missing a page. 1 page, torn out, the keyhole. I sat in that clearing with a book in my lap and thought about a sealed letter I had taken off a dead man's ring 2 weeks earlier that no amount of divine sense could read. I took it out. The book pulled it out of my hand. The whole 4th order array shivered, and the pages filled with gold, and a title came up out of the paper. The Dragon Phoenix Union Technique, one of the 3 secret methods of the ancient joyous union path. If the Qingyuan sect had ever known what that was, it would have been a core sect technique 400 years ago instead of a rumor attached to a haunted forest. There is one catch, and it is permanent. It binds to a single partner. 1. Forever. Change your mind and you begin again from nothing, which on paper is the exact opposite of everything my system rewards. I did not care in the slightest. I was not going to use it to have children. I was going to use it to stop standing still, into the storage space, to be read at home. 2 months since I left Zhangcheng. By now the Mei family had certainly buried me, which meant that if I ever intended to walk away from them, this was the single cleanest opportunity I would ever be given, and I would never get another one this good. I did not take it, not out of loyalty. There was a house in that compound with 4 wives, a 5th I had married for politics, a girl from a hostile clan, 13 children, and a 1-armed steward in it, and none of them could leave. On the way out of the forest, I overheard a group of bandits discussing where to find her, Song Yan's men. She had gotten out of that lake and straight into an array trap and been dosed with something. Through the formation that none of her treasures had flagged, and she was wounded and moving badly. 2 things in that conversation were useful. The first was that she was not level 7 early stage, she was level 7 peak and had been the entire time, which meant she had been doing exactly what I had been doing for the entire trip and had been just as good at it. The second was that she still had a top quality artifact on her, so I followed, and I am not going to dress that up. I followed her the way you follow a wounded animal, at a deliberate distance, letting them wear each other down, entirely willing to arrive at the end of it and take what was left. She burned her last top-grade talisman breaking out of a cave, and killed several of them doing it, and then a level 8 from the Heihuan sect cut her off. I turned to leave. Level 8, with no formation prepared, is not a fight I wanted. Then I watched him for a moment longer, and worked out that he was not as strong as his realm suggested, and that a formation would kill him. So I ran ahead and built one, and called out of the dark, "This way!" She came, because a drowning person takes any rope. She landed in front of a middle-aged man she had never seen before, and bowed and thanked him for saving her life. "It isn't free," I said. "Pay." She was not even offended. She had grown up in the same world I had. Nobody saves anybody for nothing out there, and the ones who did stopped existing a long time ago. She offered 3 mid-grade stones and a high-grade artifact. "You think your life is worth that much?" 2 more. "Not enough. I'm leaving. I'll want the top-quality one." She started to say she did not have one. "You're a Qingyuan sect disciple," I said. "I'll give you 5 breaths." Behind her, the level 8 was taking my array apart at a rate we could both hear. She handed over the bell, the one her own party had trusted her to hold on the first island. Then I took the spirit stones and the high-grade artifact as well. "Isn't that enough? You can go now." Then I turned around and dealt with the man she had brought me. My array was high grade and could not kill a level 8, so I tried the thing nobody does because nobody has ever had the 3 specific skills required to try it. I fed the illusion plants into the formation plate. You cannot alter a completed array's behavior while it is running. Everybody knows that. It is in every book. But I had the complete Tier 1 formation catalog and the spirit planting skill that told me exactly how those plants would behave, and the operating principles I had stolen off a formation on the 3rd island an hour earlier. One plant did nothing. A dozen made the plate shake in my hands and light up, and then the man inside cut himself an exit through the array wall, stepped through it, and came out in exactly the same place. Twice. Then real damage from an attack he never saw, because half of that array was now hallucination and half of it was not, and he had no way on earth to tell which was which, so he had to defend against all of it. It took him half an hour to die, and he spent most of it shouting questions. Among his things was a Heiwan sect steward's token, which I wiped and rekeyed to myself for later, and 2 more yin-draining manuals, which I burned on the spot without opening them. There is enough of that in the world. I did not need to add to the supply. I waited days and changed faces twice and walked out of the illusion forest straight past Morong Shui and a senior brother of hers who were lying in wait for the man in the mask. He was not helping her out of fraternal feeling. He wanted the 2 top-quality artifacts he had heard a level 5 nobody was carrying. She looked directly at me and shook her head. Not him. Her honest belief, which she stated to him afterwards, was that Xuan Duan was almost certainly dead in that forest. I also skipped the market on my way out, purely because I could not be bothered with the crowds. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were sitting in it waiting for me. I spent 5 days outside Jiangcheng, which was sealed behind its city array, and used them to finish learning the water element secret method. I stepped onto a river, came apart into it, and stepped out of it 10 feet away. At full mastery, you can do it in a pond, eventually in a cup. Then my perimeter arrays tripped, and it was 2 Mei family law enforcement scouts, ahead of an enormous flying boat full of reinforcements. So I took off the mask, dosed myself with my own poison until I looked genuinely close to finished, propped myself against a tree with the Xuantian's sword across my knees, and waited. Xuan Duan? Law enforcement? Weren't you dead? I got away, I said, and passed out on schedule. I woke on the boat with the 8th elder sitting beside the bed, delighted, and learned what had happened while I was in a valley. The Zhao family, seeing the Mei family gutted by the Heiwan sect, had allied with the mountain bandits and moved on Jiangcheng. They had failed for exactly one reason, which was that they had no formation master. They had 2, both of them high grade, both of them recalled by urgent order on the day I met them in the fog. My cover story was ready, and it was airtight because it was the story the entire mountain range was already telling itself. I drew the pursuit off the Zhuan family girl, and a Foundation establishment expert of the Qingyuan sect happened through and destroyed the Heiwan sect party, and my injuries came from bandits on the road home. Nobody questioned a word of it. They had already decided a Foundation establishment cultivator killed Han Fu because the alternative did not exist. Mei Su came to see me privately for the first time in 5 years and stood in the doorway saying it was good that I was alive, and then pressed a medium-grade artifact into my hands as thanks and would not take it back. Because Xuan Yue, whose mother had been taken away when she was small, had been raised by Mei Su's mother until she was 12. They are not friends, they are the same childhood, and in her memory of me, I had always been a man who took no risks whatsoever, and then I had drawn a half-step Foundation establishment monster off a woman I barely knew. She got a very complicated look on her face and did not say what she was thinking. Then she told me the rest. Cheng Elder of the Biquan True Sect had come through Qingcheng, taken one look at Xuan Yue, and taken her away. A golden core cultivator. From a sect in the Jinyun region with several nascent soul masters in it, at a time when the Qingyuan sect had, on paper, won. What he had sensed in her is a physique that appears about once a century. Her family was ecstatic. The other 4 clans were sick about it for a year. She left you a letter, Mei Su said. She says she owes you a great deal. She says she'll pay it. I did not think much of that at the time. 20 years later, a woman I had met 3 times sent me something out of the sky in front of an entire province. Then Mei Su went red and looked at the wall. Grandfather says I'm to go home and marry you. Her shield lie had gone straight up the chain to the family head, who had not scolded her for a second. He had ordered the wedding accelerated, because a marriage nails the future 6th elder to the main family, and nothing else on the table would do that. Can I refuse? The 5th elder says that if you refuse me, I'll have to go and apologize to the Zhuan family in person, and marry Xuan Kang. She had thought she was being clever. She was 25, and she had never once tried to outmaneuver her own grandfather, and he had seen the whole plan in about 4 seconds and simply used it. Then we get married, I said. But you remember what you promised me. The 3 things. And 1 condition. You can't be principal wife. Because I had a house with 7 women in it that had never had a single serious fight, and I was not going to detonate it for a political marriage. Is that one of the 3 things? What on earth do you think the 3 things are for? They gave us 1 room on the flying boat home, to the visible envy of every cultivator on board. I took the bed. So what? I said, to the look on her face. I'm the shield. She went and meditated on the jade platform all night because she knew perfectly well she was in the wrong. Mei Yang came out of the core area personally to meet me, which he does not do for anybody. The path of cultivation is never smooth, he said. Hardship is good for a young man. I bowed very deeply and disagreed with him roughly 1,000 times in the space of that bow. Hardship is not good for anything. Time is good. If I had been given the choice, I would have preferred a life in which nothing difficult ever happened to me at all. There were 2 storage pouches. One from the family. One from the Xuan family, who understood perfectly well that without a Mei's son-in-law carrying their daughter into a forest, she would never have been standing in a street when a Golden Core elder walked past. They offered to move me into the core area. I declined politely. A man who lives in the core area belongs to the main family, and I was not ready to be owned by anybody just yet. The walk home took an hour and should have taken 10 minutes. Main family men greeted me warmly because they had decided I was theirs. Grand elder men waited at their own gates and pretended to bump into me by accident because they had decided I might not be. Everybody in that compound had worked out the same thing. When Mei Tao dies, Xuanduan is 6th elder, and goodwill shown to a man before he takes a seat is worth 10 times goodwill shown afterwards. Then the eaves of my own house, and the crowd at the gate, and 13 children, and Xuanduan, who had got extraordinarily drunk when he heard I was dead, partly out of grief, and partly because if I died, so did the man carrying my poison, and he had done that arithmetic on the first night and never once complained about it since. Somebody had tried to take my house while I was dead. Mei Yu, 18, medium-grade formation master, 6th grade root, backed by the 2nd elder, and the family had been dropping hints that a dead outsider's manner ought to revert. I was preparing something unpleasant for him when he turned up at my gate with gifts and apologized to my face. So he is not stupid, I thought, and let it go. The real information was underneath it. The Grand Elder's faction was being crushed while its head sat sealed in a room, and they were desperately trying to grow a second Xuanduan before they ran out of time. Then I read the technique. The ancient joyous union path is orthodox. That is the whole distinction. The evil methods take from one partner and give to the other. This one grows both. And it does 2 things. The first is that the spiritual energy a pair draws in is no longer capped by one root. It is the sum of both. My grade 9 pulls 3 or 4 strands a cycle. Mei Ru's grade 5 pulls 12 or 13. Together, I get the total. A grade 9 root cultivating at the speed of a grade 5. The second is worse for my enemies and better for me. Insight transfers. The understanding of one's own realm, the thing that leaves men sitting outside Foundation establishment for 20 years without moving, passes between partners. Her road becomes my road. One partner, permanently, change and you start over. It was not a difficult choice. Highest root, highest realm, and the only person in that house who had ever asked me what I actually wanted. I found her singing Xuan to sleep, and we stood over the cot for a while. He's the most like me, I said. I'd rather he grew up like you. Then I explained the technique to her in complete technical detail. Postures, breathing, the circulation route, with diagrams, because I am nothing if not thorough. She went scarlet somewhere around the 3rd diagram. Would my lord, she said into her hands, like me to try. The next morning Mei Fen was leaning on the doorframe. You didn't even try to be discreet. Every one of us could hear. They all owned soundproofing talismans. They had chosen not to use them. Mei Ru conceived within 3 days, which used to take months, and the technique turned out to work during pregnancy too, in a different form, and to feed the child's innate energy while it did. And the wheel paid out a wind spirit body, tier 2. A spirit body is rarer than a spirit root and sits in the same family of things as whatever the Biquan true sect had come and collected Xuanyue for, with the same infuriating footnote as always. Usable only on an unborn child or one under a year old. It truly is a many children, many blessing system, I said out loud to nobody. But if you're going to do charity, why are you spending my draw on it? It went to Xuan. Mei Tao was visibly finished by then. I'm half in the ground, he said cheerfully, and then told me plainly that I would take his seat. Walking home from that, Mei Xiong was standing in the middle of the road. Of every person in that family, he is the one I never stopped watching for. Not because he was the strongest, because he was the only one who was always, permanently, waiting for me to relax. Might I know how you survived the Longfeng mountain range? He asked, because his own man had gone in and never come out, and there was no version of my story that accounted for it. Ninth Elder, I said, I've explained it as clearly as I can. It seems you had a very productive trip. I was lucky to get out alive. All right, go on. And behind me, quietly, as I walked away, let's see when you slip. Xuanduan had prepared the best spirit soil in the family under a hidden array while I was gone. I showed him what the island plants did by crushing one in his face, which was educational for both of us, and then taught him how to feed illusion power into a formation plate. He said afterwards that while he had been diligently studying old books by the rules, I had started inventing. He planted every specimen. Then he prepared a 5-foot plot with 3 mid-grade spirit stones buried under it and a small formation inside a larger one laid over it, and I put the dragon bloodgrass into the ground with my own hands. Don't disappoint me, I told it. Seed generously. Then Mei Ru, who runs my household, told me something I could not see from inside my own life. You've been with me every night since you came back. The sisters have noticed. I took the point immediately and without argument and rearranged myself, and between that and the vitality methods I had salvaged out of an evil manual, the general opinion in Xuan Garden was that something had happened to me in that mountain range. The 14th child came out of Baijian at a 5th grade root, which from a 6th grade mother is roughly a 1 in 10,000 result, and paid 60 years and 20 points, 80 out of 100. I wanted to give you a daughter, she said from the bed, disappointed. There'll be plenty of chances. You still want more? Obviously. We'll have 10. She looked genuinely appalled for about 4 seconds. Then she looked at the ceiling and said, very quietly, that actually 10 sounded all right. I married the 3rd miss a month later. In the bridal room, Mei Ru found her sister with the veil already off, complaining that she was not used to it, and the two of them had the conversation that had been waiting 15 years. Mei Ru had been frightened of her since childhood. As a small girl, she had followed her everywhere and been coldly told to go away, and it had left a mark that never came out. And Mei Su's reason, delivered flatly, was this. People like us, without strength of our own inside this family, end up spent, direct line or not. So go away and cultivate. As for the servants she was famous for beating, they had been robbing her courtyard while she meditated. She had chosen not to report it, because family law would have executed all of them and simply dismissed them instead. And they had gone out into the compound and invented the woman everyone was afraid of. There is always, she said, something hateful about a pitiable person. Our wedding night was a territorial dispute. I'm sleeping in the bed, we said it in unison. 3rd miss, I'm the injured party here. Injured? I married in. Even if it's fake, I'm a guest. True, guests should sleep in beds. I sat down on it. But this is my room, so I'll be sleeping in the bed as well. Then I stretched out and took all of it and put her on the floor. When you're under someone else's roof, I said, you learn to bow your head. That was not cruelty, and it was not a joke. She had spent 25 years being the most feared woman in that compound, and if she brought that into a house with 7 other women and 15 children in it, somebody was going to get hurt, and it was not going to be her. She fled to the blessed land the next morning, and her own father dragged her back and asked whether she intended to be a laughingstock on the first day of her marriage. Half a month later, she planted herself in my doorway with her chin up. I'm coming too. She lasted about an hour in the room next to ours before she hammered on the door and told us to go and do that somewhere else. How is this your business? You're disturbing my cultivation. Have you gone mad in there? Then I looked at her properly and stopped being funny and pushed a pill into her hand and told her to take her medicine if she was turning into a demon. She swallowed it out of pure spite and her head cleared, and I watched the color go out of her face. She had been 1 step from a heart demon. That is the thing that ends cultivators. Not poison, not swords. That. She stopped cultivating for a while and went outside and sat in the sun. And then, at Xuan Garden, she overheard my daughter Jing begging Xuan Duan for help with a blockage he did not know how to fix. Let me look. She picked up a frightened child, whose mother had warned her that the new one had a temper, watched her run the spirit gathering technique, and talked her through it line by line. Guide it to your chest. Now the arms. Both of them. Now down to your feet. Good. Now bring it back. And then there were 4 more heads round the corner of the wall, saying that Auntie was amazing. She worked through every one of them, one at a time, for 6 months. 4 of my 14 children reached Gao refining level 1 in that half year. The household stopped being afraid of her, and she stopped, somewhere in there, being a person who needed to win. I came out of seclusion at level 5 late stage, Mei Ru at 6 middle, and heard about all of it standing in my own courtyard with my mouth open. People change. I had not previously believed that. The wheel then gave me beast taming, which I did not want, and which immediately answered a question that had been bothering me for a month. Xiaobai had been asleep since we came home, glowing faintly. Inside him, where a Dantian would be, there was a lake of solidified illusion power, full to the brim and overflowing. He was not ill, he was digesting a lake, and when he finished he would hit adulthood, which for a tier 3 beast normally takes a century, and which all that stolen power had cut to about 30 years. I built him a spirit gathering array and left him to it. The 15th child arrived 8 years after I walked onto that flying boat at the bottom of a mountain. For 8 years, I had thought about my own route every single day. Congratulations! 80-year lifespan bonus, 3rd grade spirit root, 40 aptitude points, current aptitude, 9th grade spirit root, 120 of 100, upgradable, a high grade root. In the entire Mei family, 400 years old, 5 great crafts, 10 elders, exactly 1 person had a high grade spirit root, and he was the foundation establishment ancestor nobody had seen in a century. Every high grade root that appears in this province gets absorbed into a sect. That is simply what happens to them. It was a girl. I named her in the generation for verse and gave her a character meaning fortune, and I stood over her cot and told her that our family was going to be relying on her. Then I told everybody in my household to keep their mouths shut about her root until she was old enough to cultivate, because there are a great many people in this world who take an interest in a child like that. And I opened the interface. Current aptitude, 8th grade spiritual root, 20 of 100. The overflow carried. My whole body lit up, and I was extremely glad to have been sitting in my own locked room at the time. The scale, now that I could see it properly. Low-grade roots pay 1, 2, 3 points. Medium-grade pay 15, 20, 25. A 3rd-grade root pays 40. Effect on me, immediately, in the body. I was pulling in spiritual energy more than 3 times faster than the day before. 8 years. 15 children. 1 grade. It seems, I said to the empty room, that I need to find some women with high spiritual roots. 3 more children after that. About 400 years of bonus lifespan in the ledger, which is longer than a foundation establishment cultivator lives and more than most golden cores get. And then Xuan Duan came to find me, with his face wrong, and said that the 6th elder was going. Mei Tao was 130 years old. He had been at Gao Refining 9, with a genuine chance at foundation establishment, and 1 battle on a flying boat had taken it. I sat with him. He was the only person in that entire family who had ever been good to me without an invoice attached. The Grand Elder had dressed self-interest as fatherly warmth. The family head had dressed it as opportunity. This old man had simply liked me. His last request was that I attend the Spirit Pill Conference, so the other 4 clans could see that the Mei family still had teeth. Then his son took me outside and told me why the decline had been so fast. After the ambush, the family head had been afraid of losing his supply of top-grade pills. So he had sent a dying man premium herbs and standing orders and kept him at the furnace until he collapsed, and Tao, being what he was, had not refused a single request. I stood in that corridor and did the rest of the arithmetic myself because it was not difficult. The family head wanted me in that chair early, while I was young, while I could still be handled. I have known a lot of ruthless people. That one was worse than the Grand Elder, and he did it with a kind expression. I told Meiru all of it that night. How could grandfather do that? Perhaps that's what a family head has to be, I said. But I won't do it, and neither will my children. Then I asked her the question I had been carrying for 2 years and had only earned the right to ask because our roads were now the same road. If your grandfather and I ever end up on opposite sides, what then? She hesitated once, 1 breath. I'm a member of the Xuan family now. The family head saw me off to the conference personally, smiling the whole way, and the moment the boat lifted, he turned to Mei Xiong and said that I had been surprisingly calm. The entire farewell had been staged to find out whether I knew what he had done to my master. He's always like that, said the 9th elder, who by then knew me better than anybody in that compound. On the boat I declined to compete because winning again meant another year at the sect, and I was not spending a year anywhere. Then I fished. How? I asked the 8th elder. Is the Grand Elder these days? Nothing. Silence since the day he sealed the door. And then I leaked my own position on purpose, because everyone in that family had quietly filed me under main family, and I wanted that file reopened. 8th elder, what schemes could I possibly have? I'm just a double agent. It is a sentence that means nothing at all. It changed everything, because he repeated it, as I knew he would. If you can carry it, he said, there's nothing wrong with standing on both sides. The Zhuan family housed us themselves that year, and their play was not a honey trap. Their play was a woman called Bai Ru, 5th grade root, whose foundation had been ruined before she was born when bandits hit her mother, so she could barely cultivate at all. I asked 1 question. What grade is her root? And when the answer came back 5th, I stopped calling the man Elder Xuan and started calling him uncle. and the arrangement was concluded before the tea went cold. I am aware of how that reads. She could not cultivate, so no clan wanted her, so her family had spent 19 years looking for somewhere to place a daughter they considered damaged. What she actually got was a household where nobody was ranked and every child was taught, and I have never once heard her say she got the worst end of it, but I will not pretend I asked about her before I asked about her root. Mei Su took the bed that night on the grounds that she had graciously permitted me to take a concubine. I spent the conference days quietly selling the Longfeng loot in batches with a different face for every sale and cleared nearly 2,000 spirit stones, and the Xuan family spent a fortnight trying to identify the seller and losing him into the top floor of Tianxia restaurant, which even they cannot see inside. Mei Su placed 8th on theory and 2nd in the practical, beating Gao Qiang in front of 5 clans and won herself a place at the sect. The Zhuan family banqueted everybody except the Zhao family, which is how a longevity clan announces an alliance without writing anything down. The Zhao family ambushed our boat on the way home with a frost net and found that the Mei family had laid a counter trap and invited the 2nd and 5th elders to it. Then the 8th elder needled me. He had heard I had broken through. Why not give it a try? So I used the 2nd skill of the 5-element sword art in public for the first time, green vines entangling out of empty air around a Zhao cultivator until he was a ball, then the sword. Both families went quiet, because in 8 years I had never once fought in front of anybody. I stopped after exactly 1. The demonstration was the entire point, with my master dying and a council seat coming. Xuan Duan, said the 2nd elder from the rail. Excellent swordsmanship. Bai Ru conceived on the first night, which was far too lucky, and I asked her about it straight. Tell me honestly why you were sent. She had been given a fertility herb by her father, so she would conceive quickly and keep her position, which was the Xuan family's only real play, and I did not hold it against her for a second because it was not her idea. The herb was the interesting part, a menglin flower. It is the only fertility herb in this world with no cost attached to it. It cannot be bought anywhere at any price, and the Xuan family grow a handful of them at home. No wonder that clan is so comfortable. It would be very nice, I said out loud, to have one of those growing in my garden. Then the wheel finally gave me artifact refining. I sat there and looked at that notification like a man looking at a winning ticket. 4 out of 4. Alchemy, talismans, formations, artifacts. Every one of the 4 great arts, at maximum proficiency, in one skull that officially belonged to a nobody. And the first thing my new eyes told me was that I had been robbed. All 3 of my top quality artifacts were damaged badly enough to be barely better than high grade. The Xuanling Pagoda alone was down 1/3 of its power. No wonder the Qingyuan sect had felt comfortable leaving one out as a prize on an island. The materials to repair them had all been swept up for a 5-yearly auction at Qingyuan City, so I finished the 4th stage of the body refining. My body could now take a hit from a level 8 at a cost of several hundred spirit stones per cauldron, and rode out with 2 elders. Qingyuan City sits on a top-grade small spiritual vein under a 3rd-tier protective array that made my divine sense stagger when we crossed it. The outer city is mortals and cultivators mixed together with no visible line, and the core area is a place you can buy into with money. The Grand Elder was inside it. Right then, a tempting foundation establishment. The auction admits nobody who cannot prove 500 spirit stones, and a golden core cultivator oversees it, and collusion or threats are punished by expulsion or by having your cultivation removed on the spot in the room. Spirit gathering pills opened at 100 and sold at 280. Then a lot of mystic spirit soil started at 200 and I raised my hand. My own elders were baffled. Why on earth are you buying that? For alchemy, I said. And then Elder Gao Xuan started bidding purely because a Mei family boy wanted it. 420, 430, 500, 600, 700, 1,000. The hall made a noise. My father-in-law's eye twitched. Gao Xuan's ceiling was exactly 1,000 and he folded, and he spent the rest of the evening looking at the back of my head. 1,000 was probably the limit for him. I paid it in ordinary spirit stones only, so that nobody in that room ever saw the 200 mid-grade stones sitting in my sleeve. Then, in the beast round, they brought out something nobody wanted. Chang unhatched egg of a deep-sea illusion turtle, tier 3, which is excellent, and 300 years to adulthood, which is not, and a damaged foundation, which meant it might not survive hatching at all. 300 to start, and the room laughed. I bid 310, and the room laughed harder. Somebody behind me said that one turtle supports 3 generations, and that the buyer would be gone long before the tortoise was. My father-in-law visibly wanted to leave. Nobody in that hall knew I was a beast tamer. Nobody knew I had a storage pouch full of illusion-bearing plants, and nobody knew that the power in that egg came from the same source as the power in my cat, so it was either a second tier 3 spirit beast or it was groceries. At home, on the sealed 3rd floor, the egg died anyway. The illusion power did nothing for it, which is presumably why the Qingyuan sect's own beast tamers had put it in an auction. So I went to the plan I had been holding since the moment I saw the lot. I opened the shell with the Shuofeng sword and fed what was inside to Xiaobai. If it ever became public that I fed a tier 3 spirit beast egg to another spirit beast, I imagined there would be complaints. The lake inside that cat began to turn over. The illusion power coming off him spiked hard enough to drag my own divine sense into a hallucination for the first time in years, and I had to throw an array up around the room to keep the pressure inside it. Then, one meow. He was heavier, he was awake, and the lake inside him had become a river. Adulthood. A tier 2 spirit beast, which is to say foundation establishment class, arrived in 4 minutes instead of 30 years. He climbed onto my shoulder and meowed at me once as a test, and I, with a divine sense that had shrugged off a 9th layer elder wearing a jade specifically built to stop this, was instantly and completely somewhere else. From that day on, the cat was my single largest secret. Also, and I feel this should be recorded, he is a strict carnivore and will not eat vegetables under any circumstances. Artifact refining runs to 7 steps, and a repair picks up at smelting. The one thing that normally makes it impossible for a single person is that every artifact needs a formation branded into its interior, which means every artifact refiner needs a formation master. I am both. 1 hour, 3 repairs. The Xuanling Pagoda, restored, which will now hold the full attack of a half-step foundation establishment cultivator. The gold-threaded jade robe, worn as an undershirt, which throws up a shield on its own against an all-out strike. And the bell, which came back as something better than it went in. A heart-cleansing bell that resists illusion, guards the divine sense, and can be rung as a mental attack. With the Shuofeng sword, 4 intact top-quality artifacts. That is a foundation establishment cultivator's loadout on a man at Gao refining 6. More children. Bai Ru gave me a 5th grade son and then 2 more 5th grade children, and the ledger passed 600 years of bonus lifespan, which is nascent soul territory. I gave the water spirit body to little Shiling, my 3rd grade daughter. I had Xiaobai breathe over the plant beds every morning so they would stop eating spirit stones, and the dragon bloodgrass seeded. The first one took 3 years to root and would take 20 to mature, and now there were more, and if I could ever find the other 2 main ingredients and put them in the same soil, then no child of mine would ever stand at that wall with nothing in his hand. The reality check on my root arrived at the same time. Grade 9 to grade 8 had cost 100 points. Grade 8 to grade 7 cost 500. I had 95. The revolution, I told the ceiling, is not yet complete. Opinion in the family had settled into 3 camps by then, that I was disloyal, that I was hoarding strength for something, or that I was simply a lecher with a large house. I did not care, because all 3 camps were really asking the same question, and the answer arrived on a gray morning when Shuchen Garden went silent. They let his exiled descendants back in to say goodbye, the ones born without roots and sent out at 10, and every one of them looked at me instead of at him, because they had already worked out where the shelter would be after today. The elders sat around the walls and waited. I squatted by the bed and held a hand that weighed nothing. Then, at the end, he came up off the pillow with his eyes wide open, and his hand grabbing at something none of us could see, and shouted, in a voice with nothing wrong with it at all, "Father, your son has not failed the Mei family." And that was it. 130 years. He gave that family every single one of them, and it took his craft, his health, his last decade, and finally his lungs, and what it gave him back was a room full of people waiting for his chair. I stood up and bowed to him and did not say anything, because there was nobody in that room I was willing to say it in front of. 10 days later, the Council of 10 confirmed me as 6th elder, unanimously, both factions, no debate at all. I had prepared for a war. The war was over the 7th elder's seat, which went to a main family man, which meant the main family now had everything, and the Grand Elder's faction had a locked door and a rumor. The gifts started arriving that afternoon. My first father-in-law sent me 4 more women. Elders who had never spoken to me began dropping by daily. So I announced a very public seclusion, told Xuan Duan to spend an elder's budget expanding Xuan Garden, and vanished into the blessed land with Mei Ru for 5 years. I came out at Gao Refining 7. My seat was a decoration, and I had made it one on purpose, and the main family were delighted with me, because a 6th elder who never votes is precisely the 6th elder they had been trying to arrange for 9 years. With nothing left to check him, Mei Yang sent the 9th elder against the Zhao family. That was the war the Grand Elders faction had spent a decade blocking, for the excellent reason that when 2 of the 5 great clans exhaust each other, the other 3 inherit. And so 12 years after I walked up a mountain and was told my root was worthless, the Mei family and the Zhao family went back to killing each other. 5 years is nothing when you are counting in centuries. It was quite a lot to my eldest son. Anley was 15 by then, ninth grade root like his father, and he had ground his way to Gao Refining 3, which for a boy with that root is remarkable, and which nobody in that compound was ever going to say out loud, and that was the year the family rule caught up with us. A child born without a spirit root leaves at 10, not from the household, from the family, out of the gate and into the mortal world, and they do not come back. 11 of mine went. Mei Ru went with them, because she was the only ordinary woman I had ever married, and she was not going to let 11 children go out into a city on their own. I did not fight it, and the why matters. Partly because I could not have won, but mostly because I had watched what happens to a rootless child inside those walls, standing next to siblings who fly, being politely nothing for 80 years. Better a wealthy free man outside than a servant inside. I put money behind every one of them, and Jiang City behind that, and a second son who could run it. 5 more children in those 5 years, 5 draws, and one of them mattered enormously. A Tier 2 spirit talisman skill. I could now make second-order talismans, which is the difference between throwing paper at a level 8 and threatening one. I gave a wind attribute technique to Xuan, who was 10 years old with a 4th grade root, a wind spirit body, and Gao Refining 5. The Mei family wanted to send him to the Qingyuan sect. Shieling would follow, 3rd grade root, and a water spirit body, and only 7.5. I said yes to both. Then I went back into seclusion for 5 more years, and while I was in there, the Grand Elder finally spoke. He had been sealed in an immortal cave in Qingyuan City for over a decade. Then, he crushed his communication token, and 4 elders of his faction dropped everything and flew. They found an old man on a jade platform surrounded by tortoise shells and animal bones. I failed. He had spent the last of his life on the highest form of divination, which is not a parlor trick. You pay for it with every year you have left, and in exchange the answer is accurate. What he had bought was this. He had watched the Mei family destroyed and the old ancestor die with it. He said he saw the fire growing in the main family's hands until they set themselves alight and burned the whole clan down. The second elder said the obvious thing, which was that once he was gone, there was nothing left to stop them, and the Grand Elder used his last flare of strength on 8 words. Help Xuanduan overthrow the main family. The second elder said, I am told, absolutely nothing for a long moment. The reasoning, when it came, was surgical. Only somebody with a different surname would ever actually pull that house down. No man called Mei would do it no matter how much he hated them, because at the last step, he would flinch. And on the subject of my character, that old man was more accurate than anybody who ever drank tea with me. Quiet, he said. Humble. Enormously ambitious underneath it, and very good at hiding what he can do. A wolf in a sheepskin. Exactly the right man. The second elder objected that I was an outsider and asked what happens to the Mei family then. Better than extinction, said the Grand Elder. Even if the Mei family becomes the Xuan family, his children carry our blood. And then last, if you want this family to survive, you have no other choice. I came out of seclusion at the 9th layer of Gao Refining, 15 years older, with 10 more children and 1,000 more years, and a face that had not changed at all. That last part was becoming a problem. I was nearly 50 and looked 22, so I grew a beard, purely so that leaving the compound would not start conversations. Maple Leaf City hung lanterns across every street the day my son came home. 2 rainbows came in over the wall and turned into a young man and a young woman in Qingyuan sect blue. Xuan was 20. Xiling was 17.5. The 10th elder went out to meet them, calling them his dear grandchildren, and they nodded at him and said nothing, and he read their auras and went pale. Level 8. Both of them. Nearly 9. The whole family cheered. Children waved ribbons. Old men cried in the street. And when the family head stepped forward to welcome them personally, the 2 of them took off and flew over the Mei family compound, which is a capital offense, in front of 400 people. Nobody said a word. A Golden Core Master's disciple is allowed to be arrogant. It is practically expected. Mei Yong smiled at nothing and led everybody back inside. Xuan Garden was quiet while the city was loud. They came down in my own courtyard, walked into the hall, and the instant they saw the man in the chair, both of them hit the floor. Father. Then, mother, and Mei Ru's composure, which had survived 20 years of running a household, lasted about 1.5 seconds. Every trace of the arrogance went. They were children again in under 4 seconds. We ate as a family that night, at my insistence, with no banquet and no guests. 36 descendants. 11 of them gone to the mortal world. 25 children in that garden, 8 wives, 1 wife on paper, and grandchildren I had lost count of, because Anlei was 25 and a father himself. Eat, I said. Nobody stands on ceremony in this house. I have never allowed rank at my own table. Not between the women, not between the children, not between the ones with roots and the ones without. It is the only rule of mine that has outlived me. Then the second elder came to my gate, and I did not stand up for him because we were the same rank now. He opened with congratulations. I told him to say the thing he had come to say. The main family knows. The grand elder is dead. I had known for 5 years. For a decade before that, the man had been quietly courting me, and 5 years ago, he had told me straight out that the grand elder had willed me his entire faction. I never worked out why that old man trusted me. He had put a robe on my shoulders that I had not asked for. I did not take it off either, because it might turn out to be worth something. Are we simply going to let them purge us? He said. Second elder, I have my own judgment, if there's nothing else. Alone afterwards in the chair, I did the arithmetic properly for the first time. They would not touch me. They could not. My son and daughter were disciples of a golden core master and had knelt to me in public. They would touch everybody else. I was 9th layer of Gao refining, with 30 years of accumulation behind me. There were 200 people in Xuan Garden who could not leave, and second son Lei had spent a decade quietly taking hold of Zhang City, 300 miles away, where the mountains are high and the emperor is far. They might actually be able to take the Mei family away from the Mei family. In the back garden, there were 3 dragon bloodgrass plants, and one of them was mature. A foundation establishment pill takes 3 main ingredients and 31 lesser ones. The 31 you can buy. Dragon bloodgrass I now grew. The heavenly spirit fruit I had taken off a dead man in a forest 20 years earlier. Jade marrow Ganoderma. 20 years of lotteries and not once. Not obtainable in Qingyuan City at any price. There was a rumor that somebody had sold one at a market in the Longfeng mountain range. They announced the Grand Elder's death and rushed the funeral because you cannot start a purge until the mourning is finished. I went in a plain white robe and did every rite properly, which surprised his faction enormously because half of them had expected me not to come at all. Across the hall, the family head and the 9th elder looked at each other. They had watched me arrive with a son and a daughter from the immortal sect standing behind me, and they had both remembered the same thing, which was those two hitting the floor of my hall in front of witnesses. If it had been me alone, Mei Yong would have moved that week. Instead, he stood in his own ancestral hall and thought, and I know what he thought because he said it to Mei Xiong and it got back to me eventually. This family may have to change its surname. I do not know how much longer I can hold it. Xuan went at me the moment we got home. Are you really not going to help the second elder? They've been talking to you. He had the divination off by heart. The main family is dragging this clan into a pit. Shiling backed him, and hers was personal. She had spent her childhood watching the main family summon her father and dismiss him like a servant, and she had no idea that her father had arranged every second of that himself. My reason for waiting was simple, and neither of them liked it. The Mei family's foundation establishment ancestor had not been seen in a century and had not been confirmed dead. And as long as there is any chance that man is breathing, taking his family away from him is not a plan, it is a suicide note. Xuan, what's the most important thing in the world? He thought about it. Strength? Yes. Being head of the Mei family is a title. When you have enough strength, titles come and find you. Don't put the cart in front of the horse and forget what any of this is for. Then I asked them to get me a foundation establishment pill from their sect. They could not. Sect pills and sect materials are internal only, and the only way to buy one is to be a member. Shiling offered quietly to steal me one. I said no. I wanted that pill more than almost anything I have ever wanted, and I was not going to become a man who took it out of his daughter's sleeve. Then the family head sent for me, and I had been waiting 9 years for the shape of that conversation. The war had turned. The Zhao family had the Xuan family secretly feeding them spirit beasts, and the second elder's people were fighting at about half effort, and Mei Yong had run out of levers. 6th elder, name it, anything I can give you. I was all innocence. I am only an alchemist. How could I possibly influence the second elder? Then I put the knife in. I hear the 4th elder's position is difficult. We really ought to support him. 4th elder Mei Cheng was stationed at the new spirit mine. The one with the small spiritual vein under the 4th level that officially does not exist. The silence went on for a while. Then he chose the front line over the mine, which was the only choice available and also the wrong one. I'll send Cheng to the front. Then the mine will need somebody in charge, I said. I'll arrange for Xuan and the others to go. He understood exactly what had just happened to him, and it was already too late. Then I'll trouble the 6th elder. Xuan Duan went with them. He was a high-grade array master by then, with 2 arms, and the family had offered him a house of his own years earlier, and he had declined it. I called 9 of my children into the hall the night before they left. 36 descendants and 9 of them at Gao refining 5 or better with real fighting ability. Anlei stood at the head of them. 25 years old, white robe, his mother's eyebrows, 9th grade root, and Gao refining 6, which he had reached. Through innate Gao and a stolen technique and about 9,000 hours of stubbornness, he was going to stop there. Barring something extraordinary, a 9th grade route stops at Gao refining, and I knew it, and he knew it, and neither of us had ever said it, unless his father learned to make a certain pill. Xuan, Shiling, you two are the strongest, so you look after your older brothers and sisters. Then to Anla, you're the eldest and the steadiest. War isn't a game. Look after them. I know, father. Then Bai Jian's boy piped up that they were all extremely steady, actually, and the entire table went up. Brothers united can move mountains. Hey, you've forgotten your sisters. Ouch, father, she hit me. You have to take my side. I spent the next 3 days quietly filling their storage rings with top-quality pills and talismans, and I said nothing at all about it, and every one of them noticed. I rode to Qingyuan City on a spirit horse instead of a flying boat, because a horse saves energy and a boat announces you. The cat came with me. He was a tier 2 spirit beast by then, and did not, as far as I could tell, notice the journey at all. 2 days out, I felt a fight behind an isolation array off the road. 3 men in Heihuan sect colors had cornered a woman in a yellow dress, level 6, holding them off with poisonous insects that were coming out of her sleeves and her collar and somewhere around the back of her neck. The one in front was level 7 and talking to her the way that sort of man talks. You animals of the Heihuan sect should all die, she said, which I thought was fair. I had not drawn a sword in 20 years. Right, I said out loud, to nobody. Let's see where I am. The array came apart on the first strike, then flames engulfed the sky, which is the 4th skill of the 5 elements sword art and which I had never once been able to use. It was not a fight, it was a demonstration to an audience of 1, and the 1 was me. I collected the storage pouches and turned to go. Wait. Her name was Su Xuan, and she was a Gu master, which is a craft I had never met in person, and she had a 3rd grade spirit root, which I noticed roughly 1 second after she opened her mouth. She asked to travel together. I agreed, walked to my horse, and got on it. What about me? It's the only horse I have. She towed the ground, came up light, and landed behind me. That's fine. I want to record that she was grateful, and nothing more than grateful. She had been rescued by a stranger, and she was clear-eyed about exactly what that was worth, which is a debt, not a romance. She told me about Gu arts on the road. A 4th-tier Gu master once ran an entire city through insects until the royal family put a stop to it. There is a whole sect of them in the Jinyun region called the Wanggu sect. She had been brought to Qingyuan City by her master 5 years earlier. At the gate, she gave me a medium-grade Gu insect and a communication talisman and told me to use it if the city gave me trouble. I shaved the beard off before I registered. 20 years, and my face had not moved. I decided that was an asset rather than a problem, because a man who looks young and harmless gets underestimated, and being underestimated has kept me alive more often than any artifact I own. Stock check on arrival. 2 of the 3 main ingredients, 13 of the 31 lesser ones. 6 days of walking that inner city produced 3 more herbs. A shopkeeper eventually told me the truth of it. Some of what I wanted matures in 7 or 8 years. The rest turns up at the Great Auction, which happens every 5 years, and might not appear for 10 or 20. Fine, I thought. I had prepared for the worst before I came, and the worst was that I would live in that city for 20 years. I have time. Time is the one thing I have too much of. Then a hand came at my shoulder in an alley, and I stepped out from under it and turned around. He had a black robe with gold thread, half his hair tied and half not, and he was laughing before he had finished arriving. Xuan Kong, 3rd Miss Mei Su's abandoned fiancé, the man whose own father had knocked him unconscious across a hall for refusing to marry her. He had come to say thank you. If I had not married that girl, he explained cheerfully, over a dinner he insisted on buying, he would have been chained to the Mei family for the rest of his life. He never wanted her. He wanted to not be told what to do, which in a longevity clan is a more expensive want than any woman. He had spent over a decade in that city trying to find me. I had heard, years earlier, that a man called Xuan Kong was asking after me and had assumed it was revenge and refused to see him. He lived in 100 square meters with no yard and thin walls and 3 women who came out to bow and call him husband. Refined tastes, Brother Xuan. Not compared to you, apparently. I asked about the half-acre mansion 3 doors down, and he told me it belonged to a Tier 1 high-grade alchemist called Huo Cheng, whose master was a Tier 2 alchemist by the name of Gao. Something in my chest went very quiet. I had drawn that wheel more than a dozen times and never once got Tier 2 alchemy. If it never came, then somebody else would have to refine my foundation establishment pill for me, and there are perhaps 3 men within 1,000 miles who can. One of them was that man's master. I'll take the empty house next door. It was overpriced, which is why it was still empty, and it was already reserved, which the clerk explained could be reconsidered if I were to pay a little more. I took it for 15 years at 150 a year, over 2,000 spirit stones in one payment in advance. Xuan Kang's eyes came very close to leaving his head. Alchemists, he said with feeling, are really rich. The plaque said, Feng Yuan residence. His 3 wives came and weeded my courtyard, and I gave each of them a bottle of beauty-preserving pills, which cost me nothing and made me a friend for life in that alley. I laid a first-class array over the house on the first night and hid the base, because I was not ready for anybody in that city to know I was a formation master. Xiao Bai, meanwhile, had stopped accepting pills and now ate only high-grade beast meat, so I kept a supply of it in a storage ring and threw him a slab of leopard whenever he complained. The first knock came the next morning. She was in a light blue skirt with a box of homemade cakes and a manner you could have poured on bread, and I could not see through her realm at all, which is the only fact in that paragraph that mattered. A woman living alone in that district is not a simple person, and one I cannot read is not a simple person with a margin on top. I suspected the cakes. The cat ate one first. He was fine, so they were fine, and I have never once apologized to him for that arrangement. Then I went and called on the alchemist next door, and he received me in white with the specific stillness of a man who has decided that being difficult is a personality. I hear you're an alchemist. I'm a high-grade alchemist. He thawed on the spot. A high-grade alchemist under 60 is rare in that city, and I told him plainly that I had trained inside the Mei family because Xuan Kang already knew, and a checkable truth is worth more than a clever lie. We talked craft for an hour, and I watched him work out, slowly and with visible discomfort, that my understanding was deeper than his. I left 2 medium-grade talismans and a bottle of my own spirit wine. He said he did not accept gifts. I said we were the same sort of men, and it was a token. He accepted it and told me I was welcome anytime, and I walked out having bought a door. The 3rd house on that street had its gate open, and a woman in yellow carrying a basin of something black looked up and shouted my name across the courtyard. Su Xuan lived 3 doors from Xuan Kang. 60,000 people in that district. Her master was called Dong Chu. Gray robe, white hair, a laugh you could hear through a wall, and a top-tier first-order Gu master, which by his divine sense meant he could probably have made 2nd tier if he had another 50 years. We exchanged gifts like colleagues. He gave me an entry-level Gu arts text, which does not appear on any market. I gave him a bottle of high-grade pills. He gave me back a toad Gu that resists poison and hallucination, which as a 2nd-tier poison master I had absolutely no use for, and which I accepted with both hands because that is what you do. Walking me out, Su Xuan ran into the woman in the blue skirt at the gate, and the temperature dropped about 20 degrees. There was a remark about how warm Miss Su was being today, and Su Xuan returned it with interest, and then the woman in blue turned to me and said sweetly that it was natural to make friends, but that one should be careful not to be fooled by appearances. The story came out on the way back to my gate. Su Xuan's senior brother had fallen for that woman, abandoned his craft, moved into her courtyard, and died outside the city 3 days later, in a state that meant her master could only identify him by his insects. Her alibi that day was that she had been a guest at alchemist Huo Cheng's house, and since then, every man who spends time in that courtyard stops appearing after a few visits. Then the cat wandered in, and Su Xuan forgot everything she had been saying and picked him up and told him he was adorable. I wondered whether she would still say that if she knew what she was holding. Next door, that same evening, somebody knelt on the floor of Xuan Tian's room and reported the failure of an abduction on the road 2 days out. Useless, she said. We didn't expect a fighter to appear, level 8 at least, late stage, and she smiled and said that in that case he would make a very good source. If she could take his strength, her own foundation establishment would be far more likely. Find out exactly who he is. In the morning she was back at my gate asking whether I had eaten and whether Sister Su Xuan happened to be inside. She preempted the accusation before I made it. There had been a misunderstanding. The senior brother's death had nothing to do with her. I'm not interested, I said. Was there something else? There was. 20 heart protection pills, which are what you take when a breakthrough starts going wrong, commissioned from me because alchemist Huo had suddenly become unavailable, which told me that Huo Cheng had told her what I was within a day. I took the deposit and said 5 days. Xuan Kang arrived to eat my breakfast and watched her leave. That woman is very good company. Have you tried? I'd love to. No opportunity. I told him about the senior brother. I know, he said, entirely unbothered. Still, there are worse ways. Then he told me why he had actually come, which was that he had a channel into the black market and had heard about foundation establishment materials. The black market in that city is not a market. It is a handful of men with unusual sources acting as agents, and most of what passes through it came off somebody who is no longer using it. We went through 4 alleys to a courtyard with a first-class array hidden in the walls, and a scarred, gloomy man opened the gate a crack and looked at me for a long moment. The materials had already gone. Of course they had. Everybody within 400 miles is trying to buy the same 34 things. I paid 100 spirit stones to be first in line next time. Xuan Kong, walking home, admitted he took a commission on introductions and that he had earned nothing today, and I revised my picture of him again. He was not a broker. He was a direct descendant of a longevity clan who had walked away from it and now made his living as the most exposed man in an illegal trade because middlemen are what the sect notices and the men above him were not. That takes a kind of nerve I do not have. His actual craft, it turned out, was talismans, and his actual reason for spending a decade looking for me was that he had sensed something on me the first day, something that mattered to his work and to his family. He did not say what. I did not ask. I filed it. On the way home, he stopped at a stall run by an old man with a crushed leg and bought every single pill on it. They were rubbish. He knew they were rubbish. I asked him about it. Old Han's daughter, he said, is very pretty. And it's a very sad situation. I asked Su Xuan about him that evening, straight out, because I do not believe in people who are kind for no reason. He talks too much, he's never serious, he doesn't save a coin, and he doesn't do an honest day's work. Then she stopped and looked at the wall. But he's a good man. His 3 wives had been taken by bandit cultivators who had killed their families. Xuan Kong had found them, got them out, brought them home and let them stay. They married him afterwards, on their own account. A knight-errant, I thought, with a commission structure, and his kindness to me was still not free. I have never once believed in kindness that is free, but I stopped waiting for the knife. I made my first second-order talisman that month in a sealed room with materials bought through a scarred man in an alley. A second-order talisman is not a harder version of a first-order one. The difference is entirely in controlling the power, because if you slip, the forces inside the paper fight each other, and the paper stops being paper. I unrolled it, held my breath, and drew intersecting lightning out of memory, and by the last stroke there were small arcs crawling across the surface. Thunderclap talisman. Second tier, medium grade, used properly, that will badly hurt a foundation establishment cultivator. Huo Cheng threw himself a birthday party. He does it every year, ostensibly to reflect on the passage of time. If he genuinely did not care about the world, I have often wondered, why hold an annual party? The hall was full of shopkeepers and craftsmen and faction men, all of them there for the Tier 2 alchemist standing behind him. A merchant tried to network with me and got nowhere, after which everyone else wisely left me alone. Then Xuan Tian arrived in red and crossed the room and sat down next to me in front of everybody, which did something to our host's face. She probed. She had heard that Alchemist Xuan and Alchemist Huo had become very close over the past month. What exactly was he after? She had done her research. She knew I was an elder of a longevity clan and had made high grade 20 years ago. And she was worried, though she did not say it, that I might know how the men who visited her courtyard had died. Later, Huo Cheng took her behind a soundproofing array to talk. My divine sense had been at foundation establishment level for a decade. I heard all of it. 3 things came out of that conversation. The first was that Xuan Tian was half a step from foundation establishment, which is why I had never been able to read her. The second was that Alchemist Gao could refine for her, but not for at least 3 years. The third was a phrase I had never heard before and which reorganized my entire plan: crowdfunded alchemy. Nobody can gather all 34 ingredients alone, so several cultivators pool what they have, one alchemist refines, and they split whatever comes out, which is elegant and solves my problem, and requires me to hand every rare thing I own to strangers and then trust them about the results. I filed it under last resort, then a month of quiet in which I failed repeatedly at the only thing I actually needed. Tier 2 alchemy is not Tier 1 with more steps. I had spent a full year at the sect learning the theory and 18 months practicing it, and my furnace kept producing things that were almost pills. I had 3 roads and I could see the end of all of them. 1. Draw it on the wheel, but a higher realm means fewer conceptions, which means fewer draws, and I was at 9th layer. 2. Teach myself. Decades possibly, and even then a Gao refining divine sense cannot hold a foundation establishment pill together at the final step. 3. Alchemist Gao. Realm is the foundation. Everything comes back to that sentence eventually. So I decided to bring Mei Ru to the city and Bai Ru with her for 3 reasons: safety, dual cultivation, and because I wanted a foothold outside the Mei family in case the Mei family stopped existing. Su Xuan had been bringing me cooked food for weeks by then, every day, at mealtimes. "You should find a woman who can cook," she said over one of them. "Then you'd have hot food every day." "I'm bringing my wife over shortly." Something went out of her face and came back a second later. "Someone like you," she said, "must have a very good wife." Then her master took her out of the city to hunt a rare goo insect which would take a year and a half. She came to say goodbye walking very slowly. She had always liked going out. She could not explain to herself why her first reaction this time had been to refuse. I gave her protective talismans and a bottle of pills. "I don't need them. Master's with me." Take them anyway. She stayed until very late answering my questions about gu arts, and something in her mood lifted for no reason she could name, and I said nothing about it at all. I knew. I have always known these things faster than I act on them, and I do not push, and I have never been sure whether that is decency or cowardice. Come back safely, I thought, at the gate. The other thing that happened that month was that Xuan Kong got drunk and finally told me what he wanted. He had come for the bell. The mind-cleansing bell. The one I took off Murong Shui in a forest 20 years earlier that came out of the illusion forest that I had repaired with my own hands. It belonged to a foundation establishment cultivator of the Xuan family, from the era when the Xuan family had 2 of them and stood first among the 5 clans. He was ambushed by evil cultivators while chasing an opportunity, and the treasure went missing with him. Worn while drawing talismans or refining pills, it is what carried that man to Tier 2. And Xuan Kong owned the matching pair of secondary bells, which is how he had sensed something on a stranger in a street. His terms were the most honest thing anybody offered me in that city. He would not tell his family. He was not asking me to hand it over. He was asking that, when he could one day offer something of equal value, I would trade. My divine sense was already past what that bell could improve. If you can genuinely match its value, I said, then yes. A month later, I hit the 9th layer, middle stage, and I noticed that gu refining was coming to me more easily than Tier 2 alchemy, which was insulting and made me wonder whether I had accidentally found a talent at 50. Then Zhuan Duan's letter arrived and the war had turned. The Zhao family had pulled in small forces and the Xuan family was still feeding them beasts. The Xuan family was sending token help. The Xuan family had announced it would be watching with interest. The spirit mine was holding because my children were on it and I had filled their rings. Zhang City was under attack from 2 sides. And neither family's foundation establishment ancestor had moved, which meant nobody had actually started yet. I went home to a city on a war footing. Everybody searched at the gate, including me. Cultivators at Gao Refining 2 and 3 conscripted, which is not soldiering. It is providing something for the enemy to spend arrows on. It's not life and death yet, I told Mei Ru. That night, a servant announced that somebody was asking for me. He was called Duan Bo, and he was the head of a small family in Jinshan Valley whose strongest man was level 8, and he went down on my floor the moment he saw me. His family had been the Mei family's vassal for over a century, paying tribute every year. For that loyalty, a faction backed by the Zhao family was currently dismantling them. They had lost their small mine and 2 elders. 1 high-grade array was all that stood between his people and the end of them. He had waited 2 months in Maple Leaf City for me to come home, having already decided the trip was a last gamble. Then he started knocking his head on my floor, and he would not shield himself with his own energy, because doing it properly is the point. Mei Ru had to look away. He had gone to the family head first and had not been granted an audience. A servant had come out and told him that the 6th elder might still have men to spare, which was very well played. The 2nd elder's people were stationed near Jinshan Valley, and Mei Yong knew it, and he had arranged for a stranger to bleed on my floor until I spent my own faction's men on a rescue the Mei family would then take credit for. I'll help you, I said. And then, without any embarrassment at all, half your mine's annual output, and I put my own people inside your walls. I do not help people for free. I have never once pretended otherwise, and I am not going to start now. Elder Xuan, he said, still on the floor, take the whole mine. I watched him go out through my gate with his shoulders down, and I thought about what I would have been if I had not been tricked onto a boat. A small man, in a small house, with a small family, being ground between 2 enormous ones. That is what happens to everybody down there. That is the entire structure of this world, and I had spent 30 years climbing out of the exact hole he was standing in. I still charged him. Mei Yong sent for me a week later and asked me to go to the front as a battlefield alchemist. Patriarch, I'm a 9th grade root. I barely scraped into level 6 after all these years. I'd be no use to anybody. He could not force an elder, and he could not afford to have the pills stop. A month later, I left with Mei Ru and Bai Ru, and Mei Ling held Xuan Garden, which by then was less a manor than a fortress. Short of a foundation establishment cultivator arriving in person, nothing at Gao Refining was getting through that wall. They took the road personally. I would like to say I was surprised. 9 of them came out of the trees in a mountain forest 4 hours from the city. The Zhao family, I said, has gone to some expense. Xuan Duan, you die here. Out of the group came Gao Qiang, whom I had beaten out of a defensive artifact in front of 5 clans 20 years earlier, now level 7 and an alchemist and volunteering for a job that was not his, and leading them, an elder, Gao Xuan, who had once thrown a sword at my master's feet in a hall in Rock City. He wanted to know how I could be arrogant enough to travel with 2 burdens. Bai Ru was rigid with terror. Her foundation was ruined before birth, and after 20 years, she was level 4. And Mei Ru did not draw her weapon. She stood there with her hands folded because she had shared a road with me for 2 decades and she knew precisely what was about to happen. Do you really think, I said, that I'm that easy? Water curtain heavenly splendor came up and swallowed everything they had. Is he hiding his strength? Somebody said. Then crimson, and the air over that road bent with the heat, and somebody shouted the words, ninth layer, just before my divine sense came down on all 9 of them like a roof. Gao Qiang came out of the air and landed face first in the mud without ever reaching me. It took under a minute. Gao Xuan died looking at me with genuine confusion, and I know exactly what the question was, because it is the same question everybody in my life has asked at the end. He has a 9th grade root. How? Mei Ru went white. Bai Ru did not speak for 2 days. I collected the pouches while my wife quietly explained to my concubine why she would never repeat a word of it, which was unnecessary. Bai Ru was coming to the city with me and staying there. They saw Qingyuan City 2 days later, and neither of them said anything for a while. Fengyuan residence has 3 floors, and the 3rd is sealed by an array only I can open, and within a week, Mei Ru had turned the rest of it into a smaller, quieter Xuan garden. Xuan Kang came round, opened the gate himself, saw her, and stopped talking. Then he bowed and called her sister-in-law, and for the next hour he was the most polite man in that district, which I had not previously believed him capable of. Then Bai Ru brought the tea, and I watched him work out that there were more of them, and take it personally. I gave him the Zhao family's storage pouches to fence. He looked at the crest on them. You killed this many of the Zhao family? I did not answer, and he did not ask again, and he sold every one of them within a week. The Xuan family was not sending troops because the Xuan family was busy eating itself. Xuan Yue had never lost contact with home. The moment the Biquan True sect took her, her family released her mother and treated her immediately with enormous enthusiasm. That was not enough for her. She wanted every person who had put her mother in that place punished, and those people were now senior members of the family, several of them elders. And behind a girl with a once-in-a-century physique stands a golden core master, and behind him stands a sect with several nascent souls, and in front of all of that, the royal family's own foundation establishment ancestors are polite to her. Her mother had been reinstated. Senior men were quietly changing sides. The whole clan was paralyzed. They had imprisoned that woman instead of executing her precisely, so they would always have a hand on the genius's collar. I have rarely seen a plan turn around and bite that hard. Lucky I got out early, said Xuan Kong, with feeling. That family is no place for a human being. Xuantian came back from wherever she had been, saw 2 women living in my house, and stopped visiting. A year went past. Study by day, dual cultivation at night, and then, finally, the chime. Congratulations, host, through your tireless efforts. I had forgotten how much I liked that stupid sentence. My lifespan was somewhere around 1,000 years by then. The conceptions had become rare, which is what happens as the realm climbs, but the children that did arrive were better every time. I wanted Tier 2 alchemy. The ball went round and dropped into cultivation techniques. Water Spirit Heart Sutra. Grade, Foundation Establishment. I read that line about 4 times. A foundation establishment technique in the hands of a Gao refining cultivator is normally a cruel joke because you cannot drive it. But this was not a combat art, it was a mind art, and mind arts do not care how much spiritual energy you have. Resistance to illusion and poison, accelerated healing, it breaks demonic obstacles before they form, and it amplifies every water attribute technique I own. I used it on the spot, and the inside of my head became, very briefly, an ocean. Then I went and woke the cat up. Get up. Help me test something. He had been eating a goo insect a day for a year, courtesy of Su Xuan, and had picked up something cold and crawling on top of the illusions. He lay on the table and poured illusion power at me, lazily, and my new ocean drank it. Then he stood up with his fur on end and hit me with something solid enough to make the air ripple, and the ocean weakened it layer by layer, and it still got through, and the room turned into somewhere else. Verdict: it will not stop a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It will hold an early one. The cat had not been trying. Then I went into the yard and used water curtain heavenly splendor with the sutra running, and the water came up deep blue and put out a pressure not far short of a half-step foundation establishment, and destroyed one of my own defensive arrays on the follow-through. And there was a bonus I did not expect. It halves the divine sense cost of everything I do, which means my daily output of top-grade pills doubled overnight. Half a year later, Xuan Kong came through my gate at a run. Su Xuan's master is dying. He had found their gate standing open and the old man gray on the bed. They had found the insect they went for. On the road home, the Heiwan sect took them, and it was not opportunistic. There was a ray cover and several late-stage cultivators, and the whole thing had been arranged. Dong Chu's own signature goo got the 2 of them out. It cost him everything he had. They took the insect anyway. Su Xuan came out of that room and hit me at chest height and held on and cried. I did not say anything. When something like that has just happened, people do not need comfort. They need something to lean against that does not move. Xuan Kong shut the courtyard gate on his way out. Save him, please. I spent a high-grade healing pill without thinking about the cost, and it was not enough. His dantian was empty, and his meridians were broken, and it was worse than what had happened to my master. He woke up and knew exactly what he was. I want you to look after Zhou Luo. He had found her in a mountain village, seen what she could do, and spent 10 years teaching her. He was her teacher, and he was the only father she had ever had, and if nobody looked after her, she would waste it. I told him the truth, which is the only thing I had. Master Dong, I don't know your craft. He offered me everything he owned, and I said the thing I have thought about a great deal since, because I still do not know whether it was decency or simply accurate. I'll look after her, but I won't take her in. My realm is low, and I genuinely cannot protect her, and I won't pretend otherwise. Let her choose what's in that room herself. He looked at me for a while. I found out later that what surprised him was that anybody could say no to a top-tier Gu Master's entire legacy with the man dying in front of him. He insisted on one thing. A token from his sect, rectangular, cool to the touch, with runes across it like something's veins, and 2 characters on the back. Wanggu's sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects of the Jinyun region. His story was ordinary and therefore worse. A commoner who worked hard, offended somebody important, was framed by his own fellow disciples and expelled so the sect could avoid a scandal, and lost 40 years to it. His master knew he was innocent, could not save him, and gave him that token on the way out the gate. His master is a golden core cultivator. I pushed spiritual energy into it, and it lit like a chip off a star. Xuan Kong was waiting outside with a grin. Old Dong handing over his orphan? You're very clever. Then he pushed it, because he cannot help himself. Top-tier Gu Master. Must have been a lot of good things in there. Don't say that out loud, ever. If that got around, every covetous eye in the district turns toward a courtyard with one grieving woman in it, and the Heihuan sect would come for the inheritance whether or not I had taken a single item. He admitted cheerfully that his interest was self-serving. The more I got, the less I might charge him for the bell. If you don't make top-tier talisman master, I said, you'll never have anything to trade for it anyway. He was 68. He had been stuck at high grade since he was 40. It was a cruel thing to say, and it was also the most useful thing anybody had said to him in 20 years. May. Ru's verdict at home was short. If you don't intend to get involved, taking only the token is right. Then Xuantian arrived with a homecoming gift, which I refused, and she booked more pills instead. That one has feelings for you, Mei Ru said, watching her go. That one is not simple. Keep away from her. You and Bai Ru both. Dongzhou died 2 days later. Xuan Kong and his 3 wives ran the entire funeral, which was my job, and he charged me 50 spirit stones for it and did not blush once. Su Xuan knelt in front of the hall with 2 dry tracks down her face and her hands closed on her own skirt. I'm going to avenge him. I did not argue with her about it. I told her to cultivate and not to waste what he had spent 10 years putting into her. And then I told her that if she ever needed anything, my gate was across the street, and if I was not there, Mei Ru would be. That was the first time she ever heard my wife's name. They cremated him after 3 days, because that is what ordinary cultivators get, and she came apart completely. She had grown up in a mountain village that had no use for daughters, and after her younger brother was born, her family had decided out loud that she was a cost. Then an old man walked through that village and saw something and took her away and treated her like his own. She was in her 20s and she had nobody at all. I stood at the edge of that, and something turned over in my chest that had not turned over in a long time. Because sooner or later, I am going to do this. Not once, over and over, for centuries, for everybody currently living in my house. I have never let myself look straight at that before. Then the Water Spirit Heart Sutra moved on its own, without my asking, like a pair of hands on the back of my neck, and dissolved it before it could set. I do not know whether to be grateful for that. I went over and gave her a handkerchief, and she put her head on my arm for a while. She buried the ashes in a jar in her own main hall. He had bought that courtyard outright, and it will probably be where she dies. 5 days later, she came to my gate, and Mei Ru received her, and brewed her a calming tea, and sat her down. My husband has told me about you. Treat this house as yours. She had walked over there, braced to be turned away by a wife. Sister Mei Ru, she said. Thank you. Come and play with the cat. He doesn't like me much. A month after that, she brought me a black iron box. Her master had left instructions. I was a good man, and I should have the top-quality insect. I refused. I had taken the token and done nothing to earn even that. She would not have it. So I sat there looking at that box and did the arithmetic out loud in my own head, which I do not usually do. If I take this, then the day she is in real trouble, I cannot stand aside. Not because of the insect, because of karma, which cultivators are more afraid of than swords, and which is simply a formal name for the fact that debts get paid. I took it, and then I immediately handed her a communication talisman. If you're ever in danger, crush this. I'll come. There was fine print I did not say out loud, which is that it only works inside the city walls. If she ever went past them, that talisman was a piece of paper, and I would never know. She's a good girl, Mei Ru said at the gate, watching her go. It would be nice to have her as a sister. I said nothing, because there was still a sect out there that had gone to a great deal of trouble to hunt a Gu master, and I did not yet know why. 3 months on, Mei Ru was heavily pregnant and handed the household to Bai Ru, and the two of them agreed the house needed more hands. So I went to Yaoqi Pavilion. It is white jade, it is enormous, and it is the largest marriage house in the city. Women whose families have been destroyed sign contracts there. The house guarantees the terms, the buyer pays a bride price, and there is an office of the Qingyuan sect 2 streets away that exists specifically so those contracts can be enforced. I am not going to pretend it is a pleasant institution. It exists because this world produces orphans faster than it produces households. The manager came down herself, Yi Mei, jade hairpin, gold inlaid earrings, and an ease about her that made Xuan Tian's charm look like something applied with a brush. I was aware, in that room, of exactly how much of my composure was the Water Spirit Heart Sutra doing the work. She asked my name. Xuanduan, I said, and heard myself say it, and did not correct it. My requirements were unromantic, and I gave them plainly. A spirit root. The higher the better. Even temper. Not too young. She brought 5 jade slips. The first was a 4th grade root with a smile that had been put on with a trowel and eyes like something behind glass. The second was 5th grade and looked through me. The third was beautiful and entirely absent. Not everyone who ends up in that building is there because she chose it, whatever the contracts say. I passed on all 3, and I told myself it was practical, because a woman in that state is not going to be well in my house. The 4th was called Tao Hua. 6th grade root, a purple dress, and eyes that were still switched on. The 5th had rabbit ears, which were real, and which is a thing that exists in this world and which I had not previously known. 30 mid-grade spirit stones, which is 3,000 ordinary, which is 7 houses. Do you offer any guarantee? I asked. Yi Mei did not blink. 3 years. Every woman in that building signed of her own hand, every contract is registered, and if there is ever a dispute, the house resolves it. I took Tao Hua and 3 more women to actually work in the house, one of whom could cook. Her history came out later. Legitimate daughter of a small family that was destroyed in a quarrel between 2 longevity clans she had never heard of. Everything gone in a night. Sold, and then waiting. She had spent 2 years in that building working out what the possible endings were, and had made her peace with the least bad one. Then she saw the man buying her, and decided that this was survivable. I have thought about that sentence for a long time. Do come back, said Yi Mei, at the door. I did. Su Xuan came round 2 days later with the Gu texts I had asked for, walked into a house that had 4 more women in it than the last time she visited, and did not change expression at all. Then Tao Hua brought tea into the study, which was Mei Ru's arrangement and not mine. Was she also a maid? A concubine? Su Xuan went very still for about a second and a half, and then said something rapid about how I must have a real talent for Gu arts, and asked her next question a little too quickly. At dinner, Tao Hua barely ate because she had spent 2 years learning exactly where a concubine sits at a table, and Mei Ru drew her whole history out of her in about 10 minutes. The clan that destroyed her family turned out to have been on the Mei family's side of that quarrel. Mei Ru did not say anything about that. She simply became noticeably kinder for the rest of the evening. And Su Xuan sat there and measured herself against a woman 4 years younger who had lost everything and worked out that she was 1 bad decade away from the same room. Her master had left her a house and some savings. Savings run out. He wouldn't let that happen to me, she thought. And then, but he can't look after me forever. She did not say any of that out loud either. I only know it because she told me, much later, in a different life. What I said, when Mei Ru raised it afterwards, was the thing I had believed since I was 17 years old and standing on a mountain road. The strong eat the weak. If I had not gone to the Duan family's aid, the women of that house would have ended in that same building. It is not a moral system. It is weather, which is why strength is the only thing worth having. Bai Ru, who has a ruined foundation and will never be strong, put her head down and did not answer. I have replayed that moment more than most. Xuan Kong came round the following morning, heard how much I had spent at Yaoqi Pavilion, and had to sit down. Alchemists, he said to the ceiling, are so much richer than talisman masters. Then he told me why he had actually come. There's news about Jade Marrow Ganoderma. The last of the 3. The one I had chased for 20 years and never once seen. It was in the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator, and she was not selling. She was crowdfunding. Her name was Xianing, and she was doing all of it for a younger brother with a low 8th grade root who had been force-fed resources by his own sister until he stood half a step from foundation establishment, which he had not earned and would probably not survive. I did wonder privately whether a pill was going to help that man at all. Getting through that wall is not a pill. The pill is one of about 6 things you need. Crowdfunding with a foundation establishment cultivator meant putting my materials, my face, and my actual realm in front of somebody who could take all three. Last resort, I told Xuan Kong to keep watching and did not ask to meet her. A month later, Mei Ru came to term, and I had him find me the best midwife in the district, because whatever else a cultivator is, in that particular room, she is exactly as fragile as anybody else. I waited outside the door with Tao Hua and 3 maids and a completely silent Bai Ru. Congratulations, 37th offspring, 70-year lifespan bonus, 4th grade spirit root, 25 aptitude points, 219 of 500. I put my hand flat on the wall, because there was a pattern in that number and I had been refusing to look at it for a decade. Every child Mei Ru gives me comes out better than every other child in my house. 4th grade, 3rd grade, 5th, now 4th again. It is the Dragon Phoenix Union technique. It has to be. 2 roads made into 1 road and the children come out of the join. And if that is true, then the question is not how high can I push my own root. The question is, what happens if I do that with a woman whose root is better than Mei Ru's? Roots run 9 grades. Above the 9, there are 2 more categories that most cultivators never see in a lifetime. Chang Earth grade root can cross into foundation establishment without a pill at all. A heavenly grade root does not meet a bottleneck before nascent soul. There was a 3rd grade root living across the street from me who had recently started looking at me in a way I was pretending not to notice. I shelved it. There was still a sect out there that had hunted her master for reasons nobody could explain, and I was not going to draw that onto her by making her mine. I named the boy Changlang. Half the district sent gifts, and I returned every single one of them, which caused alchemist Huo Cheng such acute embarrassment that he cancelled his own birthday party that year. A year later, a curt message arrived from next door. Come now. I left the cat guarding the house. Xuantian was already there, dressed conservatively for the first time in my experience, which told me where we were going before anybody said it. Are you also here to have Alchemist Gao make you a foundation establishment pill? My elders asked me to look into it. She did not believe a word of that. She had my file. Chang, elder of a longevity clan, does not spend 3 years in a rented house chasing materials for somebody else, and she had already concluded that a 9th grade root was somehow standing within reach of foundation establishment, which she found extremely interesting. We went into the core area. That is where the foundation establishment cultivators live, and where the golden core master lives, and everybody who walks through it walks carefully and quietly and looks at the ground. Alchemist Gao's house was deliberately, expensively plain. 3 crowdfunding groups were waiting in his courtyard. He came out with white hair and a young man's face and absolutely no life fluctuation at all, which is a thing that happens when somebody has gone far enough that their body has stopped announcing itself. Let this old man see what you've brought. He went through the pooled materials and was pleased. There was a 200-year Xuanling fruit in there, which is the sort of thing you say out loud. Mine, sitting in a storage space nobody could see, was about 100 years old and had come off the body of a man I killed in a forest. And beside me, Xuantian's eyes moved, because her Xuanling fruit had been on that same body, her senior brother, killed. Everybody agreed by a passing foundation establishment cultivator. She did not suspect me. She simply resented me, obscurely, for being standing next to her when the subject came up. Then Gao gave them his warning, gently, and I have rarely heard a professional be that honest. This pill is not easy. Usually 2. 3 if fortune is with us, sometimes 1. Nobody objected. Tier 2 alchemists who will even take the commission are rare enough that most of them do not bother saying that much and would simply refine and hand over whatever came out because a room full of Gao refining cultivators is not going to argue. The furnace was 10 feet tall and covered in runes because anything less structurally serious comes apart under a second-order pill. The flame under it was deep blue, and it was beautiful, and my face must have changed, because the quality of an alchemist's flame is the single clearest measure of him, and that flame was better than mine. I knew the recipe. I have known the recipe for 20 years. Recipes are cheap and materials are priceless, and technique is the thing in between, and every alchemist has small tricks that are not in any book. Day 1, extraction. Day 2, fusion, which is where the medicinal properties fight each other and where most attempts die. Somebody behind me let out a breath when it held. Days 3 and 4, the incantation, and halfway through the guidance, Gao's technique changed. It was small. It was not in the Qingyuan sect's jade slips. It was not in any text I have ever read, and I have read all of them. It was his. Something he had worked out himself over 60 years at a furnace, and it is the entire reason a master exists, because if you follow the books your success rate is about half, and these accumulated small realizations are what move that number. I stood at the back of that hall taking notes like a schoolboy while 5 other people sweated. And I understood finally why I had been stuck for 3 years. Nobody had ever taught me anything. Everything I own was installed, and installed knowledge has no small tricks in it, because small tricks come from failing at something 10,000 times. which took me straight to an old man in Shuchun Garden who had taught me for nothing, and to the family head who had worked him to death for a supply of pills. Some accounts, I thought, are still open. The furnace opened on the 4th day with a soft noise and a good smell. 2 pills, both poor quality. A low-grade foundation establishment pill improves your odds by perhaps 10 or 20%. 3 groups, 2 bad pills. Years of savings, in some cases decades of collecting, and that was the harvest. It seems, I thought, walking out, that scraping into the 2nd tier is nowhere near enough. Xuantian refused her share and took materials back instead, which was the correct call. Outside in the street, Huo Qing apologized to her. I want to record my reaction because it was uncharitable and instant. You are a high-grade alchemist whose master is a tier 2. Why are you apologizing to anybody? Then she turned on him. Did he have foundation establishment materials of his own? Would he sell them? She stepped in close and let the question sit there, in the open street, in front of a witness, and said that she would give him anything at all for a foundation establishment pill. She knew exactly what he wanted, and she was willing to pay it because she was half a step from the wall and had been for years. I stood 4 feet away thinking that people had become very direct since I was young. The next morning, she was at my gate, leaning on the frame, asking whether I might sell her the materials I was collecting for my elders, and promising to help me generously once her own foundation establishment succeeded. My heart, I am pleased to report, did not move at all. They've already been sent home, I said. There's genuinely nothing I can do. She left. I made a note to avoid that woman entirely, which lasted about 18 months. My father-in-law from the Xuan family came to the city that autumn, ostensibly to deliver Menglan flowers and visit his daughter. 20 years had put lines around his eyes. A Gao refining cultivator who never crosses into foundation establishment gets about 200 years, and only that wall breaks the ceiling, which is the entire reason grown men will empty a treasury for 1 pill. He remarked twice that I had not aged. I let the alchemy explain it. Then he made his approach 1 step at a time, the way a careful man does. Was it true that a Zhao family elder was close to foundation establishment, and how were things with the Mei family these days? I'm an outsider there. I do my job. The Xuan family is barely surviving, he said, and I doubt the Mei family can hold much longer. Has my son-in-law considered a fallback? Then he looked around my rented courtyard and observed that it could not possibly hold all my wives and children. And finally, whatever the Mei family can offer you, the Xuan family can match it. And I do not believe the Mei family grows Menglan flowers. I did the arithmetic in front of him without moving my face. He was right about all of it. If I had been sold to the Xuan family at 17 instead of the Mei family, I would have had a better house, better resources, more children, and more draws. And I would have had exactly no chance of ever owning any of it, because the Xuan family is stable. Nothing is coming loose there, whereas the Mei family was a longevity clan at war with itself, with a dying head, a dead grand elder, and a faction of elders who had been quietly handed to me by a corpse. A stable house has no vacancies. For me, that war was the only door there has ever been. You flatter me, father-in-law. I'm the 6th elder of the Mei family. I can't be ungrateful. He was genuinely surprised, and I watched him decide that I must be planning something, and then remember a piece of intelligence about the Grand Elder's faction, and become extremely interested. He left the 4 flowers anyway. Do think it over. 10 days later, Mei Ru conceived, because those flowers work, and the wheel paid out something I had to read twice. Chiang Egg. 4th rank. 4th rank is the tier that stands level with a nascent soul cultivator. Azure Phoenix. A trace of divine beast blood in it. Speed. Regeneration. Command of fire. And a line at the bottom that mattered more than any of that. Accompanying spirit beast. Those appear perhaps once in 1,000 years. They share a mind with their owner, and they push the owner's own cultivation the way a bloodline does, permanently, for life. I would never have known what that line meant if I had not drawn beast taming years earlier and been annoyed about it, and I could not use it. The bond only forms with a newborn, Chang infant who has not yet met the world, growing up alongside it from the first day. So it went into storage to wait for a child good enough to deserve it, and I sat there for a while feeling something I did not expect, which was that the best prize the system had ever given me was not for me at all. The family will need those children to hold what I build. That is not sentiment. That is structure. Then I turned round, and Mei Ru was gray. A thread of my energy found it in seconds. The pregnancy had taken more than she had, because she had conceived again too quickly after the last one, and her foundation had cracked underneath it. I did not reach for a pill. I ran the Dragon Phoenix Union technique, which harmonizes the two, and repairs what is torn, and which is the only reason that woman still had her strength after 22 years of this. I'm sorry to have worried you. It's not your fault. It's mine. And I want that written down properly, because I have been honest about everything else. The system pays me. It has never once charged me. 10 months and a delivery room and a permanently damaged foundation are not paid by the man collecting the years. That is why Mei Ling stopped, why Xuan stopped, why Wen and Fen stopped. Their foundations are damaged and there is no technique in my house that can mend them, because the one I have binds to a single partner and I chose her 20 years ago. I have never treated any of them as livestock. I also cannot pretend the arithmetic is clean. The conclusion I drew was cold, and I made it anyway. Stop asking the women who have already paid. Find new ones. The great auction came round, and I did not attend as myself. Xuan Kong bid. I stood 2 rows back wearing the face of a completely uninteresting middle-aged man. You're using me as a shield. I gave you 20% off the bell. Then he told me the thing that changed how I moved through that city. A great many people die in Qingyuan City every year. The Golden Core Master covers the core area and nothing else. Divine sense costs energy. Nobody watches a whole city all day, and men at that level spend most of their lives sealed in a room anyway. The inner city, and especially the outer city, are hunting grounds. The guards only come out for something large and loud, and a quiet killing in an alley is effectively uninvestigable. I had been walking around that place for 4 years thinking it was safe. New policy, adopted that afternoon and never relaxed. I never bought materials with my own face again. Home was fine. A high-grade array and a Tier 2 spirit beast will make a foundation establishment cultivator think twice about the whole idea. I gave Xuan Kong a communication talisman. If you're in danger, crush it, and I'll consider whether to come. Consider? Certainly. But don't worry. After you die, I'll look after your wives personally. Thank you, he said, with feeling. 4 of the 5 longevity clans did not attend that auction. Only the Xuan family, who had spent the entire war being scrupulously neutral and were therefore the only clan with money left. The room was thin, prices were soft, and the reason for all of it was stated out loud by a man behind me while we waited. Every clan in this province is stacked with 9th layer cultivators and starved of foundation establishment pills, so each of them has to expand now, immediately, before a rival produces 1 more foundation establishment cultivator and the balance goes permanently, which is why the materials keep getting rarer, which is why the war exists. I had been very unlucky in my century. In the afternoon they brought out a high-grade foundation establishment pill and opened at 5,000 spirit stones. 15 minutes later it was at 8. Everything I had accumulated in 25 years of alchemy, poison, talismans, murder, and theft came to slightly under 15,000. The Xuan family took it at 10, which was more than 20 years of that clan's savings spent in a single lot, and I spotted an old man resting with his eyes shut 2 rows behind my father-in-law, and knew immediately that they had brought their own ancestor along as a bodyguard. Lucky year for them, Xuan Kong murmured. Normally that goes for double. I never intended to bid. Buying that pill in that room means every person in it watches you carry it out of the door, and I had no foundation establishment cultivator standing behind me, and I already knew what happens to men who leave auctions with pills. And I needed the pill and the cave. Breaking through takes years. The Grand Elder was sealed in one for over a decade, and renting an immortal cave in the core area for that long costs a fortune on its own. At 10,000 for the pill, I could not have afforded the room to use it in, which produced the least glamorous realization of my life, sitting in a gallery at the age of 50-something with 4 great arts and 1,000 years of lifespan. I did not have enough money, so I decided to open a shop. Xuan Kong, meanwhile, was buying my auxiliary ingredients downstairs using a technique of pure brass, which consisted of announcing at intervals that people should give the Xuan family some face. Most of them would not have. But every single one of them stopped to wonder whether they wanted to get into a bidding war with a longevity clan, and in that half-second he took the lot. 3 auxiliaries for under 2,000. I also watched Xuan Tian bid furiously on everything she could reach, rebuilding what she had burned. And when I looked at her a moment too long, the old man sitting beside her raised his eyes and looked back. 9th layer. Heavy divine sense. The specific stillness of something that does not need to move quickly. That woman, I thought, is considerably more important than she pretends. They followed us out of the building. Minor characters, said Xuan Kong. Split up. I went down a side street. They came into the alley behind me and found nothing at all. No formation residue, no talisman trace, no man. Chang hour later, a drop of water fell off a leaf and became a person. 20 years of the water element secret method. I can hold it in a puddle now. Eventually they say, a cup. Xuan Kong had no such option. They cornered him and began laying a stealth array around him, and he saved his own life by walking uninvited into a stranger's courtyard and talking for 90 seconds, and then sitting there until dark. He could not call the guards either. Anybody who fights inside that city is expelled and punished, including in self-defense, if he moved first. which is a rule that has done more for the bandit population of that city than any bandit ever did. I was overconfident, he said, taking the pills I gave him. I should have led them to Tiger's house. Then I told him about the shop. Chang Alchemy Shop? Not a general store. Chang Alchemist opening an alchemy shop raises no questions anywhere, and the Mei family has never had one in that city because alchemy is precisely what the Mei family has always lacked. He read it correctly and immediately. You're building yourself somewhere to run to. I did not deny it, so he pitched himself into it. He would manage it, he would supply talismans, and he would take 30%. 20, I said. And you should know that I can do this without you. He went quiet, and I watched a man who had wanted his own shop for 30 years and had never once had the money for it, which is the entire reason he had ended up as the most exposed man in an illegal trade, decide. 20. Fine. Brother Zhuan, I trust you. He picked the site, which was the empty lot immediately beside Yaochi Pavilion, on the grounds that the foot traffic there is far better than the city center. I looked at the pleasure house on one side and the music hall on the other, and then at him. Do you doubt my character? I bought the freehold rather than renting it, because I had already learned in that city what an extra payment can do to somebody else's reservation. Boss Xuan, said Xuan Kong, watching the money change hands. Big money. We fought about the name for a week. I wanted something plain. He wanted something that would stand out among 100 alchemy shops in one district, and what he wanted was Zhanyuan Pavilion, which promises immortal destiny and is exactly the sort of name that destroys you if the goods do not live up to it. His opening strategy was precisely what you would expect from a man who chose the plot next to a pleasure house. Mine was better. I had the complete Tier 1 compendium in my head, which meant I could stock pills that nobody else in that city had heard of, at quality nobody could match, and put 2 top-tier talismans in a case at the front as furniture. We reserved a plot of soil in the backyard for dragon blood grass, because if the Mei family fell, everything I owned was coming to that city, and I intended to be growing the main ingredient of a foundation establishment pill inside my own shop. Yimei came over on the 3rd day of construction, so the new neighbor is young Master Xuan. Manager Yimei, I said. My name is actually Xuan Duan. I have been given a great deal of trouble in my life. Very little of it came back around as neatly as that. Young Master Xuan hasn't visited in a long time, she said. You must be very satisfied at home. Then Xuan Kong came out of the building site, saw her, and had to cover his face with his sleeve, and I stepped physically between them like a man closing a gate. While the builders worked, something happened that I have never been able to explain properly to anybody. My Gu arts reached entry level. Su Xuan was astonished. It had taken her 2 full years with a master standing over her, and I had taken longer than that, and I had done it out of a book, alone, at 50-something in the evenings. And here is the part that matters. Everything else I own was installed. 4 great arts, poison, spirit planting, beast taming, all of it arrived in my head fully formed while I sat still. That insect was the first thing I ever actually learned. I have won a great deal in my life. I have never felt anything like that. Gu arts, once you see them properly, are not small. Healing worms have one advantage over pills that nothing can beat, which is that a pill is spent and a worm is not. There are worms that speed cultivation, worms that attack, worms that defend, and there is a legend about one that turns time around and brings back the dead, which I have never believed and have also never stopped thinking about. You're half my teacher, I told her. She had to stop and look at the wall for a moment. If my master had known you had this much talent, she said, he'd have taught you everything he had. Then something went across her face, and I recognized it because I have carried it myself. She was going to spend the rest of her life on that hatred if somebody did not interrupt it. So I put a hand on her shoulder and let the Water Spirit Heart Sutra run out through my palm, which it turns out will do for somebody else what it does for me, and told her the only true thing available. You can't force this road, chase it, and it moves away from you. Then I gave her something better than advice because advice is cheap. When the shop opens, sell your insects through it. I'll take 20%. Nobody had supplied Gu insects in that city since her master died. She had a house, savings, and a slow slide toward the day the savings ran out, and I had just handed her a trade. She said yes before I finished the sentence. Shenyuan Pavilion opened 3 months later, and we had to unseal the 2nd floor before noon. Xuan Kong wore a bright red robe. Are you getting married? It's a festive occasion, Mr. Xuan. The formula was simple, and it was mine. Thin margins, spending thresholds, buy one, get one, and behind that, pills nobody else in that city stocked, at a quality no shop could match, because I had the entire compendium and they had a teacher and a book. By the end of the first day, the counters were bare. Everybody's sending me gifts now, Xuan Kong reported, delighted. They all want to know who supplies us. Gifts are fine, no partnerships, not in the first year. That evening, Mei Ru asked the question she had been holding for 8 years. Are you really never going to help the Mei family? She was the only person alive who knew that I could have ended that war in an afternoon. There's no hurry, I said. I won't let them be destroyed. Then Yimei arrived with an armful of opening gifts, took one look at my wife, and said that she now understood why young Master Xuan had such high standards. She had come for business. She wanted a standing order of goo insects. I asked what for, and she told me straight because she is not a woman who dresses things up. Every year, women who have signed with her house run. Some of them get hurt doing it, and some of them do worse than that, and every time it happens, she is liable under the contract and somebody's daughter is dead in a canal. Dongkyo had supplied her with protective worms for years, the kind that steady a mind, hold a body together, and let her people find somebody before the city does. He was the only goo master in the district, and he had been dead for 3 years. I sent that order to Sushuan with one condition attached, which was that we would supply guarding and healing insects and absolutely nothing else, ever, at any price. She agreed before I finished the sentence, and I have never once had to raise it again. Yimei also left a spirit-solidifying pearl for Mei Ru, unasked. Children, she said on her way out, are hard on a body. Then 3 men in blue robes walked into my shop at closing time. Who gave you permission to open this? The Alchemy Alliance. Registration, they said. Membership fees. Sent, obviously, by the shopkeepers Xuan Kang had turned away that afternoon. It is an old trap and it only has 2 doors. Admit you have no respect for the Alliance and they crush you publicly. Deny it and you have just agreed to their terms. So, I took the 3rd door. I don't recall the Immortal City having any such rule. Is the Alchemy Alliance larger than the Immortal Sect now? Their faces did something. And then, because backing down on day 1 means being leaned on for the next 30 years, I finished it. This shop belongs to my children. If you have a complaint, take it to them. And where are they? They're inner sect disciples of the Qingyuan sect. Go up the mountain and ask. I put a sect token on the counter and let my divine sense down on that room like a roof. My lord, a misunderstanding. We're all just here to earn a living. A misunderstanding. I don't think so. They left a storage pouch on my counter and went out backwards. Your children are in the Immortal Sect? Said Su Xuan in the street afterwards, looking at me the way people had started looking at me in that district. You could have mentioned it, said Xuan Kong. We might have got a discount on the building. I like a quiet life. Which was a lie. In a city where nobody knows you, the only currency that protects a shop is a name behind it, and my children's robes were the best name I had. Walking her home, Su Xuan finally asked, How many wives do you actually have, and children? I told her the numbers. She stopped walking. Brother Xuan, can you manage that? We cultivate for a better life. If that's true, why not have the life? That is not the real answer, and she probably knew it. Then I gave her the real one, which I had been carrying since I was 17 and had never said to anybody. Everyone has their own road. Walk yours. Don't spend it being what somebody else told you a cultivator should be. Her master had taught her the opposite for 10 years, which is why he never married and died alone in a rented courtyard with one student. She thought about that for the rest of the street. You're right, she said, at her own gate. Follow your heart. If you want something, say it out loud instead of hiding it. That was not addressed to me. I pretended not to notice because I am a coward about exactly one category of thing. My house was lit up behind me. Hers was completely dark. She said something that was not a word and went inside. Day 2 was bigger than opening day. By then, everybody in the district had heard about the 3 men in blue, and several of them came in person to apologize for things they had not yet done. I could not leave the furnace. 6 days of stock in a shop that was selling out daily. Su Xuan sealed herself in her courtyard and refined insects, and Xuan Kong, who I had always taken for a charming waster, turned out to be superb, the best manager of people I have ever employed in either world. 6 months in, the shop had repaid every stone it cost and started making money. The war news came every 6 months in Xuanduan's handwriting, and it never improved. The mine was holding. The Zhao family and the Xuan family were pressing. The Xuan family had split into 2 openly hostile blocks of elders and would probably change hands entirely the day Xuan Yue came home, and the Mei family was fighting all of it alone. The only reason my children's mind had not fallen was that I had been quietly shipping them premium talismans and pills for years, in quantities that had made the Zhao family break off an assault and go looking for a reason. 6 auxiliary ingredients left and 1 main. The auxiliaries would take 2 or 3 years. The jade marrow Ganoderma existed in exactly one place I knew of, in the hands of a foundation establishment woman who would only trade it inside a crowdfunding arrangement I could not survive being part of. I needed to get through that wall, and I could not, and I knew precisely why, and there was nothing to do about it except keep working. Then the 40th child arrived, 50-year bonus, 6th grade root, 15 points, 264 of 500, 6th grade, Every child Mei Ru had ever given me had come out better than the last. Fourth, third, fifth, fourth. This one had gone backwards. I went into that room and she was the color of the bedsheet. Her foundation had torn again and her spiritual energy was leaking out of her while I stood there. A high-grade healing pill stopped it, and then I said the thing I should have said 15 years earlier. That's the end of it. No more. You rest. Because here is the arithmetic and I have never been able to make it come out any other way. The Dragon Phoenix technique carried me from level 5 to the 9th layer. In the same 22 years, on the same technique, she went from level 6 to level 8 and stopped. Not because she is less talented, because she spent those years pregnant, and I did not. I'm sorry, she said. Don't. I'm the one who has to apologize. Rest. I had intended that baby to receive the Azure Phoenix and the Fire Spirit body, the two best things I had ever drawn, held back for years, waiting for a child good enough. I put them away again. And I set myself a rule that night, which I have kept since, and which I should have said at the beginning. I may marry as many women as will have me, and no woman in my house bears more than 5 children. Then I ran the technique on my wife every night for a year, with pills on top of it, until her foundation was whole again. She has a 5th grade root and 22 years of a technique nobody else in the world has. She was going to get through that wall. I had already decided that. Huo Qing came to my door in person that winter, which he had never done. He had spent 6 months describing my shop as a distraction from proper work, right up until the Alchemy Alliance told him what it earned. His offer was investment for a manager's seat, his pills exclusively, and his excellent relationship with the Alliance. I did not need his pills because mine are faster and better, and I had learned exactly what that alliance was worth on the night 3 of its members walked into my shop asking for money. It's a small business, I said. I'd have to discuss it with my children. He heard what that meant and left politely. Xuan Kong, arriving 20 minutes later, provided the epilogue with enormous relish. Huo Cheng had spent an unbelievable amount of money over 6 months trying to impress Xuan Tian and had achieved nothing whatsoever. She was bleeding him because the failed pill and the auction had emptied her out, and a lovesick high-grade alchemist is a very reliable source of income. I made 2 business decisions that month. No outside alchemists ever, because inconsistent quality is how a name dies, and raise the prices because the name was made. 3 months later, I reached the 9th layer, late stage. Mei Ru reached level 8 late stage and her foundation closed up. The 4 concubines delivered, one after another, 2 5th grade roots, 2 6th, 322 of 500. More than halfway to a 7th grade root, which would change my absorption rate again, and more importantly, would change what my children came out as. 8 small children in a rented villa is too many, and I said so, and Mei Ru answered with the thing she had actually been carrying. The family sent word, they've lost 2 spirit minds, they're asking us to come home and help. There was nothing I could do before foundation establishment, and we both knew it, and the Mei family's own ancestor still had not lifted a finger. It's all right. I have plans. I took her and the children home myself. Maple Leaf City had been emptied. Old people, women, children, and nobody else. That kind of war is not fought for territory. It is fought over whether a family continues to exist, and by then the Mei family could not have withdrawn even if it wanted to. The rumor in the compound was that Mei Yang had sealed himself in to attempt foundation establishment. I went back to the city and worked. Alchemy, talismans, Gu arts, and 4 concubines, and 1 objective, which was to reach Tier 2 before the materials finished arriving. Then, on a bright moonlit evening, a short message from across the street. She had found something in the Gu arts. Come over. I got halfway. There is a thing that happens when you have been a formation master for 30 years. You do not look for a raise. You notice their absence, the way a musician notices a room with no echo. I put my divine sense out, and that perfectly ordinary courtyard lit up with points of light hanging in the night air, a hidden array, invisible to anything short of a foundation establishment cultivator standing in it. I recognized the style. Han Fu had used one exactly like it 30 years earlier in a forest. It leaked, very slightly, because whoever built it was only high grade. A top-tier formation master would have put me inside that house before I ever knew. I turned around and walked back to my own courtyard. I want to be honest about the next 90 seconds, because it is the least flattering paragraph in this account. I had not hesitated for a moment when her message arrived, and the instant I saw that array, I stopped thinking about whether she was alive. A hidden array means somebody intends to seal a fight off from the world. That means the Heihuan sect, and that means the token her master gave me. And the second thought, arriving immediately behind the first, was that if I killed all of them tonight, the one obstacle standing between that woman and my household stopped existing, assuming she was still alive, which was, in that moment, a secondary consideration. I loaded everything into the system's storage, rather than my ring, in case they could suppress a storage ring. The cat, the spirit pill, the talisman treasure, The thunderclap. And I noted, with something close to satisfaction, that their array would hide me exactly as well as it hid them. It is her courtyard. Under the laws of that city, anybody who breaks into a residence can be killed inside it with no consequence at all. Then I knocked. Brother Xuan, the door's open, come in. Her voice, perfectly steady, perfectly wrong. Moonlight on the flagstones, one candle burning inside, and a silhouette at the window that was not the right height. A sword came out of the dark at my head and the water curtain ate it. So you were hiding it. Xuan Tian stepped out of the shadow of the wall. Your Heihuan sect, and a year of small things rearranged itself into one shape. Why every man who visited her courtyard stopped existing. Why she had disappeared from the district for precisely as long as an old Gu master and his student had been on the road. Hand over your foundation establishment materials. Her charm rolled out at me across that courtyard, and the Water Spirit Heart Sutra killed it in the air. Then swords. She was half a step from foundation establishment, a full realm above me, and she found within about 20 seconds that this was not going the way it should. She threw a rain of golden blades. I put up a wall of water. She came in bare-handed with something dark green shaped like an animal, and I was already 40 feet away. And that retreat gave her the worst thought she had all night, which she said out loud. Do you know our methods? Did you have something to do with my senior brother's death? I did not answer. I pushed the water curtain to its limit instead and swallowed her talisman whole, and she stood there trying to work out how a Gao refining cultivator was producing that, and never once considered that the answer was a mind technique from a nascent soul cultivator. Then something living came out of the dark and burst, and what came out of it went through stone. There was a Gu master in that courtyard, which explains, finally and completely, why a sect had gone to such trouble to hunt an old man and his student. I came apart into the water on the ground and reassembled behind her with a sword at her spine, and a stream of insects saved her life. She swallowed a pill and opened a top-quality artifact shaped like a paper umbrella that turned the sky over that courtyard red, and the formation master still had not shown himself, which was the problem, because whatever happened in that yard, nobody was walking out of it to tell the district about it. So I took out the thunderclap. The instant it was in my hand, both of them stopped moving, because there is a specific quality of light that comes off second-order paper, and everybody who has ever seen it recognizes it. I fired. The hidden array they had built to hide their own ambush ate every scrap of the sound, and the district outside slept through it. Inside, now. They ran for the house, and an old man threw up a high-grade defensive array he had been quietly building the entire fight, and the thunderclap went through it like a hand through a paper screen. Two figures on scorched ground, and both of them got up, torn open, bleeding, and entirely unafraid, because as far as they could see, I had just spent the only real card I had. Was that your best? And the third one finally came out of the house. Gray robe, formation plate, 9th layer of Gao refining, and completely untouched. The Heihuan sect had spent 2 9th layer cultivators and a level 8 on one courtyard in the Immortal City. I have never been more flattered. The Gu master released a golden bird with red eyes. Xuan Tian drew a deep blue top-grade talisman. Just the 3 of you? One of me is enough. Nobody else had come out when the thunderclap went off. So there were 3. I smiled at them, which I think confused them more than anything else that night. A flash of white. Meow. 3 of the most dangerous people in that district looked at a small white cat sitting on the flagstones and could not make it mean anything. Deal with it. The pressure came down, and all 3 of them went flat on the stones and stayed there, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to beg. A Tier 2 spirit beast. Foundation establishment class. Nobody in that city had one, and none of them had any idea how a rented house alchemist had come by it. He did not even use the illusions. He did not need to. I walked over and finished it, and burned what was left, and the cat ate the golden bird because he has never in his life passed up an insect. Then I went inside and found her. She was on the floor of the second room with the candle still burning above her, and she had been dead for some time by every measure I have. Except that when I put my divine sense over her, there was a faint glow above her heart. A blood-red worm was lying on her chest, putting out everything it had. A heart-protecting Gu, top-tier first order, extremely rare, and it does exactly one thing. When its host is finished, it holds one thread of life in place for as long as it can. Her master had made that. Years ago, for a girl who had nobody, Xuan Tian had been in too much of a hurry to check. I spent a top-grade pill and a high-grade healing talisman, and the wounds closed, including the one at her throat. None of that was the problem. She had bled out. Her life force was gone. Her dantian was damaged, and there was a poison in her working through what was left. And I could take the poison out because that is what I am. Everything else needed a second-tier healing pill at minimum, and probably a third. I could not make one. I did not know a single foundation establishment cultivator who would have crossed the street for her. So I knelt there on that floor with a woman dying under my hands and no version of my enormous, ridiculous collection of advantages that could do anything about it. And then I thought of the one thing I had that nobody else in the world had. The Dragon Phoenix Union technique repairs a foundation. It is the reason Meiru still stands. It harmonizes two people and rebuilds what is torn, and it costs the stronger partner directly out of his own vitality. And it binds one partner permanently. Change your mind and you begin again from nothing. I had spent 23 years building that bond with my wife. Every level I had climbed since level 5 was on it. If I turned it on somebody else, all of that was gone. So there it was, on the floor of a rented courtyard at 2 in the morning. Then she came round because the pill was working just well enough to let her, and looked up at me and smiled. "It's good," she said, "that I got to see you first." She was not frightened. She was pleased. "They're dead," I said. "All three. Your master is avenged." Something in her face let go. She tried to lift her hand to my face and did not have the strength to finish it, and it came down on the boards between us. Then she said the rest of it, because she had decided she had nothing left to lose by saying it. That she had liked me for years, that she had dropped every hint she could think of, and I had walked past all of them. That she had assumed I found her lacking. That there were Gu Arts texts in her storage pouch she had been putting aside for me, and that she thought I would be very good at it one day, that she was going to go and find her master now, and I should live well. I have been in a lot of rooms in 2 lifetimes. That is the only time I have ever been unable to speak. "Don't," I said. "I can save you." I have never once regretted the next part, and I have thought about it every year since. I ran the Water Spirit Heart Sutra into her first to hold what was left of her in place. Then I started the Dragon Phoenix Union technique. It came out of me the way water comes out of a cut. That method does not move energy. It moves vitality, directly, the years themselves, and there is no way to do it gently. I had somewhere over 1,000 years in the ledger. I spent whatever it took. Somewhere in the middle of it I said sorry out loud, to a woman who was unconscious and could not hear me, and I have never been able to explain to myself which of the several possible things I was apologizing for. The moon went across that courtyard and out the other side. By dawn there was color in her face and she was breathing on her own, and I got up off that floor and could not stand properly, which had not happened to me since I was level 2. And every level I had climbed in 23 years was still there, and so was the bond, because it turns out that technique binds to whoever you save with it, and I had made the decision hours before I let myself notice I had made it. I took the array down at dawn, left the cat guarding her, and walked into Xuantian's house, which had a very good defensive formation on it, and no defense at all against a man who had been building those for 30 years. It was full of Heihuan sect material, manuals, correspondence, records. I burned every page of it in her own courtyard, and did not read most of it. Then I went through the 3 storage pouches. The Formation Master had been carrying a proper array setting kit, the kind I had been making do without for years, plus artifacts, talismans, and, buried in the middle of it, 4 Foundation Establishment auxiliaries. The Gu Master had high-grade insects and a handful of top-quality ones, and more auxiliaries. And then I opened Xuantian's. She had spent 2 years rebuilding what she burned at Alchemist Gao's furnace, and she had been very good at it, and near the bottom of that pouch, packed in soft cloth, was something crystal clear and shaped like a bracket fungus, jade marrow ganoderma. I sat down on the floor of a dead woman's house and made a noise I am glad nobody heard. 21 years. Every auction, every black market contact, every shopkeeper in 2 cities. I had been paying a man in an alley 100 spirit stones a year just to be first in a queue that never moved, and underneath it, a second Xuanling fruit and a mass of auxiliaries. When I laid all 3 pouches out on the floor and counted, I had exactly enough for 1 complete Foundation Establishment pill, with material left over. And then, at once, the next problem, which was that the ingredients were the easy half. Alchemist Gao was out. I had stood in his hall and watched him produce 2 poor pills from 3 fortunes worth of material, and if he did that to mine, I would have nothing left and nothing to say about it. Going through my children to the sect was possible and slow, and nobody on this earth could guarantee that whoever refined it would hand back a top-grade pill instead of a low-grade one, and a shrug. Human nature does not survive that test. I have never once seen it survive that test, which left refining it myself, which required the Tier 2 technique, which required draws, which required exactly what my rising realm was steadily taking away from me. I had material for a Foundation Establishment pill sitting in a storage space and no hands good enough to make it. Sushuan woke up properly 2 days later and pretended not to be awake. I noticed because her eyelids were doing something no unconscious person's eyelids do, and I decided not to mention it and pulled the blanket up over her shoulder. I remember what you said, you know. She pulled it over her head. I put a bowl of medicine on the table and left her to it, and I am told she looked at that bowl for quite a while. A month later, I walked into her room and there was a blue skirt folded on the chair and a woman sitting up who had stopped hiding. Brother Xuan. Thank you for everything. Still Brother Xuan? What else would it be? You tell me. She looked at her own hands for about 10 seconds. Husband. And barely a month after that, far sooner than the odds allowed at my realm, the system chimed. I sat there with my mouth open. Because Mei Ru is a 5th grade root and our children came out 3rd and 4th grade. Su Xuan is 3rd grade, 2 ranks above, and this was her first. I did the arithmetic and could not get to the bottom of it. If a 5th grade mother produces a 3rd grade child, then what does a 3rd grade mother produce? I have wanted a great many things in my life. I do not think I have ever been that curious. The wheel had changed by then. The white had gone over almost entirely to red, in lines like vines, as though the thing were about to become something else. I started the draw. Skill. I have never minded skill. Every one of the 8 I owned had paid for itself. The winemaking is why half the customers at Xianyuan Pavilion came in. We gave away top-grade spirit wine above a spending threshold, and people offered to buy the wine outright. The spirit appraisal is why nobody has ever shaved me on a price. Even mineral surveying was sitting there waiting for a family that did not exist yet. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tier 2 alchemy technique. I stared at that wheel like a man who has been hit. 13 years. A year of theory at the sect, and a decade of failures, and a furnace full of things that were almost pills, and a hard ceiling I had run into so many times I had stopped believing there was anything on the other side of it. Learn at maximum level. The complete 2nd order compendium. I used it, and it came in like a tide coming through a door. Then I opened my eyes and took the extremely confused face of the woman next to me in both hands and kissed her. You, I said, are the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. She had no idea what any of that was about, and I did not explain, and she has never let me forget it. There was one gap left. I now had every ingredient and the full technique, and a foundation establishment pill is 2nd tier medium grade, and a Gao refining cultivator's divine sense cannot hold one together at the final step, no matter how good his hands are. I had made a 2nd order talisman, but that was low grade. This was not, and there was no room for a failed attempt. 1 set of materials, 21 years. The answer, it turned out, could be rented. There is a place in the Treasure Pavilion that exists specifically for craftsmen whose skill has outrun their realm, which is otherwise a fatal combination. 3 options. A strong cultivator sitting beside you, a foundation establishment expert lending you divine sense remotely, or a 2nd order puppet loaded with a golden core master's divine sense, rental only, never for sale. I took the puppet because the other 2 involve a person watching me work. 100 spirit stones a day, 500 deposit. I paid for 5 days. I told my household I was in seclusion and that nobody was to come near me. I laid 3 arrays over that room. I set out 3 main ingredients and 31 lesser ones on a table. I bathed and changed my clothes, which I have never done for any other batch before or since, and I pinned 2 high-grade talismans around the furnace to hold the temperature. Then I lit it. Alchemy has 5 steps. The first 2 took a day, which for a pill of that grade is fast enough to be indecent. Alchemist Gao had needed 6 days for the whole thing. The third is fusion, which is where the divine sense goes. I ran the puppet, and something borrowed from a golden core cultivator poured into my furnace and held the reaction open while I worked, and every fusion technique I had was a grandmaster's, and I had more than a dozen of them to choose from. I am fairly sure that for about 4 hours, I was the best 2nd tier alchemist alive. The 4th day, the incantation. I picked the best of the methods in my head and used it. Then the last step. Rise. A column of colored light went up out of that furnace and hit the ceiling, and above it 7 colored clouds turned over each other in the air, and if the array had not been holding, half the core area would have come to look. 3 pills came out. 2 of them carried 4 lines. That is medium grade, which raises the odds of foundation establishment by about 20%, and which is what the whole province fights over. The third was smooth and bright and had 5 lines is top grade, 30%. It breaks the ceiling of what that pill is supposed to be able to do, and there are men in this world who have never seen one. I had not been surprised. I put all 3 away and started closing accounts. Foundation establishment must be done on a spiritual vein, which means the core area, which meant renting an immortal cave and staying in it for years, which meant the world had to be arranged first. I sent the cat to Jiang City because the family there was quietly becoming mine, and I could not be there. I judged Maple Leaf City safe as long as the Mei family's ancestor was breathing, and I wrote to the spirit mine where my children were and told them to evacuate the moment it turned. Then a month of arrangements and 9 months of waiting, and Su Xuan came to term. Congratulations. 45th offspring. 90-year lifespan bonus, 2nd grade spirit root, 15 aptitude points, 2nd grade. A 2nd grade root gets into the inner sect of an immortal sect on its own, with no father, no family, and no gifts attached. Su Xuan, who had grown up in a village that had decided she was a cost and had known nothing but a teacher's affection since, looked at the bundle beside her the way people look at the sea. You've worked hard. Husband, can we call him Changqing? She had been choosing that name since the day she knew. It means evergreen, which is a very large name to hang on a very small person, and children with names like that usually have hard lives. I was not worried, and I told her why. Everything I have came through that boy. The materials came out of the fight that nearly killed his mother. The technique came out of the draw his conception paid for. He had already given me a foundation establishment pill and the ability to make it before he could focus his eyes. It's a good name. Let him have a long and easy life. Then I opened my hand and put an egg down beside him. It was blue, and it had been sitting in storage for 11 years, waiting for a child good enough, and when it came within a foot of him, it began to glow. Something went out of that shell and into that baby, and the two of them were bound for life before either of us said anything. Husband, what is that? A companion spirit beast. She had heard of them. Everybody has heard of them. Nobody has ever met one. She looked at me and did not ask where it came from, and I did not tell her, and she has never asked since. Little Changqing, she said to the cot. Don't disappoint your father. He waved a hand at her. I have chosen to believe that was agreement. 3 years later, when he was old enough to be interesting, I went into the core area, paid an extraordinary sum for an immortal cave, laid a top-tier array over the door, and sat down. 34 years after I woke up in this world with the worst spirit root available. 10 days later, my body reached a state I had never felt before, and the Water Spirit Heart Sutra came up on its own, and everything in my head went very quiet and very clear. 99%, I said, to nobody. Then I ate the pill with 5 lines in it. There are 3 gates. The first is the body. Foundation establishment drives the energy of heaven and earth through your flesh, and it demands a physique most cultivators simply do not have. That is what kills people at this stage. Not the pill, not the technique. A hidden weakness in a body that has spent a century being neglected. That is what killed the Grand Elder. I had finished the 5th stage of the giant bear body refining art. Within Gao refining, my body could not be broken. For anybody else, that gate is a knife edge. For me, it was a formality. It still took a full year. The second is mana. In Gao refining, your power is a gas. After foundation establishment, it is a liquid, and it pours out of the dantian instead of drifting through it. And that word mana is not a synonym for spiritual energy. It is a description of a change of state, and the conversion depends entirely on how pure your spiritual energy is, which is where every cultivator who ate his way up the levels finds out what he actually bought. Pills are fine. Pills in quantity are alone. I had the spirit gathering technique, which cleans what it takes in, and I had been running it for 36 years. That gate took a year and a half, and while I sat in a stone room turning gas into liquid, the world outside came apart. The Mei family lost mine after mine. Maple Leaf City was completely encircled by the Zhao and Xuan families. The only holding that never fell was Zhang City, where Zhao family cultivators kept walking into hallucinations they could not explain and eventually stopped trying, and never once worked out that there was a cat in that city, and the Qingyuan sect watched all of it and did nothing at all. I have thought about that more than any other fact in this story. They did not intervene because they had decided that the 5 great clans were due for a reshuffle, and a reshuffle cost them nothing as long as somebody is still paying the annual tribute afterwards. We are not their vassals. We are their livestock. Which one of us holds the field is a matter of complete indifference to the man who owns the field. The 3rd gate is divine sense, and for a tier 2 alchemist and a 2nd order talisman master, it is not a gate at all. There are 2 external requirements, and I want to state them plainly because they explain the entire economy of this world. You need a spiritual vein, which is why every attempt happens in a core area you have to buy into, and you need the pill, except that you do not if you were born correctly. Chang Earth Grade Root gives you a coin flip on its own. A heavenly grade root does not meet a wall before golden core at all. The foundation establishment pill exists for people like me. All it does is accelerate the conversion of your root into usable energy, which for an 8th grade root is nearly hopeless, unless the pill has 5 lines on it. Somewhere in the middle of my 3rd year in that cave, on a mountain 300 miles away, my eldest son was walking his perimeter. Anli did that every night. Not because anyone asked him to, because he was the eldest. He was 38 by then, and he looked 45, because a 9th grade root had taken him 30 years to reach Gao Refining 6, and his lifespan was a normal man's lifespan, and it had started to show. The mine had been an island for months. Maple Leaf City was surrounded. The Xuan family's relief might arrive and might not. Xuanduan had drawn up the withdrawal to Zhang City, per my letter, which he had followed for years without ever asking me why I was so certain that city would hold, and he had looked at the rearguard roster and found the wrong name on it. By the plan, the rearguard should have been Xuan and Shilling. If the Zhao family took them, their sect robes would have brought them home unharmed. That is the entire logic of putting them last. Uncle Xuan, I'm the eldest. I take the rear. Xuan Duan asked him twice. He said it would be fine, and that his father had left him a top-quality talisman and went out to walk his perimeter. He met 3 of our own cultivators moving fast with their heads down and told them to stop. They said they had just come off patrol and were changing shifts, and they stood in his way. He told them to move. The flame came out of the dark at his back. 3 of them, all at level 5, and they did not come at him to kill him quickly. They came at him to pin his hands so he could not crush the talisman in his sleeve. Retainers, not family. When a clan is visibly finished, the men it hired stop being its men, and the Zhao family had bought all 3. He held them off long enough for 4 more to arrive from the tree line, 7 on 1, and every second of it spent keeping his hands away from his own sleeve. He understood exactly what was happening, and I know that because of what he did next. He was level 6. The talisman my master's craft had put in his hand was top quality, and activating it at his realm would ruin his divine sense for months. If nobody learned about that breach tonight, everybody sleeping on that mountain died in their beds. His brothers, his sisters, the old man with 1 arm, so he burned it. The sky over that mine went white, and everything within 40 yards of him stopped existing, and the entire mountain woke up. Which is when the black-robed man walked out of the trees clapping, and he was level 8, and Anlei's divine sense was gone. The others reached him. He told them to run. He told them the man was beyond them, and to find Xuan and go. The Zhao man produced a talisman treasure. That is a sliver of a real magic treasure sealed in paper, 1 use, the sort of thing a clan owns 2 of. I have seen exactly 2 in my life, and I killed the man carrying 1 of them. Brother, that's a talisman treasure. It's fine. Father left me something. Then he swallowed the spirit pill. I had drawn that thing twice in 40 years. The first one I used to kill men who came for me on a road when I was level 1. The second one I gave to my eldest son, and I gave it to him rather than to the strongest of my children, and I did it because I knew exactly what kind of man he was and what he would eventually do with it. His realm went from level 6 to the 9th layer between one breath and the next. Get out of here, all of you, now. And then he went at a level 8 cultivator holding a talisman treasure, because if he did not, the treasure would be spent on the group. They found him afterwards in a burned clearing with more than a dozen bodies around him. Xuan got there first and picked him up. Whatever the talisman treasure had done, it had gone all the way through. His meridians were gone. His dantian was gone. There was nothing in him left to work with, and every one of them knew it. He got his eyes open. What he said was that Xuan should tell their father he was not coming home. That was all of it. Not a message about the enemy, not the name of the traitors, not an instruction. He used what he had left to apologize to me for missing dinner. Xuan went for the Zhao family with his sword up, and Xuan Duan caught him around the chest and told him that if he went out there, more of them would die tonight. They took his body with them when they ran. At that moment, I was sitting cross-legged in a sealed cave 300 miles away, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was spiraling into that mountain hard enough that the cultivators in the neighboring caves came out to look. Someone said that whoever it was close. Chang hour later, a vortex opened over my door with colored light turning over inside it, which is the sign, and the rock around me cracked and came away in sheets. Foundation establishment. 3 years of work. 37 years of everything else. I laughed out loud in an empty stone room, and I want that on the record too, because of what I was laughing about and what was happening in a clearing 300 miles away at the same time. Then I concealed my aura completely, which at that realm makes you indistinguishable from an ordinary man, and walked out past the cultivators who had come out of their caves to see who had made it, and every one of them missed me. I stopped at Jianyuan Pavilion first. 3 years had made it gaudy. Gold on the walls, gemstones in the plasterwork, and a luxury room walled in white jade that did not belong to anything. That belongs to Master Xuan Yun, said Xuan Kong, in the manner of a man confessing. Master Xuan Yun was a Tier 1 top-grade alchemist, 1 step short of Tier 2, a disciple of alchemist Gao, and he had spent 3 years in my shop being intolerable to my manager, having heard the head shopkeeper was only high grade. He arrived while we were talking and asked, at volume, whether a Tier 1 top-grade alchemist was not permitted to have a house. I did not look at him. You're the shopkeeper, I said to Xuan Kong, and you're taking orders from an employee? Xuan Yun then explained, with rising heat, how much money he had made for my shop and what exactly a figurehead like me had contributed. Out. I put about 1/10 of my weight on that word. He was on his knees before he stopped talking, and then flat on the floor, and then out of the front door and into the street where a substantial crowd formed within seconds and enjoyed themselves enormously. He got up spitting blood, worked out what had just happened to him, and left the district permanently. Foundation establishment, and his own master would not risk a quarrel with a young foundation establishment cultivator over one disciple's dignity, and he knew it. Xuan, Senior, said Xuan Kong, who had gone a strange color, did you succeed? What kind of people have you been hiring? He was mortified. The man's pills were good and his master was alchemist Gao. He's a tier 2 alchemist's disciple. Why would you care? Take that house down tomorrow and bill him for what it cost to build it. I tried to keep him on brother. He refused flatly, and we compromised on shopkeeper, and he has called me that ever since. He also, I found out much later, had a private reason for putting up with Xuan Yun for 3 years. Rumors had been going round the city all that time that the families behind Xianyuan Pavilion's 2 sect disciples were about to be wiped out, and he had been holding the whole thing together on somebody else's borrowed prestige while I was in a hole in the ground. Then he gave me the news from home, and I stopped hearing the rest of it. The Xuan family had finally sent troops. It had changed nothing. Maple Leaf City was under siege by 2 clans at once. But the messenger talisman I had left in Xuan Garden had never been crushed. So I read 3 years of accounts by laying divine sense on the ledger, over 3,000 spirit stones of profit, with neither me nor Su Xuan supplying anything, paid him his share, and told him he would need to work harder when I opened the next shop. Then I rode for Maple Leaf City. There were 2 men fighting in the sky over Maple Leaf City when I came over the last ridge, and the pressure coming off them was noticeable from 100 miles out. One was the Mei family's ancestor, in gray, the man nobody had seen in a century. The other was much younger and had clearly reached foundation establishment recently, and he was losing on paper and enjoying himself enormously because he had the confidence of a man who expects to have another 80 years to improve. The Zhao family had produced a second one. That is why the Xuan family's intervention had changed nothing. That is why the plain below that city was covered in the banners of small families who had all decided which way this was going. A scout on the perimeter told me that unauthorized persons could not approach. Noisy. He went into the grass, and I walked through an army of several thousand people without one of them looking at me twice, and stood in the middle of it for an hour watching 2 foundation establishment cultivators fight. I was not being sentimental. I had never seen a fight at that level, and I was about to be in one, and I wanted to know how they moved. What I learned is that at that realm, the technique stops being the point. Both of them were using arts capped at Gao refining grade because foundation establishment techniques are hoarded by immortal sects, and a longevity clan does not get them. What separated them was mana and how completely each man had fused with his weapon. The Zhao man eventually ran out of stamina and simply announced he was finished for the day and went home. He was safe doing that because the Mei ancestor had not once fought at full strength. He could not. Nobody knew whether the Xuan family had a foundation establishment cultivator sitting in a tent, and a badly injured ancestor would end that clan in an afternoon. I stood in the grass and did an assessment I had not expected to be able to make. I could take either of them. Not both, either. Then a breeze went through that field and I was over the wall. Maple Leaf City was shut, every shop closed, every able body reassigned, and a guard on the family gate who had never seen me and had to be shown a token. Xuan Garden had no guards on it at all. There was a bird on my roof, blue-green, with a tail that threw light, and when I put my divine sense on it, what was inside was enormous and clean and completely unlike anything that grows in this province. The egg had hatched. I pushed the gate open, and there was a small boy in the courtyard waving both arms at the roof, with a maid 2 paces behind him looking anxious. Who are you? 3 years old. No fear at all. I picked him up. I'm your father. And under my hand, there was already spiritual energy moving in him, at 3, without instruction. He called the bird, and it came down onto my shoulder, and I carried both of them into my own hall, and that is when the entire household came out. Mei Fen first, at a run, middle-aged now and lovely, then all of them, then Mei Ru in white, and Su Xuan at the back, who could not come forward with all the elder sisters standing there and simply looked at me. Little Changqing addressed Mei Ru correctly and formally as a concubine's son should. Did you say hello to your father? She asked him gently. He looked up at me and produced a very small father. I asked how everyone had been. Then I asked where Anlei was. Nothing had come from the mine since the siege began. They didn't evacuate? Mei Ru lowered her voice. The family had ordered them to hold. The mine mattered too much. Fools. Because I knew precisely what that order was. Mei Yang was gambling that the Zhao family would not touch 2 immortal sect disciples, and if he was wrong, the losses would fall on my people rather than his. His decisions killed Mei Tao, and now he was spending my children. I was in that house for 1 hour. The spirit mine was flying Zhao family colors when I got there. Somebody on the wall demanded to know who dared trespass on Zhao family property. I let out about a fraction of what I had, and every cultivator on that mountain went flat on the ground, and an old man at 9th layer came out of the pavilion and knelt on the path in front of me and apologized for his blindness. The Mei family people who were here, where are they? Escaped 3 days ago. And I should not worry, he added, helpfully, because the 2 immortal sect disciples were both unharmed. He assumed I was a senior brother from their sect, which is the only reason he lived long enough to finish the sentence. I was already gone when the sword came down on that pavilion. I found them in a forest a day and a half later, fighting a pursuit, Zhuan and Shiling covering the rest and slowly losing ground. I came in from above, and it took about 4 seconds, and ninth layer cultivators came apart in it like paper in rain. Father! They came round me all at once, and Shiling asked whether I had really done it, and I said yes. Then I asked where Anlei was. Xuanduan went down on the pine needles and said it was his fault and that he would answer for it with his life, and put a sword to his own throat. I flicked a finger and the sword went into the dirt. Zhuan could not say it either. He turned his head and looked at a big tree, and under that tree there was a plain wooden coffin. They had carried it for 3 days while running. I opened it. I want to describe him as he was, and I find I cannot do it. So I will describe what I actually thought, standing there in a forest at the age of 59, with everything I had spent 40 years assembling. Not the mine, not the Zhao family, not the family head. A 2-year-old giving away his own rocking horse because his mother had told him that the eldest looks after the others. A 4-year-old telling me solemnly that he intended to stand up on a flying sword. A boy who studied every night for years without being asked, for no reason except that it might please me, with a root that meant it would never be enough. I had promised that child a way through his own ceiling. I had spent 21 years hunting the materials for a pill that would have done it. I had them in a storage space 6 feet from his coffin, and I had missed him by 3 days. Something started coming up in me, and the Water Spirit Heart Sutra rose to meet it, and for the first time since I had learned it, did not work. That technique dissolves demonic obstacles. It cannot do anything at all about a coffin. Good boy, I said. Papa will take you home. Then I told them all to go home. Father, what about you? I did not answer him. I told Xuanduan to take them and that none of it was his fault, and he kowtowed into the pine needles and said he would deliver them if it killed him. Xuan worked it out as I went up. Where's father going? To settle it. I went back to the mine first and left nothing standing on that mountain except the ordinary miners and the Mei family prisoners whom I let out. Then I walked into the siege camp outside Maple Leaf City. In the largest tent, the head of the Zhao family was discussing the coming week with a Xuan family representative, Zhao Haotian. Newly foundation establishment, newly head of his clan, and once, 30 years earlier, a Tier 1 talisman master who had thrown a talisman treasure at the Mei family's 4th elder to test his strength, while a level 3 alchemist watched from a slope and understood for the first time what realm actually meant. He had given that treasure to a kinsman. That kinsman had used it on a level 6 man covering a retreat, and when he heard that a Mei family boy had spent his own life to stop it, Zhao Haotian had been so angry about the waste that he had thrown his entire army at Maple Leaf City. Somebody ran in to report that a man was walking through the camp and had killed the pickets. He came out expecting the Zhuan family. He found a man in the middle of his own army swinging a sword casually with corpses on either side, and assumed from the youth of the face that he was looking at an immortal sect disciple, which by treaty could only be captured and not killed. So he dropped foundation establishment pressure on me, the way you put a hand on a child's head. It came apart 6 feet above me. Then I walked up out of that crowd into the air in front of him. Who are you? Xuanduan. His face lit up with actual delight, because he knew the name, and because a 9th grade route reaching foundation establishment was the most interesting thing he had heard all year. I did not say anything else to him at all. Flames engulfed the sky, in the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator. He got a gilded hammer up and was driven back across the sky by the second exchange, and I watched him understand that the sword and the technique in front of him were both better than his. There is a reason for that, and it is worth stating, because it is the whole shape of this world. A foundation establishment cultivator in a longevity clan has never learned a foundation establishment technique. Those belong to sects. Men like him fight their entire lives with the best Gao refining arts money can buy, and my 5-element sword art was made by a nascent soul cultivator, and I had not learned it. I had been given it complete, with every key inside it, at maximum proficiency, on a night when a woman I barely knew got pregnant. He threw a golden dragon at me, a top-tier art, close to foundation establishment grade. Water curtain. Heavenly splendor came up under the Mind Sutra and made it look like a lizard and swallowed it whole. Inside the walls, the Mei family began cheering, because they had assumed the Xuan family had finally arrived. And in the middle of them, the Mei family's ancestor looked up at the man holding that sword and said out loud that it could not possibly be him. Why are you this strong? Zhao Haotian said. He asked it genuinely. His artifact was 1 grade below mine, his art was 1 grade below mine, and neither of those explained what was happening, and he could not see the thing that did. You'll never know the answer to that, I said. Not in your whole life. Then I stopped being polite about it. There is a version of this where I take him prisoner and trade him for the siege. 30 years of hiding. 30 years of being underestimated on purpose, of playing the useless son-in-law, of being patient because patience was cheaper than exposure. And the invoice for all that patience had been presented to me 3 days earlier, in a forest, in a plain wooden box. My output went from foundation establishment early stage to something a mid-stage cultivator would recognize, which is the Mind Sutra and 30 years of one sword art fitting together at last. He lost the hammer, then the arm that held it, then the height. He spent a top-grade talisman to buy himself one moment, and it cost him the other arm and put him on the ground in front of 2 armies. I came down after him and raised the sword in full view of every person on that plain. No, I did not give him time to finish, and I want the reason on the record. Half of it was for a boy in a box. The other half was so that everyone standing on that field and everyone they would ever tell would know precisely what happens to people who reach for my family. The Xuan representative was already leaving. Xuan and my other children came in behind me and went through the Zhao ranks like something released. The city dropped its own array and poured out. I went after the ones who ran, and I did not enjoy that part, and I did all of it anyway. Half an hour later, the field was clear. The Mei family's ancestor came down and greeted me as an equal, which in this world is a technical term. Gao refining cultivators call us senior. Foundation establishment cultivators call each other fellow Taoist, and the man had been alive for 200 years and had never once had to say it to somebody he had watched grow up. He said that heroes emerge from the young and that I was a blessing to the Mei family. He meant it, and he was frightened, and both of those were visible because he had never been confident that he could kill a foundation establishment cultivator, and he had just watched me do it in under 10 minutes. That's to be expected, I said. After all, they're my family too. I put a small amount of weight on the word my. He smiled at nothing. Then I went home without speaking to anyone else in that compound, and I carried my son through my own gate, and I told his mother. Mei Ling had watched that boy be born in a room I had paced outside of for 4 hours when I was 22 years old. She went down and did not come round for a long time. That day Xuan Garden was hung with white, and the entire Mei family, one day after the greatest victory in its history, did not dare to celebrate. There were no banquets, nobody came to congratulate anybody. 400 people stayed inside their own houses and waited for a funeral in a manner that did not belong to the family to finish. It took 3 days and 3 nights. Mei Yong came, in plain clothes, and offered his condolences to my face. I looked up at him and did not say one word, and I let that silence go on for exactly as long as I wanted it to. I buried Anil by the plantation in my own back garden, where he was born, where he learned to walk, where a wooden horse once flew 3 feet off the ground with 2 children screaming on it. Outside those walls, the story went across the whole province in about a week, and it arrived in the shape that suited everybody. That Xuan Duan of the Mei family had established a foundation, and then, in a fury over his eldest son, killed the head of the Zhao family in front of 2 armies. They also decided, collectively, that a 9th-grade root cannot possibly do that in 40 years. And that I must have met some great figure out in the world who had blessed me. I have never corrected that story once. It is the best armor I have ever been given, and it cost me nothing. The council did not meet for 5 days, and nobody in that family mentioned the victory, because the ancestor had not spoken, and nobody knew what he was going to say. He could not see the bottom of me, and it was making him careful. The second elder came to my gate first and bowed and called me senior, because he was Gao refining and I was not anymore, and told me that with a foundation established, I should take the family. Is that what all of you think? That is what all of us think. I sent him away to go and retake the mines the Zhao family had abandoned, which put his loyalists inside every unclaimed spirit mine in the province before the main family could get near them. Then I went to see the ancestor, and I did not talk about a reward. This war put the entire Mei family into a grave. If I hadn't broken through when I did, there would be nothing left, and the man responsible for it is sitting in the family head's chair. 400 people in that compound had thought that for a decade, and none of them had ever said it out loud, and I said it to the only man in the world who could act on it, in his own hall, without lowering my voice. He offered me a token punishment. 10 years salary, 3 years confined. Fellow Taoist Mei, I suspect that will not satisfy everybody. What do you mean by that? The second elder came to see me recently. He would like a new family head. I watched him understand that he was no longer talking to a promising young alchemist. He was talking to a block. He asked who I thought should hold the seat, and I gave him the only answer that could ever have worked. My family has been generous to me. I could take a reward or leave it, but my wife has done very well in her cultivation lately, and I ought to find something for her. He sat absolutely still for a moment, and then I watched him revise his estimate of me a second time in one conversation. I'll consider it. Which is not a refusal, and both of us knew it. He spent 5 days investigating whether I actually had the leverage, and what he found was this. 3 spirit mines already garrisoned by my faction. A family head, who had tried to order them out and been asked to his face whether he still had any authority at all. And Jiang City, officially administered by the third miss, actually run for a decade by my second son and by the Grand Elder's own granddaughter. I had a city. He even prepared himself somewhere to go, the ancestor said when they told him. He could see exactly what happened if he refused. I would take a third of that family and walk out to Jiang City, and the Zhao family would come back inside 2 years and finish whatever was left. So he called Mei Yong in and told him to abdicate. The man went down on the floor of his own ancestral hall and begged, and got the truth instead. I gave you this family, and you nearly destroyed it. And while you were doing it, you let an outsider quietly acquire enough power to take it away from you. Is that what a family head is? He was sent into seclusion with a foundation establishment pill, and told that whether he ever came out was a matter for his own luck, which is the coldest kindness I have ever heard one man extend to another. 3 days later, he announced his retirement and handed the seat to his granddaughter, Mei Ru. And every single person in that compound understood exactly what had happened, and enough of them were pleased about it that it held. She was direct line and a former head's granddaughter, so nothing about her was irregular. Her husband had personally stopped the family being wiped off the map, and her husband was foundation establishment, which for a clan that had spent 40 years starving for one is not an argument. It is an answer. Mei Yong's whole branch vacated the core area, and my household moved into it. She sat in the patriarch's villa afterwards with a helpless look on her face. I never expected you'd make me head of the family. You're my wife. It was always going to be you, and it's the only version everybody could accept. I had no interest whatsoever in that chair. It eats time, and time is the only thing I have ever actually been collecting. What I wanted was simpler, a place where nobody I loved could be spent by somebody else's arithmetic. Then I'll do my best, she said. I gave Xuan Duan the 6th elder's seat, which had been mine, and the family's entire formation branch with it. His arm had been whole for years by then. I had made good on that. Within 12 months of the day he swallowed a pill in my study and never once mentioned it again. The third miss took a seat. Su Xuan took one as the family's gu master, which made a woman from a mountain village that did not want daughters an elder of a longevity clan. With me holding the Grand Elder's chair, the Council of 10 stopped being a council and became my wife's household. Then we went and destroyed the Zhao family. Xuan came back from the sect first with the answer to the question I had been asking for 15 years, which was why the Qingyuan sect had watched a longevity clan nearly die and done nothing, because the Zhao family had promised them that after swallowing us, the annual tribute would not merely continue, it would increase. That is all of it. That is the whole reason. 400 years of history, thousands of dead, 5 great clans, and the answer is that the owner does not care which dog wins the yard as long as the yard keeps producing, which meant nobody was going to stop me. I brought the Xuan family in, who were delighted, and the Xuan family in, who declined to commit and sent an observation force so they could be paid anyway, and I made a private arrangement with the Xuan family which cost me 1 spirit mine and removed the Zhao family's only ally overnight, and which the 9th elder spent the rest of his life trying to work out. 3,000 men marched on Qingtian City. Mei Ru gave the address herself, on the wall, in green and gold, and the province revised its opinion of the woman it had assumed was a figurehead. Their city array was second tier, and their ancestor was old, and their allies were not coming. He came out and offered to fight because sitting behind a wall waiting is not a plan, and our ancestor met him and lost ground because those two were contemporaries and the Zhao families was the better man. I let it run for an hour. I want to be honest about that too. I could have gone up at any point. I let a foundation establishment cultivator of my own clan get worn down in front of me because a strong ancestor in that family was a problem I would otherwise have to solve later. Then I went up. He recognized in the first exchange what Zhao Haochen had not, that it was not the sword, it was that I understood the art better. Then a man who has spent 100 years on his own can understand anything. He spent a second-tier talisman. I answered with the ice spear. It is a talisman treasure. It holds a fraction of a real magic treasure, and it works 3 times before it needs recharging, and the first time I used it, I was level 5 and killed a 9th layer elder in a forest with 1/3 of its strength. I was not level 5 anymore. 30 miles of that plain went white. The flying boats pulled back miles. Our own ancestor felt what was coming and got out of the sky. And the Zhao family's ancestor, who was 200 years old and had held that clan since before I was born in either world, could not move at all when it arrived. I did that in front of both armies on purpose, exactly as I had done the last one, so that the story leaving that field would be the correct story. Somebody on our side asked me afterwards how a man does that. I told him what I have told everybody for 40 years. I am only an alchemist. 5 days later, Sky City fell and the Zhao family surrendered. We took everything. 2 cities, which made the Mei family a 4-city clan and the largest power in the province after the sect itself. The Zhuan and Xuan families were paid in the spirit mines nearest their own borders and went home content. The council argued for a week about the survivors. The ninth elder wanted them killed, on the grounds that a child raised on a grievance becomes a knife. The second elder wanted them absorbed, because we had lost too many people to be fussy. Mei Ru ruled that the Zhao children would be raised inside the Mei family, by Mei households, and nobody would tell them a revenge story. 6 months after that, I let them throw the banquet. It is customary after a foundation is established, and normally it is a small thing among friends. Mine was not small. Invitations went across the entire province and Maple Leaf City filled up for a week. 4 longevity clans sat in the front row. City lords came, which is the Qingyuan sect's way of stating a position without writing anything down. Shenkong came from the Immortal City with an account book and a proposal for a second shop, looked at the guest list and said to nobody in particular, "Alchemists are really rich." And halfway through it, a 7-colored cloud came over the square. The whole gathering looked up and could not look for long, because the light hurt, and because whatever was inside it was blocking every divine sense in that square, which no artifact below foundation establishment grade can do. A woman's voice, entirely uninterested. "Which one is Xuanduan?" "That would be me." Something came out of the cloud and landed in front of me, carrying so much pressure that 400 people got to their feet at once. "You're the man junior sister Yue mentioned. This is from her." A letter. Gold paper with the seal of the Biquan True Sect on it, which is not a decoration. Anything carrying that mark is important, and returning one to the sect is worth a fortune. The Zhuan family's own ancestor went gray because that girl had sent her letter through a foundation establishment senior sister rather than through her own family in front of everybody, and everybody understood what that meant. I thanked her without bowing because we were both foundation establishment, and being too humble in front of a sect is how you get treated like furniture forever. "I'm only running an errand," she said. Then a second object came out of the cloud. A gift from junior sister Yue. A cyan longsword came down through the light, slender as a beam, with gemstones in the hilt, and every cultivator in that square went rigid at the same instant because there is a specific weight that only comes off one class of object, a foundation establishment magical artifact, handed over as a party present. 40 years earlier, a level 5 nobody had drawn a half-step monster off a woman he barely knew, in a forest, for no reason he could have explained at the time. I looked up to thank her, and she was already gone, and I watched every city lord in that square recalculate at once. The Biquan True Sect is not the Qingyuan sect's rival, it is several floors above it, and whatever I was to them, I had just been marked in public. I put the sword down and picked up something smaller. I had made 3 pills in that cave, 1 I ate, 2 I kept. I walked over to the head of the Mei family in front of 4 longevity clans and put one of them in her hand. She looked at it and knew immediately what it was, and could not say anything at all. 5th grade root, 9th layer of Gao refining, 28 years of a technique nobody else in this world has. "You've been carrying this family for a year," I said. "Go and take your own road." 41 years earlier, I stood at the bottom of a mountain and was told that my talent was the worst that exists, and then a man with a very clean robe put me on a boat because the family that bought me needed bodies. They gave me the least important daughter of a suppressed branch because I was not worth a better one. That woman is now the head of that family and holds a pill in her hand that will take her past a wall her whole clan has been dying against for 400 years. The mine that was going to be my grave belongs to me. The 2 men who ran it are dead. The clan that hunted me is gone, and I have never once, in front of any of them, been anything other than a quiet alchemist who is not very good at fighting. I have somewhere over 1,000 years left. I have 45 children and a shop and a city and a plant in my back garden that will seed every foundation establishment my descendants will ever need. And in a rented courtyard in the Immortal City, there is a 2-year-old girl called Xuan Mei, who is not the most talented of my children, and whose name, for reasons nobody sitting in that square could possibly have guessed, is the one this world eventually learned to be afraid of. But that is a long way off. For now, there is a sword on the table that came out of the sky in front of the entire province, and I have to work out what a sect that far above me wants with a man who married in at the bottom.